The protagonist of this story, Ghislaine Perdium, has a reputation for being an uncontrollable swordmaster, a man stuck in his room, out of his mind, and to top it off, the useless oldest son of Count Perdium. With all these glorified titles, you might think he's just some spoiled brat, but nope, that's not the case, at least not anymore. And his opponent is finding that out the hard way. This bearded bastard can barely believe his eyes as he's getting his ass handed to him by this so-called useless son of a gun. Ghislaine, on the other hand, is as cool as a cucumber during the battle. He's actually pretty glad that all the money he spent on setting this trap is finally paying off. So he asks this bearded bastard if he's enjoying the surprise. Of course, this infuriates the bearded bastard, because it's like Ghislaine knew exactly what was going to happen. Well, Ghislaine doesn't hesitate to own up to it. It's not just that he knew his enemy's plans. He knew everything from the start. He knew how many soldiers there were, who the spies were, and who helped this guy with reinforcements. He knew literally everything. The bearded bastard can hardly believe it. He starts shouting in disbelief. He is mad that his ace card has also been exposed by someone he thought was useless trash. But Ghislaine isn't having any of it. He shuts the guy up with a solid kick to the face, making it clear that this yapping fool can keep talking all he wants. But no matter how many battles take place, Ghislaine is certain that he is going to win. You might be wondering how he is going to win every time. Well, it is because my guy literally knows everything. Now let's rewind a bit. Almost a year ago, in the Kingdom of Lithuania, near the Perdium estate, Ghislaine Perdium wakes up to a shock. He's alive, but he shouldn't be. He was supposed to be dead. The last thing Ghislaine remembers is being in the middle of a losing battle, facing off against one of the continent's top 7 noble knights, a guy named Idun, who was supposed to be the one to take him down. Ghislaine, on the other hand, was no slouch himself. He held the title of one of the continent's top 7 mercenary kings, known far and wide as Ghislaine Perdium. Before ending Ghislaine's life, Idun remarks how he did not expect to encounter the trash of a fallen Perdium household. As far as Idun knows, Ghislaine had left the family after his sister's death, so it seemed like his name had faded from memory. Ghislaine is surprised to hear this, and asks this bastard how he knows so much about him and his past. Idun claims that he had known this for a long time. He'd worked tirelessly to track Ghislaine down because he was one of them, someone who had worked alongside the Delphine household to bring the Perdium family to its knees. The mention of one of them catches our boy off guard, because this means that it wasn't just the Delphine household behind the downfall of his family. There were others involved, and now, one of them was standing right in front of him. It was then that his disdain and thirst for revenge skyrocketed, and right at that moment, Idun cut his head clean off. But when our boy woke up, he found himself in one piece, even though his head was decapitated. Not only does he not have a single scratch on his body, but he also looks quite young. He starts looking around, unsure of what's going on, and right at that moment, someone calls out to him with the title of Young Master, telling him to come on out. This man is actually Perdium's soldier, Ricardo, but the poor guy finds a sharp sword pointed at his neck while our boy demands that he quickly answer his questions. Of course, the soldier on duty has no idea what's going on, so he just agrees to answer anything his master asks of him, though he wonders why his master has to point a sword just to ask a few questions. Well, Ghislaine is also quite surprised by this, because he wasn't expecting this kind of reaction from someone he considers an enemy. Ricardo quickly yanks himself out of his master's grasp, reminding him that he tired himself out from his tantrum earlier and fell asleep. He was stressed out about how he is going to command the group to raid the orcs. As you can imagine, this doesn't make any sense to our boy, while the soldier tells him to grab his stuff and get out because the people are waiting for him outside. Our boy has no clue where they're going, to which Ricardo reveals that they're heading to the Perdium estate. The mention of his family name completely baffles him, because as far as he remembers, the Perdium estate had fallen. As they reach the place, Ghislaine takes a bird's-eye view from the hill, which clears up any lingering doubts that it's definitely the Perdium estate, even though he had already seen it reduced to ashes back then. Ricardo under his breath tries to inquire why our boy keeps calling his own house a fallen one, as he might get kicked out if the Count hears it. Just like any sane person, Ghislaine pinches his cheek to see if he's dreaming. But well, the pain is very real, so he guesses he's not. He reflects on how he now has a younger face. His estate is also in good shape, and if he can piece all things together, this only means he's traveled back to the past. You see, his younger self resented the household, and the immaturity born from feeling inferior led to trouble. As more time passed, more people from the household started to avoid him, and he couldn't withstand the criticism, so he ran away from home. But several years later, he became a mercenary. He survived countless battles, built up his skills, and made a name for himself. He returned to the Perdium country to make up for his past mistakes, but by the time he got back, his household had already been crushed to dust. So, our boy lost everything, but it's all still here, once again. All the people he held dear are still here. He can barely contain his excitement to see that he's gotten another shot at life, but it's too early to rejoice. From what he's learned from Ricardo, they're here to raid the orcs. He vividly remembers that day. It was the day most of the people in his raid squad would die. In his past life, he had followed the orc raid squad in an attempt to make a name for himself. At that time, the report had said there were only 3 orcs, so Ghislain had thought it would be easy enough for someone like him, who had no experience commanding a squad. But when he got there were more than 20 orcs. Almost all of them ended up dying because of his foolishness and stubbornness. Right now, my guy is confident that it should be doable enough since those orcs don't really have a strategy. But the problem is whether his soldiers will trust him, considering they all think he's some useless bastard. It looks like he does not have any time to prepare, because a watchtower is just obliterated as the horde of orcs comes charging in. My guy is absolutely boggled out of his mind at the sight because he was not expecting these damned creatures to attack so early. The orcs are literally demolishing the soldiers left and right, and each orc is strong enough to take down multiple foot soldiers on its own without much effort. The raid squad commander Scoven also jumps into the scene and tells everyone to get into a defensive formation. But it doesn't seem like any formation or strategy would work against these brute monsters who are literally slaughtering people left and right. Even Scoven is sure they're screwed because, seriously, getting ambushed when they weren't even prepared at all is just brutal. Not only that, but there are way more of these damned monsters than expected, and the way things are going, he's certain they're all going to die for sure. Suddenly, someone calls out to the commander, and when he turns around, he notices a massive monster about to crush him with its axe. It seems like the commander doesn't have much time to move away to save his life. That's when our guy launches himself and yanks the commander away, then brutally cuts through the monster's hand like it's nothing more than a cucumber. Everyone is absolutely jaw-dropped to see how effortlessly Ghislain pulled off that move. After all, he is supposed to be a trash. The monster finally falls down, while Ghislain feels annoyed that his body still can't use mana. He then walks back to the commander, extends his hand, and demands the commander's rights. But it seems like the commander doesn't think some useless idiot should be commanding the soldiers when everyone's life is on the line, so he flatly refuses. He further asks our boy if he actually thinks this is some kind of game. Even if Ghislain is the young master, Scoven simply just can't give up the authority that the Lord gave him that easily. Well, our guy already figured that no one would trust him, and he's pissed. Another monster comes charging at them, but Scoven quickly gets in the middle of things, since he considers our boy an inexperienced idiot to lead their troops. Well, it looks like Ghislain has no choice but to show these damned fools what he's got. So he sends his sword flying at the monster with godly speed. The commander quickly starts to berate Ghislain for the insubordination, but his yapping is immediately shut up when he notices that the orc charging at them has been dealt with literally a single blow from the sword. It drops dead right away. Of course, this leaves the bastard looking like he's going through some serious constipation. Meanwhile, our guy questions this fool if he even knows the most important thing in battles. Of course, the commander doesn't know, since he's the actual useless trash here. So, Ghislain shifts his attention to the terrified soldiers and reminds Scoven that there's no hope in winning a battle when their troops are filled with fear. The first thing they should be doing is to gain momentum. With that said, our guy dashes once again, grabs his sword that was lodged in the monster's head, and leaps into the air. He lands right on top of another orc and thrusts his sword into the monster's skull. Scoven can barely believe his eyes. But our boy, on the other hand, just tells all the monsters to just come at him if they want to be killed. Of course, these foolish creatures quickly start charging at our boy, and he swings his sword like a ninja on caffeine, cutting through every one of these bastards who tries to get in his way. His speed, movements, reflexes, everything is so fast, and everything is happening so quickly that Scoven has no reaction but to stare in utter disbelief. Even as a mana user, it's hard for him to do anything, so how that skinny young master is even doing all of this? Though Scoven can tell that our boy is getting tired, he's still using the smallest of movements to dodge attacks, and his swordsmanship is striking their weak spots, like a manaless swordmaster, or perhaps even something greater. But our guy isn't ready to give up yet. He tries to trigger these mindless monsters by asking if this is all they've got since they're not living up to their reputation as a warrior species. The other soldiers also stare in utter disbelief, seeing that all the orcs are charging at the young master. Everyone calls to their commander for his next order, but this bastard is too cowardly to show the courage our boy is displaying. He can't get over the fact that our boy ran into a group of orcs and drew their attention in order to make them chase him. He doesn't seem to understand why he is running now, and why he's running toward the edge of a cliff. It doesn't take long for him to realize that Ghislain is planning to send those orcs plummeting off the cliff. Acting fast, he orders his troops to raise their shield wall as they prepare to follow the young master's lead. Meanwhile, the orcs are hot on our boy's heels. He's pretty sure Scoven, being a skilled commander, will figure out his plan. Although he'd love to slice all those orcs down himself, his crappy stamina won't allow it. Still, this idea is not bad either. Once he finally reaches the edge of the cliff, the orcs notice soldiers positioned behind them in a defensive stance. Without hesitation, our boy jumps off the cliff, signaling to Skovan to execute the plan. The soldiers charge at the monsters, and with one push, the orcs are sent tumbling off the cliff to their bloody deaths. The effort pays off and every last one of them is taken out. The soldiers are left exhausted, but Skovan is completely stunned when he notices our boy still hanging onto the cliffside, his sword lodged into the rock. Despite the situation, there's not a hint of fear on his face, just a confident smirk aimed straight at his commander. For a moment, the big-mustached Skovan is startled, but then he breaks into a proud smile. He quickly extends his hand, but it's too short to reach the young master, and the grip our boy had on his sword eventually loosens. The boy starts to fall, leaving everyone bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Ghislain begins to descend into the realm of unconsciousness, where he hears his sister's voice and fragments of memories of her. He's not sure what's going on, and right at that moment, his sister grabs his hand and he is yanked out of his dream. He wakes up to find himself in bed, and the first thing that comes to his mind is how he's even alive. He tries to sit up, but his entire body hurts like hell from the movements, making him crawl up in pain. His whole body aches. It must be the consequence of pushing his limits. At least, this pain assures him that he is alive. Right at that moment, a maid walks into the room, looking quite happy to see her master awake. It doesn't take our boy long to recognize her as Belinda, while the girl expresses her frustration through her words, talking about how much stress he's caused her. That's when Ghislain rushes at her and hugs her tightly. She has no clue why he's acting like this, but we all know he's just glad to see her again after so many years. You see, she used to be his personal maid. Belinda had been by his side since he was little. Despite the mess he used to cause, she was the only one who stayed with him. But after the family fell to ruin, she went missing, and he never thought he'd get to see her again like this. That's when he decides to tell Belinda the truth. He starts dropping some serious truth bombs, saying that a catastrophe will soon strike Perdium, and that the truth is, he died, and came back to life. But of course, Belinda doesn't take him seriously. She agrees that the orcs nearly killed him, but she doesn't believe his wild story. He tries to explain it to her again, but she just starts berating him for his reckless moves. Eventually, he decides to give up, since she's not going to believe him anyway. She reminds him of the upcoming festival, something he might have missed if he were injured. The mention of the festival catches our boy off guard, and seeing his clueless reaction, the lady decides to remind him that Lady Elena has been waiting for the day to go to the festival with him. It would be a great chance for the two siblings to get close to each other again. Finally, Ghislain remembers that there was always a festival around this time of year, and in his past life, he didn't have time to enjoy it because of his traumatic experiences. He then asks her how much time left before the festival starts, to which she responds that since it's next week, he has about a week left. The fact that he remembers this seemingly random festival is because it was the day a traumatic tragedy happened, one that haunted him for the rest of his life. Apparently, on the day of the festival, his sister Elena is supposed to die. With the speak of the devil, his sister enters the room, and our guy rushes to hug her as soon as he can. The young lady is bewildered to see such a passionate hug coming from her brother out of the blue. She starts to blush and asks him if he's trying to pull some kind of prank. But little does she know, his brotherly love for her is sincere. But since he's not letting go, the lady herself yanks him out of her embrace. This leaves Ghislain's weakling body struggling for a moment, because his sister has got some crazy strength. It seems like Elena and he don't get along, because she flat out makes it clear she's only here to visit him because Belinda invited her. Apparently, these two siblings don't have the best relationship, and Elena vividly remembers the time he insulted her. Of course, Ghislain is pretty clueless about when he insulted her, but now that he remembers, he realizes he wasn't exactly close with Elena in his past life. Let's be real, he was kind of a total piece of trash. So he actually apologizes, which catches both ladies completely off guard. Ghislain admitting his mistakes is totally unheard of. Naturally, they assume it must be because he got smacked around by the orcs and received some brain damage. But my guy shuts that down real quick, saying he actually did get them. Right at that moment, though, pain shoots through him and he doubles over. This gives Elena the perfect chance to mock him even more, as it's pretty clear who really got who. As much as those remarks might seem a bit sharp, they're not really insulting at all. In fact, Ghislain feels totally warmed by their characters and smiles in response, thinking everyone is exactly as he remembers them. He can't help but wonder why the old him wasted so much time on pointless things. You see, during the festival next week, Ghislain rejected Elena's offer to go together, and made an excuse that the events from the raid squad had upset him. That was the last time he saw her, and after that, Elena's body was found, shredded to pieces, along with her bodyguards. Even to this day, Ghislain regrets not being with her at that time. Suddenly, a knock on the door catches their attention. It's a bunch of knights, apparently, her bodyguards. The guy with dark brown hair is Jamal, and the one standing just behind him is Philip. Elena asks why they've come, since they were told to wait outside. The man apologizes and says that the servants want her to oversee their work on the festival supplies. Hearing this, Ghislaine gets confused. He wonders why they'd ask Elena to do that. Belinda, once again, seems a bit disappointed to see Ghislaine acting clueless, so she reminds him that there's a shortage of workers in Perdium, and even the young lady needs to help out. This is actually news to Ghislaine, because back then, he never really cared about what was going on, so it's obvious he doesn't know. Now that he's here, though, he decides to help out. Once again, his little sister is surprised to hear this, and both of the girls wonder if he really did get hit over the head. Later, we arrive at the bustling festival area, where everyone is rushing to prepare their stalls before the festival kicks off. But all of them start getting a bit creeped out when they hear that Ghislaine wants to help too. Meanwhile, his sister is still trying to push him away, asking how they can treat someone who wants to help. The best way he can help, she says, is to stay out of their way and out of trouble. But Ghislaine is not ready to leave her alone here. Her body was found near the slums, far from the festival grounds. Someone must have called her out there or forcibly moved her. To prevent that from happening again, he needs to learn the ins and outs of the castle first. Right at that moment, a knight comes rushing in, calling out to Ghislaine. It's one of the knights, known as Old Man Fergus. The old man is out of breath but doesn't take a moment to rest. He starts crying, mentioning how concerned he was when he heard about the orc incident. His sister chimes in too, mentioning how he's been acting really strange lately. She thinks it'd be better if Fergus takes him back. Well, it looks like Ghislaine has no choice but to give in. He tells the old man to take him to the abandoned training field in the castle. The old man asks, a bit curiously, why he wants to go there. Ghislaine just responds that he wants to train. The big mustached man is not sure what the young master is up to, but he doesn't question Ghislaine's judgment any further. He takes him to the training hall. Upon entering, the first thing Ghislaine notices is that the training hall is in much better condition than he expected. It's a perfect location for him to train, and the equipment is something he's never seen, even in his mercenary days. The old man explains that they've kept it maintained in case Ghislaine ever wished to use these facilities. The old man has always had faith that Ghislaine would recover from whatever mental struggle he's been going through. Seeing how concerned the old man is, our boy is forced to reflect on how much the old man has tried to help him all along. He literally had no clue about any of this, and now he feels sad for not realizing it sooner. He then gives the old man a pat on the shoulder and assures him that dying feels like crap, so he plans to live long enough. As usual, the old man is bewildered to hear him talk as if he's already experienced life and death. But Ghislaine quickly agrees, casually telling him that he did, in fact, die and was resurrected. But of course, the old man finds this nonsense. Anyhow, Ghislaine decides to start training, dismissing the old man and telling him he can go. Seeing Fergus paying so much respect to him, Ghislaine reflects on how he's always treated everyone around him like they were his enemies. But now, looking back, he realizes he was just short-sighted. Whatever the case, Ghislaine gets back to the main work he has to do. In his previous life, he has heard that one behind Elena's death was a lord from a neighboring territory. Because of that, Perdium got caught up in a war, which eventually led to its downfall. Elena's death was essentially the starting point for his house's collapse. This means he needs to set things right from here on out. First things first, he needs to get a better physique. It sucks that he doesn't have a lot of time, but he's sure he can at least get control over his mana. Mana is a supernatural resource that allows humans to break through their limits, and most people say that noticing and absorbing mana is the hardest part. But for Ghislaine, he was able to do that, even on the chaotic battlefield. He has to connect the mana particles floating in the air and bundle them up, almost like spinning a spool. For someone like him, who's experienced thousands, no, tens of thousands, of battles, creating a mana core is a piece of cake. But if it were that easy, he wouldn't be part of the strongest 7 of the land. Using the method from that half-burned book on magic he picked up, and with the natural mana core humans have, Ghislaine is able to create a second and even a third. He connects them in a mesh of multiple cores to create an explosive force. All this pushing his limits causes blood to leak from his mouth and nose, his face drenched in sweat. I guess he's reached his current limit. Although he was able to reach 5 cores in his past life, this technique is all about creating an explosive force in a short time. The catch is that it requires an extremely large amount of mana in return. This was the main reason he lost to Eden in his past life, who had brought an entire knight order when he was already out of mana. If it had been a fair fight, he definitely would have won. The technique is inherently unstable, but for now, it's good enough. Besides, this time, he has a youthful body and plenty of time to master it. He's determined that he'll claim Eden's head this time, and those bastards backing House Delphine, who helped destroy their country, they're going down too. Fast forward a week, and the day of the festival finally arrives. Our boy is ready, fully equipped, and walking through town with unshakable confidence. But as he strolls, he spots his sister standing there, who is surprised to see him. She's shocked that her brother, who's never been a fan of festivals, actually showed up. Not only that, but he's been acting super odd lately, and she's heard he's done nothing but train for the past week. Ghislaine tries to brush it off, reminding her that as the next in line of a knight family, training is just a natural thing for him. But she throws a brutal curveball, reminding him how he's always hated the idea of being lord, which is one of the main reasons he never got along with their father. Despite the jab, she starts to walk away with a smile over her face, as she is glad to see him finally acting like he was supposed to. Her remark forces Ghislaine to reflect on how his actions have started to change, not just how people perceive him, but also the trajectory of his future. The general flow of events might still be the same, but it's becoming harder to gauge the impact of his actions on the smaller details. Making good use of his knowledge of the future is now his responsibility, and he needs to respond to each situation effectively. With that said, he is ready to face his sister's killers. Later, he spends time with his sister, staying on high alert. After a while, though, Elena gets tired, commenting that there's nothing special about the festival. It's just like every other year. Meanwhile, Ghislaine is deep in thought, realizing the festival is almost over and yet nothing significant has happened. This leads him to believe that maybe the future has shifted because he's been sticking close to Elena. But just as that thought crosses his mind, her bodyguards show up. They suggest taking her to a livelier area of the festival to have some fun. As they begin escorting her away, Ghislaine quickly pieces things together. He deduces that it must be these bastards, the traitors of their house. Elena's escort knights, Jamal and Philip, are the most trusted knights in the family. They've been protecting Elena since she was a child, and it was known that they were murdered while protecting her in Ghislaine's past life. But now Ghislaine has lingering doubts. It must be a trap, and he is sure that these guys are the traitors of their house. So he decides to follow the knights. The place they arrive at is completely empty, which leaves Elena clearly annoyed, and she starts complaining. While she complains, Ghislaine's suspicions grow even stronger. At first, the street might seem like a simple deserted one, but looking at the way the obstacles block the escape routes, it's clear that preparations were made in advance. He's soon shaken out of his thoughts when his sister starts dragging him with her. Seeing how strong her grip is, Ghislaine can't help but to ask her if she has been hitting the gym lately, because she is too strong for a young lady. But just then, Jamal stops her, and the look on his face makes it clear that he doesn't have good intentions. Elena starts to shiver and begins to panic, wondering why they're acting so strange. Jamal quickly apologizes for the scary look, but then his expression twists into something even more unsettling. He tells her that he just wants her to wait a little longer. It's only a small request. Elena feels scared and hopeless, and just at that moment, someone walks into the scene. It's a guy with glasses, followed closely by two of his goons. The guy's name is Frank, and he's clearly pleased to see how effectively Jamal has executed the plan. He then questions Jamal about Ghislaine, because he does not remember requesting this sucker to be here. Jamal reassures his boss that he'll take care of this brat and that Frank doesn't even need to pay for it. He explains that Ghislaine foolishly followed his sister without realizing he was walking straight into his own grave. Finally, Ghislaine speaks up. The first thing he wants to ask this filthy bastard how he is going to get away after betraying Perdium family. The bastard just snickers with little to no fear, claiming that all he has to do is run away to some far-off place. Besides, he's tired of this poverty-stricken land that's already been torn apart by barbarians. He's sure that it's not just him, but plenty of others want to leave Perdium too. But before he can finish speaking, my guy cuts him off. Instead of words, blood pours from his mouth. The sight is enough to shock everyone watching. As the traitor falls to the ground in 2 pieces, my guy looks at him furious. He reminds this sucker that even if people are leaving this place, they never betrayed them. He is absolutely livid and shoots a deadly glare at the other bastard, who, in a panic, pulls Lena closer, hoping to escape the same fate as his friend. But well, he doesn't make it. A sword pierces his skull and the bastard trembles, choking on his last breaths. The lackeys who came with Frank start second-guessing whether they should even fight. What baffles them more is if this guy is really the eldest son of Perdium. As far as they know, he doesn't have any real combat experience or basic training. Frank, though, is convinced he's the eldest son, but he still can't wrap his head around how this guy managed to take down 2 men so effortlessly. And, more shocking, his attacks were infused with mana. Meanwhile, the girl clings to her brother, trembling, but he knocks her out with a quick hit to her neck, telling her to take a little rest. Frank, the bastard, shows his gratitude to our guy for taking down the 2 knights, claiming they were planning to handle them themselves. He even compliments our guy on his godlike skills and can't help but ask where he learned them. But Ghislaine is not obligated to reply to them, so he shuts them down immediately, reminding them that it is none of their business. He then sizes them up, 3 in total, but only the one in the middle is radiating any significant mana. But whatever the case, My guy is ready to finish this quickly. Before making a move, he demands to know who hired them for the ambush. Frank, with a smug grin, brushes off the question, implying that someone about to die shouldn't care about such things. Well, Ghislaine knows these bastards won't give up the information easily, but he has his own ways of making them talk. One of the lackeys suggests severing his head, but the boss shuts him down because he wants him alive, as he plans to break every limb in his body until he's completely helpless. His goal is to leave him in agony, unable to do anything but writhe in pain, believing that the suffering must be as drawn out and excruciating as possible. With that, the two of the goons charge at him. Anticipating this, Ghislaine pulls out a firecracker and throws at them. The unexpected move from our boy startles one of the lackeys for a split second, leaving him confused as to why someone would use a firecracker. That brief moment of distraction is all Ghislaine needs. In the blink of an eye, he strikes, killing one of the goons instantly. The second lackey charges next, but Ghislaine is ready. He quickly blocks the attack with ease, disarms the attacker, and yanks the sword from his hands. Finally, he follows through, cutting the man down as if it's nothing. As soon as the lackeys drop, their leader doesn't waste any time and tries to attack our guy from behind like a coward. But my guy's reflexes are on another level, and he blocks the attack without much effort. The bastard is left stunned, realizing his nearly perfect sneak attack has been completely ruined. Not wasting any time, my guy decides to retaliate. He moves so fast with his sword that Frank barely has time to react. The sword cuts deep across the bastard's throat, and the pipe he had in his mouth falls to the ground. The bastard tries to recover and launches another attack, but once again, my guy blocks it with ease. Frank quite frankly admits that his throat would have been completely sliced if he hadn't used mana. Even my guy is impressed, realizing that this bastard concentrated all the mana around his neck to reduce the damage. It's insane how he managed to pull that off. That's when Frank finally decides to show what he's really got. Gripping his sword as tightly as he can, he launches himself at our boy. But then, he notices the grin on our boy's face. That grin catches him off guard for a moment. It's almost like my guy wanted this to happen. And that's when Ghislaine overpowers this bastard and lands a solid kick straight to his face. Frank manages to land on his feet instead of tumbling over and smirks, claiming that with his mana levels, that kind of move won't work. But then he's proven dead wrong when he suddenly starts coughing up a copious amount of blood. Frank's face twists in confusion as he has no idea what just happened. Even with thick mana reinforcing his entire body, he's in disbelief. How did Ghislaine manage to pierce through his enhancement with sheer skill alone? Meanwhile, Ghislaine thinks about how he never found out about the culprit behind his sister's death. But now that he knows, he's ready to make this bastard pay. He warns Frank to prepare for the worst. With that, Ghislaine activates his third core. The bastard just stares in disbelief, but he doesn't have time to process it, because Ghislaine is already in his face. The two clash at a speed so intense that all you can see are the trails left by their blades. Frank is giving it everything he's got, but it's clear he can't keep up. His hands are already going numb, and no matter how much mana he draws, it's not enough. His sword begins to crack under the pressure. He's never heard of a technique that can boost mana so explosively, let alone with this level of precision. It's like Ghislaine has become a completely different person, and that different person lands a devastating blow that gives a nasty cut on Frank's body. But Ghislaine isn't done yet. He drives his blade into his sister's killer with full force, but he doesn't let him die. There are burning questions he needs answered. Through gritted teeth, he demands to know who ordered the hit on Elena. But it looks like Ghislaine isn't about to get his answers easily from this bastard. The sucker quickly pulls out these sneaky ninja daggers, but before he can throw them at Elena, some sort of threads block his hand from moving further. And the one holding those threads is our boy. Ghislaine decides to give this bastard another chance to talk. If he answers everything right, he promises to sheath his sword. Meanwhile, Frank's mind is once again officially blown when he realizes that the threads our boy is controlling are made of mana. Meanwhile, Ghislaine is sure someone of his caliber would know how to patch himself up. But well, not that it would matter if my guy destroys this bastard's mana core. So, without a second thought, Ghislaine starts pouring some magic energy into the sword he's already stuck in the bastard's belly. The bastard screams in pain as he feels his mana core shattering. This is one hell of a move our guy is pulling off, because one wrong step and the backflow of mana could cause an explosion and blow this whole area to pieces. It literally feels like Ghislaine is trying to self-destruct. But you see, my guy isn't some unskilled amateur. He can handle it pretty easily. Even this long-haired bastard can tell that Ghislaine isn't bluffing. With the way things are going, he knows he's as good as dead. When he stares into Ghislaine's eyes, all he sees is a bloodthirsty reaper. So, Frank decides to be a little wise for once, and finally slips out the name of Count Desmond, the real mastermind behind these assassination orders. He further admits that this whole setup is supposed to be a pretext to start a war against Perdium and Degard families. Seems like Ghislaine doesn't have a good impression of this name, because in his previous life, Such underground work was left to the families allied with the ducal houses. And if his guess is right, he is sure that it's Duke Delphine who orchestrated this nonsense. Anyhow, the fact remains that this glasses guy was here to take his sister's life. So my guy makes sure to take this bastard down as well to get his revenge from his previous life. Frank is in disbelief, thinking Ghislaine is backing down from his previous words. But our hero just reminds this bastard of all the sins he's committed, so this sucker has no right to feel terrified when it's finally his turn to become the victim. But to our boy's surprise, the bastard begins snickering even in his last breaths. This bastard is sure that nothing will change, even if our boy kills him, since he's already finished the work with the Degard family. He makes it clear that Perdium will perish due to the war, no matter what. Ghislaine quickly puts his hand over this bastard's filthy mouth to stop him from yapping. He lets this shithead in on a secret that he has reawakened after dying, so he's not about to let the past repeat itself this time. Those were the final words Frank heard before our guy cranked up the mana core shattering process. The mana inside backflows, and Ghislaine directs it into the sky, causing it to explode with a big bang like some twisted firework. Ghislaine is also out of breath, but at least all of the people involved have already been dealt with. He then takes notice of his unconscious sister, who seems safe and sleeping soundly. As he just closes his eyes to relax his muscles, a mouthful of blood leaks from his mouth, and he doubles over because of the pain. He reflects that exploding 3 cores wasn't an issue at all back when he was the Mercenary King, but his weak body is limiting his potential this time. But this is still not enough to make him back down. He quickly rushes to a nearby home where he finds a dead body. In his previous life, the officials had found another body besides Elena's at this place, and according to what Frank said earlier, this body is apparently the son of Degard. There's also another dead body, the escort knight who was killed in the process. This is apparently how the Perdium family in his previous life came to the conclusion that Degard family must be the one involved in the assassination of Elena. The moment these bodies were found, the war would start. So Ghislaine decides to leave no evidence behind. After torching the entire house, he takes his sister and begins to walk away. That's when we notice this dickhead cap guy in the shadows, keeping an eye on our boy. Later, he arrives at the council of all the shady people running this game and reports back that the mission has failed. It goes without saying that the big shots are not thrilled to hear this, and the hooded guy tries to argue that it was all because of Ghislaine Perdium. The name catches their attention, because how could a useless bastard from the north pull off such a big move? One of the big shots also claims that as far as he knows, Ghislaine is a useless piece of shit, so he's not sure why this reporter is using him as an excuse for their failed mission. But the guy tries to argue that Ghislaine was completely different from the information and rumors they had about him. The way he handled everything with such finesse made him feel like a completely different person. He tries to assure his masters that he has already taken care of things with Degard, so starting the territorial war won't be an issue. He begs for one more chance to prove himself. But the big shot gets angry, because the setback from this failure has caused immense trouble, and everyone in the council is losing their minds over it. They all collectively tell this bastard to just eliminate that bastard Ghislaine. That's when the big shot among the big shots speaks up and breaks the tension. He asks the hooded guy how he plans to handle that kid, to which the hooded guy states that he's going to make a duel happen naturally, and the one who is going to fight against Ghislaine is quite powerful. They ask who that guy is, to which the hooded guy explains that his name is Cain Loges, and he's famous for his strength-based swordsmanship. Despite his young age, he is the epitome of strength, and he's confident that there is no one in the north who can match his power. Not to mention, Cain is Ghislaine's cousin, so the hooded guy is sure it won't feel forced to have them meet. Everyone goes silent as they begin to consider this plan. The big shot, however, makes it clear that if this mission also ends in failure, there will be no next time. Terrified, the hooded guy quickly promises to deliver promising results this time. The scene transitions to the Perdium Castle training hall, where we see Fergus, who is here to announce mealtime to our boy. That's when Fergus notices a rope of mana coming at him. It grabs the sword hanging right beside him, and the mana rope quickly starts retracting back with the sword attached to it. After enough practice, Ghislaine is glad to see he's making progress. That's when he notices the old man, who promptly bows his head in front of our boy, apologizing for interrupting the training session. But the old man can't hide his curiosity, and asks how Ghislaine just did that. Ghislaine nonchalantly explains that it's mana threads, using mana like string. In his previous life, he used it all the time, but at his current skill level, he needs to implode his core to use it like he used to, because he currently lacks enough mana. However, if he just makes one thread to use less mana, my guy is confident he can still use it effectively, despite having a limited supply of mana. Fergus is sure he's trained his mana for a long time, but he's never seen anything like this before. Now that the old man thinks about it, he remembers that just a while ago, Ghislaine didn't even use mana, let alone train with it. He can't figure out how our boy came up with the idea of using mana like this. Anyhow, Fergus snaps his attention back to the task he came for. He humbly tilts his head slightly and expresses his gratitude for protecting the young lady. But Ghislaine doesn't see any need for anyone's gratitude. She's his sister, and he would have done the same unconditionally. A few days pass after that, and the festival is paused. It only makes sense since a guardian knight tried to traffic the young lady. We then meet Elena, whose face is far from pleasant. She seems quite annoyed that no one believes her when she says Ghislaine is the one who saved her. She asks her brother why he doesn't try to convince them, to which my guy just shrugs it off. He doesn't care, and besides, they wouldn't believe him either. Belinda's blood is boiling just thinking about how the culprits were actually Jamal and Philly, the ones who tried to take Elena out. Whatever the case, Ghislaine is glad his sister survived and that he was able to stop the war from happening. But he is sure that those bastards won't give up that easily, and he can't stop them on his own forever. So, he needs to grow his military force. Right at that moment, a maid arrives with food. When the maid serves him, Ghislaine finds it odd that he is being served a dry piece of bread instead of something delicious. He asks Belinda about it, to which she explains that it's one of the consequences of the recent mess. Right then, a fat sucker starts screaming out loud, demanding compensation for the damage caused by the festival's cancellation. And it's not just one fatty, there's a whole group of merchants protesting outside the castle. Their demand is simple. They want compensation for their losses. Our boy looks out the window and inquires about the angry mob. That's when Belinda reminds him that this country is full of merchants who make a living from the profits brought in by the festival. Last year the merchants had a great season, but since the festival was cancelled after just one day, it makes sense that they're furious. Ghislaine didn't realize until now just how badly his country is doing economically. He knows that if he doesn't meet the merchants' demands, the situation will only get more aggressive. So, he tells Fergus to command the soldiers to calm the angry mob down. But the old man casually replies that they don't have any soldiers. He explains that most of them have been dispatched to the Forest of Monsters for reconstruction because of the damage caused by the orc raid. Well, it seems like Ghislaine's situation is even more dire than he had thought. You see, Perdium is basically in a state of eternal war. To the north, they constantly have to deal with barbarians, and on the other side, there's the Forest of Monsters, from which monsters can appear at any moment. Since he doesn't have money, he won't have soldiers either, which only adds to his worries. He takes Belinda with him for a talk, and under his breath, he reminds her that since she's the one managing his money, they need to calm the merchants down somehow. But the lady breaks it down to him that there is no money left. When he asks why, she reminds him that the Lord cut off his allowance because he always spent the money like water. The thought of being broke disgusts him, so he demands that she lend him some money. But the lady says she doesn't have any either. All the odds seem to be against him. No money, no soldiers, what the hell does he even have? Without even the smallest amount of money, there's nothing he can do. Even with his knowledge of the future, he's going to need funds first to make any of it work. Just as he's thinking about it, Ricardo comes rushing in at full sprint. He's completely out of breath, and our boy quickly asks him what's going on and why he's in such a hurry. Ricardo, practically shouting at the top of his lungs, says there's a problem. Apparently, young Master Kane wishes to see our boy. The mention of Kane catches Ghislaine off guard. That's when we see one of our boy's knights, Commander Scoven, getting absolutely destroyed by Kane. Kane's jacked up muscles and sheer strength are literally crushing the knight's face like it's a tomato. Each punch lands with the force of a hammer, and it's clear Kane isn't holding back. The last punch finally knocks the poor knight out cold. Ghislaine arrives just in time to see his knight on the ground, totally injured. The look on Ghislaine's face makes it clear that our boy is not thrilled to see his knight in such a state. Anger burning in his eyes, he turns to face his cousin. The bastard in front of him is so huge that Ghislaine literally looks like a puny punk. The smile on the big guy's face is even terrifying. Along with this jacked up dude, there's also his escort knight. You see, the heir of the Logis County, with whom House Perdium had an alliance, is Kane Logis. He was both Ghislaine's only friend at the time, and his enemy. The big guy walks toward Ghislaine after beating up his knight. But Ghislaine doesn't flinch. He calmly asks Ricardo what exactly led to this situation. Ricardo quickly explains that they responded to a report of a disturbance at a tavern, where they found Kane and his escort knight. It is when Kane asked Commander Scoven if the rumors about young Master Ghislaine were true. So, Commander Scoven explained the details of the rumors about our boy. But that's when Kane grabs the commander by the mouth, because Kane believes the commander is lying under his breath, and he would not tolerate someone lying in front of the heir of Logis. With that, Ricardo wraps up the flashback. At that moment, Kane's escort knight speaks up. Since Ricardo isn't telling the full truth, he decides to explain it himself. According to him, Commander Scoven claims that Ghislaine, who never even trains, took down an orc with his bare hands and dealt with the traitorous escort knights all by himself. That's why Scoven got beaten up, which was meant to be a wake-up call for him for his lies. The knight smugly claims that none of this would have happened if Scoven hadn't lied in the first place. Ghislaine doesn't speak out loud, but in his thoughts, we learn how much he hates Cain. Apparently, Cain used to be his subordinate, and whenever he visited Perdium, he always caused a mess. Even after causing all that trouble, no one could say anything because he was basically one of the allies for House Perdium. No one ever looked down on Cain, unlike Ghislaine, who always had an inferiority complex. Cain's confidence and bold demeanor were praised as qualities befitting of an heir, which is why our boy was criticized more. Let's now turn our attention to Cain's perspective. This big jackass is amazed at how much patience Ghislaine is showing because usually he would have charged at him with this much provocation. We then flash back to a little while ago in Loges County. There, Cain got an order to kill Ghislaine. The one who gave him the order was the same hooded guy who had gotten a lot of slack from his leaders for failing his previous mission. The hooded guy promised Cain that if he succeeded in this task, the esteemed one would support the Loges family. Cain assured him that he could easily defeat Ghislaine since he was just a weak brat. But what bothered Cain was that Ghislaine was also an heir to this land, so he wasn't sure how he was going to eliminate him without complications. The hooded guy suggested they could lure Ghislaine into a duel, making it look like an unfortunate accident. It would simply appear as a trivial dispute between heirs. The hooded guy also promised to support Cain by disguising himself as an escort knight to orchestrate the situation so there would be no need for concern. The thought that he gets to kill his own cousin fascinates Cain, and the bastard agrees with this right away. In the present, Cain is thinking about why they want Ghislaine eliminated. He wonders if perhaps Ghislaine has changed a little, and that's the reason for the order. But in any case, Cain proceeds with the plan. In order to provoke Ghislaine, he calls out to him, asking why he's standing still. Since they're facing each other, he better make arrangements. Ghislaine has no clue what arrangements he's talking about. Cain reminds him that he's heard the festival has been interrupted, so why not liven up the mood and have an amazing time? He further reminds how they've always been in sync when it comes to things like this. Ghislaine doesn't react much, and cryptically asks if he's talking about alcohol. You see, this bastard always had Ghislaine prepare alcohol and women every time he came here. Ghislaine granted his request back then because he didn't want to get beaten up, but he's not going to comply with this bastard anymore. Because of Cain, he had to waste a lot of money, which is also why his father cut off his allowance. But it looks like Ghislaine has finally found the root cause of his money problems, and he's sure Cain is also the solution to this issue. Cain, on the other hand, keeps on demanding, telling him to bring the goods right now. Of course, Ghislaine plays along and tells Cain that he'll bring them right now, but first, he wants this bastard to repay the debts he owes. The hooded bastard can feel the aura and vibe Ghislaine is exuding. Even Cain gets serious and asks what debts he's talking about. Ghislaine just flashes a pleasant smile as he reminds him that he had been handling and arranging everything Cain asked of him with money, so now he wants that money back, at least 1,000 gold. Of course, the jackass is bewildered to hear such a ridiculous demand, because he believes that all of that should have cost no more than 100 gold. Besides, Cain always thought that Ghislaine did all of that because they were friends. It was like a friends with benefits situation. But well, Ghislaine wouldn't call their relationship friends, because he had been this bastard's doormat for the longest time. But now he wants this jackass to pay up if he values his life. He's in dire need of money, and he won't let this bastard get away without taking the dues. Silence fills the room, and even Ghislaine's knight, Ricardo, is sweating his balls from the bold declaration Ghislaine just made. The big guy furiously stands up, clearly enraged. He doesn't like the idea of Ghislaine getting too full of himself. He's sure that all the rumors Ghislaine is spreading about his deeds have gone to his head, which is why he's acting so bold now. To Cain, Ghislaine is still nothing but a parasite feeding off this land. So the bastard balls up his fist, ready to kill this leech once and for all. But even as the fist comes directly at Ghislaine, he doesn't even flinch, let alone move. And before the punch can connect, he just tilts his body slightly and lets the punch slide harmlessly past him. The whole scene is nothing short of shocking. Cain swings again in full fury, but Ghislaine ducks down and delivers a sharp, open-handed punch straight into the big guy's belly. The force of the punch is so intense that it nearly causes Cain to cough up blood. Our boy attempts to retaliate with another swing, but Cain stops him mid-motion. Even though Cain does not take any damage, he still pretends as if he in pain. The hooded figure rushes over, asking Cain if he's all right, but it's clear that the massive man is far from fine. His pride, the only thing larger than his body, is now shattered. Ghislaine nonchalantly tells him to stop whining, because that punch did not do any damage. But Cain keeps on pretending as if he is suffering. The onlookers in the pub are left speechless, unable to process what they just witnessed. Ghislaine, the so-called weak heir, just took down Cain Loges with barely any effort, and the entire room is unsure of what to think. My guy can obviously tell that this bastard is pretending, and he can clearly tell what Cain is trying to achieve by doing this. The big bastard then quickly turns to his hooded knight, asking if he liked the acting. Of course, the hooded bastard gives him props for the stellar performance. Kane has set the stage perfectly to make it look like the fault lies with Ghislaine in everyone's eyes. So this should be more than enough to justify a duel. Kane is more than ready to seize this opportunity, because helping the big shots to eradicate Ghislaine means he'll have backing from those in authority, and he must want the support of those above him. Not only that, it'll also help him cut off the Perdium household. So he plays along, pulls out the glove, and with some verbal foreplay, he sets the scene to demand a duel. But before this bastard can throw the glove in our boy's face, my guy acts first and throws the glove at this jackass's face, challenging him to the duel. Since Kane insulted the heir of Perdium in front of everyone and assaulted his knight, my guy demands to have a duel. Silence falls over this big jackass's face, but that straight face quickly shifts into a smirk, because he thinks Ghislaine has dug his own grave by demanding the duel. So, it goes without saying that he accepts the duel. On the other hand, the sassy smile stays plastered on our boy's face as he calls out to his knight, Ricardo, and tells him to bring all the merchants protesting in front of the castle. He wants them to know that Ghislaine, the young master of the Perdium house, is about to make them some fat cash. You see, the festival was suddenly cancelled, and the atmosphere, which had heated up to its peak, suddenly cooled down. This left behind a bunch of tourists who couldn't leave out of regret. They're probably in a state of incomplete combustion, not able to spend their money or time. In such a situation, if an event were to take place to soothe them, everyone would be over the moon. And so, as my guy stands in the ring against that bastard, the crowd is going absolutely bonkers with cheers. People are gathering from far-off places, and the merchants in the market are finally able to make some cash out of the tourists. That fat merchant who was at the front of the line during the protest has set up his table for people to bet on their respective players. Many of them simply put their money on Master Kane, which is understandable because they think it's the safest bet. The big bastard is also ready with his giant sword to start the duel, but he's kind of annoyed that Ghislaine has turned a serious duel into a marketplace like this. He makes one thing clear before starting. His sword won't stop even if our boy surrenders. Ghislaine isn't terrified or surprised to hear this, since he can tell the bastard's motive is to kill. Anyhow, since it seems like they have enough people gathered, Ghislaine decides to officially start the duel. That's when the hooded bastard butts in and states that the proper bet can't proceed at this rate. Everyone is confused about what this hooded guy means, so the fat merchant explains that nobody has bet their money on young Master Ghislaine. The crowd starts to murmur among themselves, believing the result is already pretty obvious, and that Ghislaine doesn't stand a chance. Kane finds it amusing to think that even the marketplace doesn't want to be associated with Ghislaine in any way. Since the bet isn't balanced, they decide to change the criteria of the bet to make it somewhat fair. But that's when Commander Scoven brings out a bag full of cash and bets it on young Master Ghislaine. Not only that, Lady Elena also fetches a bag full of money to bet on her brother. Everyone wasn't surprised when Commander Scoven showed up, but seeing Elena herself, even our boy is a bit bewildered, as are the people in the crowd. She then asks the merchant if this much money is enough for the bet, and the fat merchant humbly says yes. Now that there are people betting on Ghislaine, Kane decides to start the duel without wasting any more time, though he looks a bit annoyed by the turn of events. Anyway, the duel begins, and our boy gives Kane the chance to attack first. After all, Kane is younger, so as a big brother, Ghislaine would love to give his little brother the first chance to strike. This cheap copy of Hulk is bewildered to hear this, but my guy just swings his sword as he unsheathes it, and confidently challenges Kane to come at him. Silence falls over the big bastard's face, and it looks like he's taken the bait. He gets into stance and leaps forward like a giant bull and comes crashing down with his massive sword. The swords of both contestants collide, and this cheap Hulk pours every ounce of power into the clash. But nothing much happens to our boy. So the bastard once again swings his sword without thinking, and once again, my guy dodges. The fatty then leaps into the air to kick, but once again his effort is effortlessly dodged by Ghislaine. After that little back-and-forth exchange of blows, both contestants fall back. While this creepy sucker smiles with his equally creepy grin, my guy can see how full of himself Kane is feeling. Belinda is sweating after seeing the young master clash like this with that behemoth. She even urges the young lady to stop her brother. Meanwhile, the hooded guy feels really confident that Ghislaine is as good as dead. He believes that the moment our hero decided to cross swords with Kane, he fell for the trap. He's sure that Ghislaine will be overwhelmed by Kane's immense power, and will become consumed by the thought that there's no chance to counterattack. He will end up using all their energy just on evasion. In the end, the exhausted Ghislaine will leave an opening and eventually meet his end. This is how Kane has won countless battles. His strength is unmatched, but my guy is just as much a match for this bastard with his agility, dodging each and every attack effortlessly. Even Kane is forced to admit that Ghislaine is quite the slippery guy. and it seems his skills have indeed grown since before. So the bastard cranks up his strength even more. He literally grabs his sword by the sharp side with his bare hands and tries to hit Ghislain with it full force. Although our boy manages to evade the direct hit by using his own sword, he gets stuck in the sword's crossguard. Cain with all his might swings our boy into the sky. Everyone is left with their jaws hanging when they see the young master in the air, and the only guy who's excited is the hooded bastard, who's sure that Ghislain is done for. But it looks like this hooded guy is about to get his expectations subverted. While Ghislain is mid-air, he quickly channels mana into his legs. After gaining his balance, he lands perfectly on the ground. At first my guy was just going easy on the bastard, but since this shithead has crossed the line, he's ready to teach him a lesson. He dashes at this bastard with godly speed and zips past him. The hooded guy is completely dumbfounded to see that this guy safely landed back by condensing mana into his legs. Ghislain, on the other hand, calls this cheap hulk an ignorant swordsman. He believes that this sucker must have thought he was the strongest, just because the opponent would get scared if he showed a little bit of his strength. But my guy is ready to open this bastard's eyes by making him realize that brute force is not everything. The fatty feels mocked, so being the brute he is, he charges at our boy once again, asking how he's going to do that. That's when my guy takes a firm grip on the ground, and after kicking over the hilt of the sword, he quickly leaps into the air and lands multiple strikes on this gorilla. But the gorilla retaliates with his own sword. Ghislain quickly sidesteps and then steps right over the sword itself. Once the bastard is momentarily rendered weaponless, Ghislain takes his chance and swings his sword, and lands a hit. After that deadly dance of the blade, my guy dramatically stops, and the bastard starts to leak from every place he was hit by Ghislain's sword. All the spectators are left in awe, and people suddenly erupt in disbelief when they finally realize that our boy has indeed improved a lot. They start to panic if he's actually going to win the battle. Meanwhile, Elena is feeling proud as she confidently reminds Belinda that she was scared for no reason. Commander Scoven is equally proud to see our boy's stellar performance. But the only person sweating his balls is this shithead in the hoodie. He can clearly see that the wounds are shallow, even though our boy could have easily made them deeper if he had wanted. This makes him believe that Ghislain didn't deliver a deep wound on purpose. The fatty, on the other hand, is feeling mocked to see such godlike swordsmanship from our hero. Ghislain then turns his attention to the defeated bastard and throws his sword away because he intends to fight without a sword. You see, he believes that the skill gap is too wide to warrant further weapon use, so he'll fight bare-handed from now on. This much humiliation is enough to boil the fatty's blood. Ghislain is ready to take this opportunity to teach Cain a hard lesson, and he plans to drill those lessons with his bare knuckles. Ghislain believes that this small-brained, big-bodied idiot is no match for him in swordsmanship, so he decides to take a handicap and fight bare-handed, a style in which the fatty excels. This time, my guy wants to bet 2,000 more gold, which is twice the amount he had initially demanded from Cain. The crowd is unsettled to hear the mention of 2,000 gold and a bare-handed fight, even though it was supposed to be a duel. Let's not forget about this hoodie bastard. He can barely control the sweat dripping from his face. To think that our boy dares to challenge Cain to a bare-handed fight. He literally never thought he'd see this day. Though somewhere in the back of his mind, he thinks there's still a chance for Cain to win after all. The fat merchant quickly tells everyone to place their additional bets, announcing that the event is now a bare-handed fight between young Lord Ghislain and young Master Cain. This time, many people are betting on our boy, as their opinions are starting to shift. They realize that sheer force isn't always the winning factor, and for that reason, they're putting their money on Ghislain. The cheap hulk is still full of himself, but he nonetheless accepts Ghislain's challenge. However, he refuses to let go of his sword and decides to use it against our boy. Belinda, panicking at this unexpected turn of events, quickly urges the young master to pick up his sword as well. But the big bastard has already started to swing his sword down, while my guy stays as cool as a cucumber, ready to knock some sense into this brute. As soon as that sword comes crashing down, Ghislain ducks, moving so fast that his silhouette seems to lag behind. He delivers a crushing blow to the sucker's overgrown leg, following it with a devastating uppercut under the chin. The bastard's face is left leaking blood. That one punch was enough to scramble his brain, and one of his knees hits the ground. This was unreal. Cain didn't even see those punches coming. The audience is just as surprised as everyone else, thoroughly enjoying this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Ghislain exudes confidence and charisma, claiming he hasn't even started yet and wants to play some more. This bruises the fatty's fragile ego, making his jaw clench as he rushes at our boy once again. But my guy just keeps dodging left and right effortlessly. The choreography of this fight scene is insane. Even as the narrator, I can't keep up with all those godly movements. No matter what the fatty tries, every move gets countered and overpowered. In return, he's met with one crushing blow after another. As Cain reflects on his situation, he remembers how Ghislain used to avoid looking him in the eye, always bowing down whenever Cain showed up. But now, everything has changed. The fatty keeps taking hits, an endless barrage of blows from our hero. He's playing the perfect role of a punching bag. At one point, his entire body is covered in bruises. His face is so banged up that even his own mother would refuse to recognize him as her son. Ghislaine grabs the bastard by the hair, and as he looks at this stubborn fatty, he feels genuine pity for his family. Count Logos had supported the Perdium house relentlessly, even when it was on the verge of collapse, simply because he was a close friend of our boy's father. However, Ghislaine can tell that Cain is nothing like his father. The scene transitions to a few years ago, where we hear Cain shouting at his father for being overly supportive of the Perdium house. Cain is annoyed, arguing that his father is wasting resources by continuously investing in a land that's withering away. It hasn't even been a week since Logos returned home, but he's already preparing to head back to help Perdium. Cain begs his father not to go, visibly frustrated by what he perceives as his father's blind loyalty. But his father politely yet sincerely responds that he's doing all of this because they are friends, and there's no other reason than that. In the present, seeing this fatty, Ghislaine balls up his fist. But surprisingly, this isn't a punch meant to obliterate the fatty's face. It's actually a hand of friendship extended from our boy. This hand of friendship is something none of us expected. And what's even more unexpected is that Cain warms up to this gesture and admits defeat. Everyone is left absolutely awestruck to see Cain admit his defeat, and the referee promptly announces Ghislaine as the winner. Everyone from House Perdium is fascinated to see the young master win, while Elena is quite happy and overjoyed to see her brother finally bag the victory. That's when the hooded guy rushes toward the defeated Cain and starts berating him. He asks how Cain could admit defeat so early just because he was at a slight disadvantage. Cain doesn't respond. He simply turns his head away, stating that he's not playing that game anymore. Since Cain has failed to take down Ghislaine, the hooded guy is not sure how he is going to face his seniors. Right at that moment, our boy also pops up in the scene and decides to play a little dirty with this sucker. The hooded guy has no clue what Ghislaine is even thinking. But we soon get to know when our boy shouts at the top of his lungs that this man here is volunteering to pay for all the meat and drinks for everyone gathered here. While the hooded bastard is losing his mind, the crowd erupts in pure happiness at the thought of getting meat and drinks for free. The hooded guy quickly argues back, telling Ghislaine that he never agreed to any of this and demands that he withdraw his statement. But my guy simply places a reassuring hand on this bastard's shoulder and lets him know that this is the price for losing the duel. And just to be clear, it won't be deducted from the bet. He tells him to remember to add 2,000 gold to the original bet of 1,000 gold. And if he tries to run, the consequences will be severe. When Ghislaine says this, he means every word of it. The menacing picture of our boy quickly burns into the bastard's eyes. Later, the next day, in Ghislaine's room, we find Ghislaine staring at a treasure chest full of glittering gold coins. The amount of money he has is actually pretty huge. To give you an idea of how much it is, you could easily hire a small mercenary corps with this amount of money. But it takes a lot of time to grow money, and those bastards who want him killed won't wait for his forces to grow. So he only has a limited amount of time to execute the business plan he has in mind. That's when Belinda and his sister come up to him with satisfied smiles on their faces. The way they're looking at him feels like they have some ulterior motive hidden behind their smiles. He quickly questions why they're here, to which his little sister politely asks where he plans to spend all this money. Of course, Ghislaine catches on to what she's implying, so he directly asks her if she wants some. To which the lady responds that she's just asking. Belinda then speaks up, stating that she has a pretty good idea of where he's going to spend it all. She is sure that since Lady Amelia's birthday is coming up soon, Ghislaine must be planning to put on a grand show to buy his fiancée an expensive present. But we all know that our boy isn't thinking about this at all. However, the mention of a fiancé catches Ghislaine completely off guard. He literally does not even remember if he even has fiancé. The maid laughs softly, thinking he must be feeling shy. They know he's pretending to be clueless because he's embarrassed that they figured him out. Still, since Elena is noticing that her brother is quite absent-minded lately, she decides to remind him that they're talking about Amelia of Rayfold County. Finally, the name triggers some memories in Ghislaine's mind, but they're not exactly fond ones. You see, Amelia Rayfold is renowned as a noble among nobles. Known for her kind nature and selfless actions, she's deeply admired in her territory, garnering the unwavering support of her people regardless of their social status. But Ghislaine knows another side of this story. In his mind, she isn't a celebrated noblewoman but a traitor. Why? Because Amelia Rayfold, who once stood as a shining beacon of nobility, would later incite rebellion. She would become infamously known as the Witch of the North, aligning herself with the Delphine Duchy to deliver the final blow to Perdium's downfall. To Ghislaine, she is no gentle fiancée, but the very woman who betrayed everything his family stood for. He then asks Belinda when his father will return, to which she responds with uncertainty, saying probably in a week. This is good enough for Ghislaine. With a full week ahead of him, he decides to take a trip to Rayfold County. Belinda isn't sure why he's leaving already since it's not even her birthday yet, but my guy says he's going to get some money from them. Later, we finally see the lady in question, Amelia Rayfold. At first glance, she looks dead-eyed, but I can't take my eyes off her major assets. Nonetheless, she's in this town, where she's offering a poor little girl a pair of sandals. Amelia is apparently offering her own sandals, so the little girl isn't sure whether to take them or not. But Amelia assures the hesitant girl that if anyone has to walk barefoot on her land, it should be her. She then commands her soldiers to provide food and shelter for them right away, and the soldiers quickly jump into action. As she walks away with her entourage of soldiers, all the civilians echo their gratitude. Later, we arrive at Rayfold County, in Amelia's garden, where we see this guy washing her feet with such dedication that you might feel jealous of. He's really proud of the great job she's done. This guy is actually Amelia's escort knight, Bernaf. Amelia responds to him that her father had always demanded absolute obedience from the people of his territory, but the common folk will always follow the one who keeps them warm and well-fed. The guy then says that with this, she has won the people's hearts, and that it will definitely prove favorable in her future successor competition. But it looks like Amelia is not on the same wavelength as him, so she quickly puts her feet right over his face like a sadistic bitch. She questions him about what happened in the duel against the finest sword of the North, to which the guy apologizes, saying he lost intentionally to avoid unnecessary attention. If he had stood victorious, people might have started paying attention to her, and it's not yet the time for her to reveal her hidden claws. He then kisses her feet passionately while expressing his full support and loyalty to her. But the lady believes that this is how it should be since she has invested so much to raise him, and she definitely would never allow him to be a weakling. She then starts questioning him about the merchants. The knight assures her there is nothing to worry about with the Arctium Merchant Guild. All the materials used for the reconstruction of the Forest of Beasts outpost, which was recently half destroyed by the orc attack in Perdium, are being purchased through their merchant guild. In essence, her merchants are recouping all the support funds that Count Rayfold sends to Perdium each year. Moreover, he is recruiting all the soldiers and knights who are leaving Perdium. Many of those soldiers are great knights who are well trained from battles against barbarian tribes. Basically, her plan to squeeze everything out from Perdium is a total success so far. The lady is glad to hear this, and, as she said before, she tells him to maintain the appearance of an ordinary merchant guild and be thorough, because she cannot let their true identity be exposed until they have fully built up their strength. That's when her butler arrives. The knight is annoyed to see the butler entering the garden without permission, but the butler quickly delivers urgent news he received from the castle gate. Apparently, young Lord Ghislain Perdium has come to visit. Although we were told he is her fiancé, she definitely doesn't look even a little happy at the mention of his name. She questions the butler about the reason for his visit, and the butler gets all sweaty when he reveals that Ghislain is here to discuss the Merchant Guild. Both the lady and her knight Bernaf are wide-eyed upon hearing this. We then arrive in the visitor's room, where we find her sitting in front of our boy. My guy sits as casually as he can and greets her in the same laid-back tone. But the lady responds with a contemptuous expression to his greeting. She's clearly annoyed that he came here without prior notification, leading her to believe he still hasn't learned proper etiquette. My guy reminds her that since it's her birthday soon, he thought he'd give her a gift in advance. He places a flower on the table and explains that he picked it up from a merchant guild nearby. He mentions the fragrance is quite nice and that he plans to buy flowers from there from now on. If his memory serves him right, the merchant guild is called Arctium. Of course, the lady immediately knows where he's going with the conversation, but she plays clueless and says she isn't sure what he's trying to imply. Now that she's received his gift, she claims she'll take her leave and begins to walk away. But that's when my guy calls her name. With a serious look on his face, he tells her to sit down. The girl instantly picks on the pressure Ghislain is exuding. What bothers her the most is how such ominous pressure could be coming from a guy who used to squirm and barely speak whenever he stood in front of her. My guy then decides to get straight to the point and demands money, around 10,000 gold coins. Not surprisingly, she's not vibing with the idea of him showing up out of nowhere and asking for such a large sum from his fiancée. She wonders if he's here on behalf of his father. But Ghislain clarifies that his father has nothing to do with this. Besides, he already knows that she is not planning to marry with him anyway. He is sure that she might become the lord of this land given her preparations. He indirectly threatens her that if word about her secretly building power spreads in Rayfold, she might lose the succession fight. This makes her quite angry, of course. With some death glares, she tells him not to even joke about something like that, not even as a joke. To which my guy assures her that he will keep her secret for now, but of course he might not keep his word if he leaves this room empty-handed. But the lady remains sassy with her words because she has already figured out how to deal with Ghislain. She quickly calls out to her knight, Bernaf, and that feet licker promptly walks inside. The knight doesn't forget his manners and promptly greets Lord Ghislain. Meanwhile, When we peek into Ghislaine's mind, we learn that this guy has always stayed by Amelia's side, and he's a skilled individual with the potential to be compared to the finest sword of the North at the time. Our boy quickly reminds the lady that if she tries to kill him here, a war might break out. He questions whether she really has the time to be fighting wars when the succession ceremony is so close. But Amelia has already thought it through. She has the perfect alibi. A sudden ruffian barged in, caused chaos, and was killed by her escort knight. That's the story the world will hear about his demise. With that plan in mind, she doesn't hesitate before ordering her knight to kill this brat. The feet licker is more than happy to comply with her command, and quickly unsheathes his sword. But my guy isn't about to take any crap either. If that's how she wants to play it, then he has no choice but to get a little serious as well. The stage is set for yet another godly duel between two skilled individuals, so grab your parrots and brace yourself for what's coming next. But, well, as much as we wish to see a manly fight between two warriors, this piece of shit knight has some other plans. Suddenly, Ghislaine notices some rustling behind him, and before he can react, an assassin pops out from the empty armor and thrusts a sword directly into the sofa in an attempt to pierce our boy along with it. But this bastard was too slow, and my guy just rolls to the ground, kicks the bastard hard, and throws him out of the window. The lady and that sucker stand in disbelief because they didn't expect our boy to react with such finesse. Ghislaine expresses his disgust at this bitch for feigning politeness while launching a surprise attack. He then quickly lunges toward the knight, and they both engage in a sword fight. My guy questions this shit of a knight, asking if Rayfold doesn't know the way of chivalry. The knight apologizes but reminds our boy that he was the one who was rude by arriving unannounced and unsettling the lady with his shallow threats. The two go toe-to-toe, trying their best to tag the other with their sword first, but it looks like my guy has the upper hand with his ninja-like reflexes. He even manages to push this bastard back with a single kick. This knight definitely didn't think much of our boy, assuming he was all talk with no real skill to back it up. But now, he's learning the hard way that our boy is no rookie at all. Amelia, on the other hand, is losing her temper watching her knight get overpowered by this brat. She menacingly demands that he finish the fight quickly and bring her this bastard's head if he really considers himself her knight. The feet licker decides to get a little more serious because this is now a matter of his mistress's honor, and he doesn't want to disappoint her. He boldly tells our boy to come at him. My guy keeps that sassy smirk on his face, mocking how an escort knight dares to order him around like that. But now that this knight is asking for it, Ghislaine is more than ready to give this bastard exactly what he's asking for. The two once again engage in a deadly dance of swords, but this time, the knight isn't holding back a single bit. He even manages to graze Ghislaine's face with a nasty cut. Both of them are moving so fast it's hard to follow their movements. All they leave behind are silhouettes of themselves. Amelia, on the other hand, is growing more frustrated and restless watching Ghislaine fight like this. She can't believe how a guy who was once called a lousy punk is now fighting her knight, Bernaf, on equal footing. The fight itself is incredibly intense, and if you blink, you miss it. Both fighters are too fast. When our boy tries to tag this bastard, he dodges, and when this bastard tries to tag our boy, he dodges. This back and forth continues relentlessly. Ghislaine then tries to use the same attack he did before, but this time he gets slammed hard onto the ground. While he's caught off guard, the knight charges at him with his sword in hand, but Ghislaine quickly reacts, pulling off a series of acrobatic moves before landing back on his feet. By now, Ghislaine has figured out that this dude is enduring attacks by using mana. On the other hand, the knight is also forced to admit that Ghislaine is quite different from what they've heard about him. The way he wields his sword doesn't look like something systematically taught. It seems more like he picked it up through real combat experience. The knight asks if Ghislaine has perhaps fought with barbarians so often that he naturally adopted their style. He believes that such a method might work in a chaotic battlefield, but claims it won't work against him. This time the knight vows to end this. Ghislaine also knows that this is not proving to be easy. The narrow, precise thrusts of the blade constantly targeting his head can mess with sense of distance and timing. And at close range, the difference in opponent's size makes it hard to overpower this bastard with technique alone. In the first place, this knight wasn't an opponent Ghislaine should have tried to take on yet. It's basically like trying to defeat a final boss with level 1 gear. But, well, Ghislaine didn't have much time to prepare for all that, so he decides to take the fight up a notch. He conjures up a mana string, which zips past the knight's ear. Before the knight can even figure out what's going on, my guy pulls a sword from behind, knocking the bastard hard at the back of his head. Then Ghislaine follows up with a kick to the knight's face. Bernaf momentarily loses his senses after getting hit twice on his head, leaving the spider lady in disbelief. My guy then leaps into the air and comes crashing down, but the knight quickly throws him away with a powerful push of his body force. Bernaf swiftly tells his mistress to get out of here because he can no longer guarantee her safety at this rate. And from this point onward, he vows to give it his all, warning her that she might get caught in the collateral damage. Ghislaine is also fired up for this fight because he hasn't faced such an entertaining opponent in a long time. Meanwhile, Amelia is running down the corridor with her cat for her life. She looks visibly distressed because how dare our boy cause her such humiliation. She has no clue who could be the idiot who leaked information about the Merchant Guild to Ghislaine. There's no way he would know about it in such detail, at least not without help. The rumors about him about slaying orcs, protecting his younger sister from assassins, and even defeating the heir of Logius, judging by that rascal's past, she had thought it must have been either luck or exaggerated information. But now she is forced to believe that he might really have improved. She then notices that all of the guards are missing, which annoys her further. But she soon finds all the soldiers scattered on the ground, and the one who took them down is none other than Belinda. Amelia is startled to see Perdium's maid, and before she can react further, Belinda places a dagger right over her throat. That's when Belinda notices the spider hanging over her face. She grabs the little critter in her hands and expresses her dislike about this shit. Belinda then reminds this bastard of a lady that she remembers the day of the engagement ceremony, where she eavesdropped on the conversation between Count Rayfold and the Lord of Perdium. She apparently overheard that all of Amelia's siblings picked on her for having creepy spiders around her. So she raised the spiders herself and took her revenge. Belinda isn't sure if that action was perhaps an attempt to overcome trauma or a display of self-assertion. Belinda then apologizes if this might come off as harsh, but she reminds Amelia that it doesn't suit her. With that, she crushes the spider under her feet. After crushing the spider brutally, Belinda requests that this bitch cooperate with her a little. But before we can learn what kind of request Belinda wants to make, we're back to the fight between the boys, and it looks like the knight has started to exude some serious ominous power already. The air has gotten rough, and the overwhelming amount of mana is really making our boy quite concerned. The knight is really pissed that our boy isn't taking him seriously and had called him an entertaining opponent previously, because that sounds almost like something a lowly mercenary would say. He despises the very idea that someone as lowly and non-serious as our boy dares to call himself a noble and tries to stand on equal status as Amelia. Well, of course, our boy is a noble, and he doesn't think this is something a mere escort knight like himself should say. Bernaf takes his first step, and they start clashing their swords. He is absolutely livid because he thinks Ghislaine is mocking the nobility. He continues to throw one blow after another. My guy is amazed that this bastard is moving forward with such strength and fierceness. But Ghislaine has also had enough. He responds with equally aggressive swordsmanship. This time the knight is definitely not messing around. With a single swing, he pushes our boy backwards, then quickly follows up with another blow to land a critical hit. The time freezes as the final blow from that bastard is deployed, and blood splatters as the blade grazes the shoulder of our boy. Bernaf, on the other hand, is absolutely boggled out of his mind that this bastard braced himself for the injury and used his shoulder to push away the blade. Our boy then quickly retaliates, pushing the absurd knight backward a little. But Bernaf quickly delivers a kick to our boy while mocking him, saying this is the difference between him and a brat who wields his blade for entertainment. The kick sends Ghislaine flying backwards, but it still isn't enough to take him down. He still finds this whole situation quite entertaining. With overwhelming speed, range, and consecutive attacks, the knight controls the flow of the fight. Any attempt to counter him in close quarters through grappling is instantly shut down. In a locked clash, it seems like their swords are bound together, making the knight believe they can't be separated. With Ghislaine's current mana, he can't counter the knight's strength, but he's playing a long game, knowing that the knight has still yet to see the ace our boy has up his sleeve, which is Ghislaine's unique mana cultivation technique. In an instant, Ghislaine unleashes his third core and shifts the balance of the fight. One powerful strike is enough to knock the sword out of the knight's hand, leaving him bewildered. The only thing in Bernaf's mind is how this guy wields such explosive mana during combat. With Bernaf now defenseless, Ghislaine places his sword over the knight's head, freezing him completely. At that moment, Belinda drags Amelia into the scene as well. The once cocky lady is literally in tears, and quickly agrees to give the 10,000 gold, urging them to simply vanish from her sight afterward. While Ghislaine is glad to have gotten what he came for, he's also irritated that it had to come to this. It would have been so much easier if she had just agreed earlier. Anyhow, he withdraws his sword and walks toward Amelia to deliver some bad news. The fee just went up to 20,000 gold. In the aftermath, Amelia's entire palace is in shambles. She's throwing stuff around out of frustration. Not only did her knight lose, but now she has to fork over 20,000 gold. The knight tries to apologize, admitting that Ghislaine turned out to be a much stronger individual than the rumors suggested. He owns up to his mistake, saying it's his fault for not assessing him properly beforehand. Ghislaine had emitted mana surpassing that of an advanced level knight. Amelia is clearly not thrilled to hear this. When Bernaf asks if she wants to report this to the Delphine Duchy, she slaps him across the face. She grabs him by the collar, furious because what he says isn't practical. Seems like she is terrified of Duke Delphine, because if he finds out about today's incident, she knows she's done for. The reason she is secretly allied with Duke Delphine without her father's knowledge is because of a covert agreement she had with Duke. He promises to support her rebellion, and she is supposed to help him by bringing down Perdium. If this alliance is exposed, it's certain her siblings will kill her. If our boy knows about the secret of the Merchant Guild, then Amelia is sure he might also know about her agreement with the Duke as well. She knows he has to be stopped, so she must do whatever it takes to take down that bastard. The knight acknowledges this. She then asks him how Ghislaine's body is, to which he shares that he managed to inflict light injuries on many parts of his body, with a heavy one on his shoulder. Not only that, but because Ghislaine spent an explosive amount of mana, he won't be in the best condition for some time. Since they are thinking of getting rid of him without leaving any trace, they cannot use knights from their land. Amelia had already figured that much, which is why she had some extra knights trained for these kinds of situations. It seems even Bernaf doesn't know about these knights, so she reminds him about the wild cats. This group apparently consists of war orphans, those without kings, and those without status. Only the most talented, natural-born specialists are among them, known as the wildcat traffickers. She tells her knight to go to the location she marks on the map and assemble a dozen or so of them, only those who are proficient with mana. The choice of location for troop deployment makes sense to Bernaf. You see, that ravine is the only narrow path from the Rayfold territory to Perdium. It's an ideal place to quietly handle things since the area is remote and the terrain is tight. Bernaf decides to get started on the plan right away. This time, Amelia is absolutely determined to make our boy pay for the humiliation he has caused her. Meanwhile, Ghislaine has already left Amelia's palace. Inside his carriage, he carefully wraps his injured body with bandages. We also see Old Man Fergus and Belinda are accompanying him. They ask if he's all right, and he assures them there's nothing to worry about. The cuts aren't too deep, and it's not that bad considering he had pushed himself to its best. Ghislaine is just relieved that the 20,000 gold he received from Amelia is enough to cover the base funds needed to rebuild their territory. That amount of money is like saving a few years' worth of effort. Of course, it would have been great if he could have killed Amelia too, but doing so would have made war unavoidable. He can't risk the safety of his territory just because of a momentary whim. Perdium is already struggling to deal with the barbarians, so it's wiser to withdraw quietly without stirring up more trouble. The fact that he knows the secret of the Arctium Merchant Guild is already enough to put a burden on Amelia. Belinda watches him with concerned eyes and asks if everything is going according to his plan. She remembers that he had instructed her to subdue the guards once she heard fighting noises inside, and he also told her to take Lady Amelia hostage once she came out of the room. Ghislaine confirms that's exactly what he said. Right at that moment, he feels a sharp pain and coughs up some blood. It's actually the recoil from opening up his third core, though his condition is still much better than last time. Still, it would be troublesome to go through this every time he decides to use his power. He needs to find a way to increase his mana quickly. Belinda quickly grabs his hand, noticing that the flow in his body is completely messed up. She grabs a needle and starts piercing it into the back of his hand with godly speed. Ghislaine finds it surprisingly therapeutic. Once she finishes, he exhales a cloud of smoke from his lungs and feels a sense of relief. He can feel that his tangled mana road has opened up a bit. What's even more mind-blowing is that the method she used on him isn't something you can do without a deep understanding of mana. It's understandable that Belinda can do this, considering it was his mother who brought her into the palace. But the question still remains, who exactly is she? Ghislaine has no clue why such a skilled individual is working as a headmaid in the countryside, but it's good to have as many skilled people as possible in his land. After all, the enemies he's encountered so far are just the beginning. That's when Belinda speaks up, assuring him that she'll help with anything because she trusts him unconditionally. But he better tell her why he took such a huge amount of money from Lady Amelia. Ghislaine states that he needed to spend the money, and since Amelia is the only rich person he knows, he decided to extort her. Both of his subordinates are bewildered to hear this. They find it odd that he literally broke the engagement just for the money. And because of this, he'll be in trouble once Count Rayfold finds out. This makes Ghislaine break into a smile, and he rhetorically asks her if she actually trusts him. Belinda barely contains her annoyance at him asking the same question again, even though she just confirmed it. Since she trusts him, she's sure he'll at least tell her what he plans to do with the money. Ghislaine answers with one word, the Forest of Beasts. That single sentence leaves her silent and shocked. Our boy, on the other hand, goes on to reveal that he's going to use it to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The old man, Fergus, nearly jumps out of his skin at this, and reminds Ghislaine that development has been attempted there ever since his great-grandfather's time, but there hasn't been much progress. Ghislaine reminds the old man of the request he made. The old man quickly understands what Ghislaine is referring to, but hesitates before responding. Eventually he admits that the person Ghislaine asked him to find is indeed at the location he mentioned. However, the old man is not sure if they even visit that person. But Ghislaine has already made up his mind to meet him at any cost. Belinda, however, objects, stating that they need to return home for now. She argues that in his current condition, Ghislaine shouldn't be wandering around. Despite her protests, Ghislaine points out the reality of their situation. He questions whether Amelia would let them leave so easily after everything they've done to her. Knowing her personality, he is certain she will try to kill him to silence him, ensuring her secret about her alliance with Duke Delphine is never revealed. Belinda tries to flex her scrawny muscles, confidently assuring her young master that she can easily take down anyone who comes their way. Not to mention, they also have the old man Fergus as their knight. Though Ghislaine has no doubt that Belinda is a reliable person, he knows that's not her role. What he needs is a vanguard, and they're on their way to meet him. Later, they arrive at this place with just one shack in sight. The carriage driver knocks on the door, but there's no response. It's almost as if the house is abandoned. But Fergus points out that this is the address they're looking for. Finally, someone answers the door. Out comes this guy with a face fully covered in facial hair. He immediately questions the identity of the visitors. While everyone is a bit freaked out by this unusual man, my guy shows no expression at all. Belinda even asks him if this is really the person they've been searching for, because she doesn't think this guy looks like he could fight, let alone survive what's coming tomorrow. But Ghislaine confidently assures her that this is the man they're looking for. The old man stares at the young master and bluntly tells him to stop wasting his time and leave. That's when my guy addresses him by his real title, the ex-captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, Gillian. The old man perks up at the mention of his title. When he turns back to look, Ghislaine warmly extends his hand, inviting him to join them. Both the old man and the carriage driver are shocked to hear the mention of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Here's the thing. The Ratatosk mercenaries were a legendary group that only master warriors skilled with most weapons could join. Though they no longer exist, their reputation is so strong that knights from even distant lands have heard their name at least once. And the captain of that legendary group is Gillian. That's the man Ghislaine has come all this way to meet. The old man throws his axe with full force, but my guy just tilts his head slightly, and the axe zips past him. Everyone else immediately goes on high alert. They quickly surround their young master and take fighting stances, ready for whatever comes next. But Gillian is all business. He's not here to waste time. He bluntly asks Ghislaine the reason for his visit. Belinda steps in front of our guy, believing this man is a complete nutcase. But Ghislaine keeps it short. He only says one thing, the eternal punishment, and further claims he knows the cure to the incurable illness his daughter is suffering from. Well, that's enough to pique Gillian's interest. Apparently, his daughter's condition causes her high fever, frequent coughing up of blood, and red spots blooming like flower petals on her skin. The sight of her pain, similar to a prisoner enduring punishment, gave this incurable disease its name, eternal punishment. Finally, we see the girl in question. She screams at the top of her lungs in pain, and the mercenary rushes inside the shack to tend to his daughter, Rachel. Ghislaine can see that it's not too late for her. In his previous life, our boy had tried to find Gillian to recruit him, but the man had taken his own life shortly after his daughter passed away. Judging by the state of this house, it's clear that all of Gillian's assets must have been spent on her treatment. Now, all that remains are his weapons. The poor girl cries out, pleading with her father, saying she's in pain and can't bear it anymore. Seeing her suffer, Ghislaine decides to act quickly. He quickly tells Gillian that he's going to start the treatment right away, but Belinda immediately steps in to stop him before he can go any further. She doesn't understand what he thinks he's trying to do, but she knows this isn't something strength alone can solve. This disease is so severe that even priests have failed to cure it, and they called it a punishment from the gods for a reason. She doubts there's anything he can do, but my guy just yanks her hand off his shoulder and makes it clear he can fix her. He reminds Belinda that since she claimed to trust him, she'd better stick to her words. With that, it seems Belinda has no room left to argue. He then hands her a paper listing all the medicinal herbs they'll need and tells her to come back with them. When she reads the ingredients, she's stunned for a moment. The reason my guy knows all this is because, for wandering mercenaries without a home, knowledge is directly tied to survival. You see, eternal punishment might be incurable right now, but a cure will be discovered in the future. Back then, it became quite a hot topic, especially because the method was relatively simple. Thanks to that, my guy remembers it clearly. The only problem is that the exorbitant cost of the ingredients, and one of them is a rare herb called Fairy's Blessing. Now that he has the Fairy's Blessing and the other herbs, he carefully chops them, packs them tightly into a bottle, and pours distilled alcohol over the mixture. He shakes it thoroughly to blend everything and lets it sit for a while. Once ready, he adds the remaining ingredients, stirs them together, and prepares the potion. With that, the remedy is complete. He presents it to Jillian and instructs him to have his daughter drink it. Since Jillian has no reason to refuse, he quickly pours the medicine into his daughter's mouth. The moment it reaches her stomach, the effects begin to take hold. Her bruised red body starts returning to normal, leaving everyone speechless. It's just unbelievable. No one, not even Jillian, expected the medicine to work. But Ghislaine was already confident in the results. Jillian turns to him and asks how he knew about this cure when even divine power couldn't heal her. To this, Ghislaine explains that the priest's divine powers aren't omnipotent. They enhance the body's vitality and strengthen its regenerative abilities, helping it fight the illness. But that's different from offering a fundamental cure. The man's hands tremble as he reaches out to our boy, asking if his daughter will actually be cured. Ghislaine gives the father the positive response he's been longing for. He reassures Jillian that it will take a couple of months, but guarantees that his daughter will be completely cured. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. As big and strong as he is, he falls to his knees, bows his head, and humbly asks what our boy could possibly want in return. Since Ghislaine came all this way, there must be a good reason. However, the old man tells him up front that he has nothing much to offer, other than his useless body. If Ghislaine needs him to become his dog, so be it. He'll follow every command and be his slave. But Ghislaine makes it clear that he doesn't need a slave. What he needs is Gillian, the captain of the Regressed Mercenaries. When the old man looks up, he's shocked to see the familiar eyes of a dreamer. Gillian quickly stands up, picks up his axe, and removes his long ponytail. Now he looks like an absolute giant, exuding an aura of power and confidence. He asks if anyone else has come here aside from him and his party. Ghislaine confirms that it's just him and his 3 companions. The man then asks if there's anyone with a grudge against him, to which Ghislaine confidently replies that there is, and there will be more in the future. With that said, the giant man grabs his harpoon, and after imbuing it with mana, he launches it with godly speed. The harpoon drills straight through his hut and into the forest. Moments later, as he pulls the rope back, the prey caught on the harpoon emerges, a man lodged in its barbs. Jillian grabs the intruder with his massive hand, his grip like a vice, and demands to know who sent him. The spy, however, seems more interested in how Gillian even knew he was hiding in the woods. Turning to our boy, Gillian asks what he'd like to do with this one. Ghislaine calmly replies that he already knows who sent the man, but he'd prefer not to stain his blade on a day like this. Still, he admits, it seems he has no choice. That's when Gillian stops him from unsheathing his sword and promises to take care of the intruder himself. With that said, Gillian tightens his colossal grip, and the screams of the spy echo through the forest. Once the deed is done, the mercenary respectfully bows to his master. Meanwhile, Belinda is visibly unsettled. Seeing Gillian kill so effortlessly, without hesitation, leaves her shaken. She can't understand why the young master would recruit someone so dangerous. The big guy, on the other hand, falls to his knees and vows that from now on, his life belongs to Ghislaine. In response, our boy offers a confident smile, eager to work with him. The scene then shifts to a lone hut standing in the middle of a swamp. Inside the hut, the wildcat traffickers are in a state of confusion as the report reveals that a reconnaissance unit has been killed. That's when the senior member speaks up, urging everyone to simmer down. This man is Virgo, the captain of the squad. Virgo then states that, according to Bernaf's intel, Ghislaine shouldn't even have been able to find the reconnaissance unit, let alone kill them. He wonders if the unit was incompetent or if the intel was wrong. It's then the reporter reports that Jillian has joined Ghislaine's group. The captain becomes enraged, grabbing the reporter by the throat and angrily demanding confirmation. The poor guy barely manages to respond, confirming once again that he saw it with his own eyes. Virgo is fascinated by this news because he never expected that big guy to get back into killings again. And apparently, it looks like Virgo was also part of Regressed Mercenaries group. The scene transitions back to our party, where this time, Gillian is driving the carriage. Inside, Belinda finds herself suffocating from all the weaponry loaded into the carriage. She wonders if Gillian really had to bring so much stuff. Couldn't he have just brought a sword or two? She wonders if he's some kind of arms dealer. In the other carriage, Fergus and Ricardo are acting as rear guard, keeping watch from behind. Meanwhile, our boy tries to remind Belinda that Gillian will definitely put these weapons to use, so she'll have to bear it for now. The most important thing is to escape this rift safely. The lady then speaks about the spy they captured, mentioning that she's sure it must have been sent by Amelia. She finds this troubling because the mask that the spy wore was a symbol used by the wildcat traffickers, a powerful guild in Rayfold. Their main trades are smuggling, assassination, drugs, and human trafficking, among others. They are filthy scum who take on all the vile work. Among them are many skilled former mercenaries, making them a shadowy guild with considerable combat power. Ghislaine is quite bewildered that Belinda knows so much, especially since she only stays in the castle. In response, she simply states that she heard a lot about it before she started working here. In any case, she explains that the enemy is persistent, so he better be careful. Ghislaine warms to her concern, noting how much she values him. He reassures her that he will be fine because now they have Jillian with them. Suddenly, the ground beneath them starts to shift. Two assassins emerge and start following their carriage from both directions. In the next moment, they spring out of the sand to strike at Gillian. But this gigachad of a man grabs a sword in one hand and an axe in the other, effortlessly blocking both attackers' strikes simultaneously. Not only does he block them, but he twists his weapon so quickly that the assassins' arms are torn off from their bodies. And with his next move, Gillian cuts through both of them like they were nothing. More of these men appear, quickly activating the traps they've set up. Giant logs start to fall toward them, but before they can be crushed, Gillian takes control of the reins. He yanks the bridle, and the horses slam on the brakes. In a matter of seconds, the area is crawling with these creepy assassins, all armed with weapons embedded in their hands. That's when Virgo mentions Gillian as the former captain of the Ratatosk Mercenaries. He calls him a coward for disbanding the entire group just because of his daughter. Gillian doesn't seem to vibe with the accusations this unknown bastard is throwing at him. Virgo continues, saying that after the group was disbanded, he had to live a life he never wanted. He tells Gillian not to act senile, as if he can't even remember his former peer. It seems that Gillian actually doesn't remember this creepy man. But Virgo is convinced that he's just pretending to play dumb. But Virgo is looking forward to making Gillian remember his old colleagues, and promptly signals his lackeys to charge. Our boy asks if he should step in to help, but Virgo simply replies that it's all okay. These bastards clearly have business with him, so he assures Ghislaine that he doesn't need to bother. As soon as those creepy bastards get close to pierce Gillian with their swords, this gigachad of a man cuts through them like they're vegetables. A few more charge from the other direction, but Gillian prepares himself and cuts down the first one in line. When the second tries to attack, he too has his hands ripped apart. Virgo, watching from the sidelines, had expected this outcome. After all, Gillian held the position of captain for a reason. Since direct attacks are pointless against this brute of a man, Virgo orders his units to split into two groups and take him on from both sides. But Gillian quickly hops onto his horse, axe in hand, charging at these bastards. With a single swing of his axe, he obliterates them, not letting a single one come close. Seeing no chance of getting closer, the men then decide to aim for the horse first, but they stand no chance. Gillian is swinging his axe like a blender, cutting down everyone in his path, leaving the ground a bloody mess. Finally, Virgo himself jumps into the fray, but Gillian quickly safeguards himself with his shield. Virgo, seething with rage since Gillian ruined his life, declares that he won't let him ruin his plans as well. For that, Gillian must die. The bastard quickly kills the horse Gillian was riding, but our big guy quickly jumps off, unharmed. Virgo doesn't waste any time and comes charging with his blade, but the old man quickly blocks the direct hit with his axe. In the middle of the fight, he reminds this bastard that he's no longer the captain of the Ratatosk Mercenaries. One crushing blow from our old hero leaves this sucker in pain, and Gillian further throws him away with ease. Virgo is in shambles after just one hit. Blood leaks from his mouth as he questions who the captain is if it's not him. In response, Gillian begins to channel his mana, calmly stating that he has discarded his past. He is now nothing but young Lord Ghislaine's subordinate. This leaves Virgo utterly bamboozled. He furiously charges like a madman, realizing that this bastard is acting so nonchalant after destroying his life. The exchange of blows begins again, both warriors pushing themselves to overpower the other. But it's clear that the one struggling is Virgo, who is only acting out of sheer frustration. He reminds Gillian that the mercenary company was disbanded after he left, and thanks to Gillian's decision, Virgo lost his power and ended up living a disgraceful life just to survive. The old man doesn't respond to Virgo's words. Instead, he continues to swing strike after strike, relentlessly attacking Virgo. But finally, Virgo manages to render the old man's shield useless with a powerful kick. Virgo makes it clear that he had been prepared to sacrifice his entire life to make the Ratatosk Mercenaries the best in history. But Gillian threw it all away, only to end up as a mere pawn of a spoiled noble. For that, Virgo isn't sure he can ever forgive him. He finally throws his deadly ninja daggers, but the old man swings his axe around and deflects 3 of the blades. Right then, Virgo charges in with a dagger in hand, but it zips past Gillian as their clash continues. No matter how strong Gillian may have been, Virgo is confident that he is not as powerful as he was when he was captain just a few years ago. While Gillian wasted his time trying to cure his daughter, Virgo is glad that he put himself through countless battles to grow stronger. He's pretty sure this Walmart version of Zeus is no match for him now. Virgo quickly picks up the 3 daggers from the ground and throws them directly at Gillian. But the gigachad Gillian stops them with his bare hand as if they are nothing. When Virgo charges again, Gillian swings his axe once more. Virgo avoids the hit, coming mere inches away from the old man's skull. Gillian quickly imbues his hand with mana and stops the dagger mid-air. He then spoke to Virgo, asking if this was really all the reason he had for seeking vengeance. Virgo is caught off guard after seeing Jillian channel mana just to catch the dagger. It does not take him long to realize that Jillian had not been showing his true strength until now. Before Virgo could react, Jillian's axe struck him brutally in the face, sending him flying into a nearby tree with great force. The old man approached, his voice calm but firm as he questioned why Virgo hadn't come for him earlier if all he wanted was revenge. Virgo sneers and admits that he has already visited Jillian's old home, but there's no trace of the Ratatosk mercenaries' captain. All that's left was a feeble old man, too weak to be worth killing. The thought that the man Virgo once looked up to is gone now was brutal. Jillian can clearly see the spirit of a warrior in Virgo, so he tosses his sword to him and unsheathes his other blade. He reminds Virgo about how he is now bound to another's will, but for this moment, he's ready to show his former comrade the highest level of respect as the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. For Virgo, this feels like a dream come true. He quickly grabs the dagger and launches himself into battle. The two clash with all their might, their weapons exchanging blows at such speed that only sparks fly. They seem evenly matched, standing on equal footing, until Jillian strikes. He thrusts his blade into Virgo's ribs with brutal force. Despite the savage blow, Virgo refuses to give up. He pushes forward and retaliates back, but his last attack is futile, and Jillian is on the verge of severing Virgo's head. In that moment, Jillian speaks. He promises his former comrade that he will remember him as the 5th unit commander of the Ratatosk mercenaries, Virgo Villanos. For Virgo, it's a heartwarming moment. To be recognized by the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries fills him with pride. He smiles one last time before Jillian's sword ends the life of this proud warrior. Once the fight is officially over, Jillian grabs the dagger his comrade was using. Ghislaine also comes out of the carriage with Belinda, and the first thing they notice is the shit ton of limbs and dead bodies scattered around. Belinda comments how they could easily bring in quite a bit of money by looting these dead bodies. Jillian bows his head in apology for the unnecessary delays, but our boy reassures him that there's no need to worry about it. He then can't help but recognize just how exceptional Jillian is, far more than he had originally thought. You see, in Ghislaine's previous life, when he first left home to start his mercenary work, the stories about Jillian were a significant influence in laying the foundation for him to eventually become the mercenary king. Now, he's grateful that his quick actions have earned him such a reliable comrade. He then notices Jillian holding onto the dagger Virgo was using, so he asks the big guy if he knew that person. Jillian quickly confirms that he does remember this person. He even mentions that they were once old comrades. The mention of old comrades causes Ghislaine to reflect on his friends from his previous life. He wonders what they might be doing now. Since he had not met them at this time in his previous life, he's sure they are living their own lives. But he plans to find them and recruit them into his party as well. Anyway, now that everything is cleared, he decides to follow Belinda's suggestion and gather anything valuable these guys have. The lady happily acknowledges it and commands Jillian to take the lead and collect them for us. But the brute warrior reminds her that he is not her subordinate. 2 days later, we find ourselves in Perdium territory after many days. Our party has finally made it into their land after riding for what feels like forever. The brute asks if this is Perdium, to which our boy confirms. When Ghislaine peeks at his territory through the carriage, he feels good to have a home to return to. When he first ran away from home, he thought he would be able to come back at any time, but he was dead wrong. He then turns to Jillian and asks for his opinion about this place. The brute is momentarily caught off guard to hear this and is not sure how to respond, so he just says it's great. But our boy knows that this place is awful, and as much as Jillian hates to admit it, it's indeed in a bad state. All the houses are outdated, renovations are out of the question, and the fields are completely uncultivated. All the farmers have been conscripted into the military, leaving the land forcibly fallow. Gillian then reveals the rumors he has heard that Perdium is always at war because of the northern barbarians. But after seeing it firsthand, the situation is worse than Gillian had expected. To which my guy states that this is one of the many problems he wants to resolve, and this is precisely why he needs the strength of the Ratatosk mercenaries captain. He's sure it will be a long battle, a battle to eliminate everything connected to Duke Delphine and to protect what was taken for granted. Our boy will revive this land no matter what. Once they finally make their way through the pavement of the castle, Belinda is shocked when she notices something unexpected in their way. The man in front of them is actually our boy's father, the man who had been missing since the beginning of this series. At the Perdium castle, we see some men talking to the Count. The Count suggested that they reduce their forces. The men were surprised to hear this. One of them said that it will be difficult to maintain the front lines properly if they cut their forces down. Another man advised the Count to request more support from the Rayfold family. The general administrator revealed to the men that the Rayfolds were the one who reduced the support fund. He said that the Rayfolds are gathering soldiers and stockpiling food right now. The knight in the room was surprised to hear this. Another man said that they need the funds because they need to rebuild the Forest of Beasts garrison that got partially destroyed during the last battle against the orcs. According to the man, reducing the Night Order's forces is barely enough to give them some breathing space. He said that reducing the forces poses a significant risk. Ghislain watched the men as they argued. He found this to be normal. The knight in front of him was the knight captain. His name is Randolph. The man with a lot of beards is the treasurer. His name is Albert. The general administrator's name is Homer. Our boy wondered about how long it has been since he saw his father as the young Lord of Pertium. It has only been a few months. However, it has been several decades for him as the mercenary king. Ghislain called out to his father and welcomed him back home. The Count found it odd that his son did this. The Count's name is Walter Pertium. As a child, Ghislain never liked his father for being so strict and serious all the time. But now it was different for him. He could now see it. He could see the countless burdens of exhaustion and fatigue weighing on the Count's shoulders. He understood the responsibilities of the Lord of the land. As Walter took a sip of his tea and revealed to his son that he heard he left the castle for a week, Ghislain told him that he visited the Rayfolds. As Walter asked him if he did not cause trouble there, our boy told him that he didn't. The treasurer turned to Ghislain. He told him that he heard that he won a duel against Cain and won some money. He actually found this hard to believe with a serious look on his face. Albert asked him if he went to Rayold to gamble. Ghislain was annoyed to hear that the man thought that he went to gamble when he actually went to invest. He told him that he actually had some business with Amelia. Homer told Ghislain that he needs to think before he acts. He reminded him that he will be the one to take over Pertium. With an unbothered look on his face, our boy told him that he understands. He asked him not to worry about it. Homer was annoyed to see that Ghislain was ignoring his advice. This simply made him more worried. The Count placed his tea down and asked his subordinates to stop. He told his son that he heard that he made some good trouble while he was away. Ghislain wondered about what his father was talking about. Walter asked his son if it is true that he executed Jamal and Philip for trying to sell Elena away. Ghislain was surprised to see that his father was referring to those worthless knights. The knight captain said that it was impossible for our boy to kill the two knights by himself. He said that the two knights must have fought against each other and the story got exaggerated. He believed that Ghislain only delivered the final blow. Ghislain understood why Randolph seemed to be angry despite the knights being traitors. The fact that they died at our boy's hand did not sit well with the captain. Ghislain decided to avoid any trouble. He went with the story that Randolph concocted. With an arrogant smile on his face, Randolph said that he knew it. The Count told his son that he did a great job. He was shocked to hear this. Walter did not care about how his son took care of them. He said that the most important thing is that Elena is alive. This was the first compliment that Ghislain has ever gotten from his father. He told his father that he has a request to make. Walter was surprised to hear this. Homer told our boy that he needs to stop now if it is money that he is going to ask for. Randolph agreed with him. He asked Ghislain to remember all the trouble he has caused so far. With a look of anger on his face, Randolph reminded him that he sold military provisions to get gambling money. He lit the front gate on fire to grill an army horse and melted all the armors to forge some worthless legendary sword. Ghislain could not talk back to the captain. Although he didn't remember these things, he knew that he must have done them at one point in time. He revealed to his father that he simply wants to get permission from him. The Count asked him about what he needs permission for. Our boy revealed to them that he will like to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The men were shocked to hear this. Ghislain smiled at them confidently. The scene shifts, and we see our boy in his bedroom with a confident look on his face. He revealed to them that his father denied his request. According to him, Walter freaked out and began to yell at him. Belinda was not surprised to hear this. She told her master that this was expected. She said that the place is filled with monsters. She told Ghislain that there is nothing to gain from taking care of the monsters. Ghislain asked Ghislain if he has heard his plan from Belinda. The man said that he has. He said that our boy plans to pioneer the Forest of Beasts with the funds he received from Amelia. Gillian explained to his master that the forest is a forest of death which no one can return alive from. Because of this, nothing is known about the place and everyone avoids it. The forest's notoriety is already well known in other regions. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told his guard that he is well informed about the forest. He told him that there is actually nothing to gain from entering the forest. He stood up and walked towards his door. He told Gillian that they need to get started. Belinda reminded her master that he did not receive permission from the Count. She asked him if he is still going to proceed anyway. Ghislain turned around and explained to her that he did not actually need his father's permission. He said that he simply asked out of courtesy. He told her that he needs to do this. Belinda did not understand why her master was adamant about going there. She asked him to tell her what is in the forest that he is so obsessed with it. Ghislain told her that he will tell her later. He knew that things will be bad for him if he was to reveal it now and the word spreads. If our boy is able to successfully pioneer the forest, he will get massive funds. At a place not too far away from the forest's entrance, there is a massive runestone vein buried there. When ore is infused with mana, a runestone is created. It is an extremely rare mineral that mages are absolutely crazy about. It is used in all sorts of magical tools, things like barriers, magic circles, magic scrolls, alchemy, and magic research. It is basically used in anything that uses mana. In his previous life, Duke Deline was the one who discovered it, but now, only Ghislain has this important piece of information. Belinda could not see through her master's intentions. She decided to give up. She knew that he must have a plan. Gillian told him that he will follow his orders. Ghislain asked Belinda to head to the nearby guild and hire some mercenaries. He said that 200 mercenaries will be enough. Belinda could not believe that her master was not holding back on spending the money that he risked his life to get. Gillian asked him if he is certain about this. He explained to his master that mercenaries are a rough and unruly bunch. He said that it will be hard to control them if a lot of them are gathered in one place. They might even turn on their employer and take everything for themselves. Ghislain told him that he is right. He said that the two of them are going to personally pick out the useful ones. Gillian asked him to explain what he means. Our boy revealed to him that they are going to the most skilled group among the small-scale mercenary groups in the north. With a nervous look on his face, Gillian asked his master if he is referring to the crazy dogs. He explained to him that the crazy dogs are quite skilled, but they will turn on their employer if things go south. The crazy dogs are known as the Cerberus mercenaries. Ghislain told his guard that they need to go put a leash on the crazy dogs. The scene shifts and we see Gillian guiding his master's horse as they walked up a hill. The Cerberus mercenaries were on the outskirts of the Zimbar territory. One of them spotted Ghislain and Gillian coming from afar. He told his colleague that they have arrived. The man laughed when he heard this. He referred to Ghislain as a poor soul and said that they do not know what they are walking into. The man took another look at Ghislain. He realized that he was a noble. He believed that they were going to make a lot of money off our boy. While the man was looking at Ghislain through his spyglass, someone grabbed him. The man screamed out in pain. The men in the camp were surprised to hear his voice. Ghislain was the one who grabbed his head. He raised him up with one hand. The man called Gillian a bastard and asked him about what he is doing. Gillian threw the man with so much force that the upper half of his body got pushed into the sand. The mercenaries were annoyed to see what was done to their comrade. They began to yell at Gillian. They asked him if he has lost his mind. A mercenary stepped out of the crowd. He told Gillian that he can't act reckless just because he is from a noble family. The mercenary held a chain and a hook with a smile on his face. He told Gillian that he should not expect to return home alive. Unfortunately, this dumbass did not know who he was talking to. The man noticed that someone else was coming into the camp. He saw Ghislain on a horse. Our boy asked him to shut up and bring his captain. The man laughed when he heard this. He began to spin his chain. He said that the noble brat has lost his mind. He told Ghislain that it is time for him to understand what it means to take responsibility. The moment he said this, he threw his chain at him. Before the spiked ball could touch our boy, something hit it and stopped it from moving. The person who stopped it turns out to be Gillian. The man stopped it with a dagger. He put the dagger into a part of the chain. The man was shocked to see that Gillian shoved his blade into the chain. The spiked ball fell to the ground. Ghislain smiled when he saw this. He already knew that words won't get through to them. He asked Gillian to do enough so that the men won't die. Gillian took a stance and grabbed the chain. He told his master that he understands. He pulled the man in front of him with the chain. The man flew to his side without any resistance. The moment the man got close to him, he swung the spiked ball at him. The ball hit him in his stomach. The man screamed out in pain. The mercenaries were annoyed to see this. They called Gillian a bastard. They said that they won't go easy on him because he works for a noble. They charged at the man. Gillian twisted his blade around the chain. He used it to raise the injured man up. He threw him at the mercenaries that charged at him. The man's body pushed them to the side. The other mercenaries were surprised to see this. Gillian turned to the side and glared at them. The men were terrified to see the look on his face. Ghislain came down from his horse. He asked the men to tell him how long they plan on making them wait. He asked them to go get their captain. The moment he said this, someone said that he was sleeping. He asked them about what caused the commotion. The mercenaries immediately cleared the road and arranged themselves. When they saw this man, the red-haired man introduced himself as the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. He said that his name is Kier. He asked them about why they were looking for him. Ghislain believed that this was a stupid question. There is only one reason why anyone would look for a mercenary group. He said that he came to entrust a request to him. Kerr was surprised to hear this. He asked Ghislain about why a client would beat up his subordinate. He told our boy that a noble should be more knowledgeable when it comes to manners. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told the captain that this is his own way of greeting him. He told him that this is the best way to properly tame him. Kerr smiled when he heard this. He wondered about what would happen if Ghislain had greeted them twice. The scene shifts and we see everyone in Kerr's tent. He had some mercenaries with him. He asked Ghislain to tell him the kind of request he has. Our boy revealed to him that he would like to hire him to pioneer the forest of beasts. The mercenaries behind Kerr were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that our boy wanted to send them to the forest filled with beasts. They knew that the forest was near the Pertium territory. With a smile on his face, Keir asked Ghislain to tell him the kind of person he is for him to try disturbing such a dangerous forest. Our boy revealed to him that he is the young lord of Pertium. Keir was surprised to hear this. He and his men began to laugh. They could not believe that they were looking at the insane young lord from the rumors. They became certain that he had lost his mind. Keir told our boy that he does not know what the forest of beasts is like because he was raised in a greenhouse. He told him that it is not a place for rookies like him. The captain said that he is no longer interested in hearing anything from Ghislain. He signaled his men and told them that the negotiation is over. The men raised their weapons. Gillian raised his axe when he saw this. Ghislain asked Kerr if he is scared. The man was shocked to hear this. With a smile on his face, he said that he is disappointed because he heard that his mercenary group is quite skilled. He told Kay that it is just a hoax. Carr placed his leg on his table. He asked Ghislain to not mess with him. He reminded him that they are mercenaries. He told him that they do not take jobs that don't pay off. Ghislain said that weaklings usually like to come up with excuses. Keir was annoyed to hear this. He told our boy that the mood is ruined. He told him that all he is doing is throwing around pathetic provocations. He referred to Ghislain as a clueless brat. He told him that he is not even worth killing. He assured our boy that he will let him go. He asked him to hand over some money for the trouble he caused and to get lost. Ghislain told him that this won't happen. With a serious look on his face, our boy requested to have a Marana's recognition with the captain of the Siberus mercenaries. Gillian and the other mercenaries were shocked to hear this. Carr asked him if he even knows what this means. With a confident smile on his face, our boy told him that he does. Marana's recognition is a traditional betting method passed down among mercenaries. When two people agree to the bet, they fight using only a single dagger without relying on mana. Each of the participants have one of their arms tied together. Stepping outside the small circle counts as a loss. This match forces them into a brutal life-or-death struggle within limited space and movement. In many cases, not only the loser, but even the victor ends up dead. Ghislain explained to Keir that the loser must cleanly admit defeat and absolutely obey the words of the winner. In other words, the loser becomes the winner's dog. He asked Kay about how he feels about the bet. Gillian wondered why his master, who is a noble, would know about a filthy mercenary tradition. In the mercenary world, rejecting this challenge would mean admitting to one's weakness. Due to this, it is something that can never be refused. Carr began to laugh like a crazy person. With a creepy smile on his face, he told his subordinates that they have a bold little noble who wants to be recognized in a mercenary's way. He told them that they should help our boy a bit. The men began to laugh when they heard this. The scene shifts, and we see everyone outside. Ghislain and the captain tied one of their arms together. They were both given a dagger. Carr took off his jacket. The mercenaries were cheering for their captain. They asked him to kill the insolent noble. Kay believed that Ghislain heard about this method from somewhere and decided to fight him with it. He told our boy that he cannot back out of it now. He pulled Ghislain to his side with a confident smile on his face. He told him that he has done this 5 times. Ghislain went back to his original spot. He pulled the captain close to him with a condescending look in his eyes. He revealed to Sir that he has done this over 100 times. The captain was shocked to hear this. Ghislain and Keir were asked to start. The two of them charged at each other with their daggers. They both managed to dodge the attacks. They swung the daggers at themselves again. They barely missed each other. Ghislain attacked Keir with more strength. The mercenary was able to block his attacks. He pulled our boy in front of himself and tried to stab him from behind. Ghislain managed to block each of his strikes. Even though he couldn't see the dagger well, he bent his head and made Kay miss an attack. He quickly attacked him with the opportunity. Carr managed to dodge it. He pulled our boy close to himself. He gave him a heavy kick on his leg. Our boy felt the power of the kick with a smile on his face. The mercenary told Ghislain that he is doing better than he expected. He could not believe that our boy was claiming that he has done a Marana's recognition 100 times. This is something that most people don't get to do once in their life. Carr charged at Ghislain. He advised him to make his bluffs sound realistic. He did not give our boy the chance to attack. The members of the Siberus mercenaries were happy to see this. They asked their boss to kill Ghislain for messing with them. Gillian glared at them when he heard this. The men immediately became silent. Gillian could tell that this was a losing battle. The area of the circle is barely large enough for one person to lie down. The rules forbid mana and force. This forces the opponent to purely rely on physical strength. Another problem is the size difference and the limited movements due to the hands being tied together. Ghislain can barely dodge or block his opponent's attacks. Meanwhile, the opponent has every opportunity to take control and dominate the fight. Jillian gently placed his hand on his axe. He decided to interfere if the situation becomes dire. Keir grabbed our boy's hand and held him down. He swung his dagger at him. Ghislain jumped to dodge the attack. He landed on the other side. The moment he landed, our boy noticed that he could feel some pain in his leg. The pain was surging from the leg he used to block Caesar's attack earlier. The damage was stacking up due to the lack of mana protection. Sears smiled when he saw the look on Ghislain's face. He told him that he is looking pale. He asked him if he has already reached his limit. He began to attack our boy more fiercely. The mercenary believed that our boy looked pathetic the way he was trying to resist his strength. Although he did not like Ghislain, he believed that our boy still had more guts when compared to the other nobles he has met. He believed that Ghislain was not skilled. He was certain that he could see through him. He assumed that Ghislain's strategy was to deflect and dodge the blade strikes with his weapon, while enduring less damaging blows by absorbing them with his body. However, Morana's recognition is a fight that prohibits the use of mana. All the attacks will inevitably stack up. Keir could tell that our boy was already aware of the strain building up in his legs. It was showing on his face. The mercenary smiled. He wanted to see Ghislain struggle for his life. This was the only way that it would be fun for him. He spun his dagger and charged at our boy. Ghislain managed to block his attack. Keir moved closer to him and swung his dagger at his head. Our boy bent his head to dodge the attack. He tried to attack Kay from below, but he blocked the attack. Keir dragged his hand to the side and held him down. He used his leg to attack him. Ghislain blocked the attack with his already wounded leg. He felt a lot of pain because of the look on his face. Keir believed that he had won. He raised his dagger and asked our boy to die. His subordinates became excited when they saw this. Jillian took out his axe. He wanted to rescue his master. Ghislain smiled. He dodged the dagger by going low. Keir was shocked to see that he was able to dodge from that position. Our boy pushed himself to the other side and gave Keir a cut near his ribs. Keir was shocked to see what just happened. The Cerberus mercenaries and Jillian were also shocked to see this. Kay charged at Ghislain out of anger. Our boy skillfully went low. He gave Keir another cut on his chest while he was below him. The mercenaries were shocked to see that he wounded their captain again. They were certain that their captain was the one swinging Ghislain around with his strength earlier. They asked him to show our boy what a mercenary is made of. Jillian was shocked to see his master's movements. Keir swung his dagger at our boy's head. Ghislain dodged it by going low. He pushed himself back up and used his shoulder to hit the captain's face. He clenched his fist, which he used to hold the dagger. He gave the captain multiple blows on his face. Before he could get a hold of himself, Ghislain turned his dagger and used it to stab Sir in his hand. Keir did not scream. He simply charged at our boy more fiercely. Ghislain easily dodged his attacks. The captain did not understand what was going on. He was certain that our boy was just struggling to withstand his strength a few seconds ago. Jillian finally understood what was happening. Swinging with power stiffens the muscles and burdens the body with rigidity. Exerting strength in order to pressure and take control made Kay lose his flexibility. Ghislain didn't fight against the opponent's momentum. Instead, he relaxed and redirected it to create his own flow. Jillian never expected his master to overcome the disadvantage of size in this manner. He put his axe back. While Kay was breathing heavily, his men asked him to stop playing around. They told him that he is not making anyone laugh. Our boy commended the captain on his resolve. He told him that many opponents would break the rules and use mana when cornered. Keir smiled when he heard this. He believed that Ghislain was talking like someone who had actually done this 100 times. He told him that he won the position of captain with this very method. He explained to Ghislain that mercenaries who break the rules don't last in this line of work. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He told the man that he likes his spirit. Keir admitted that he is at a disadvantage in a head-to-head match. With a smile on his face, he told our boy that the conditions for victory is not limited to simply overpowering him. In Morana's recognition, if even one footsteps outside the circle, it is an automatic loss. Kay grabbed Ghislain's hand. He raised him up. He wanted to throw him outside the circle. He was certain that he will be able to win if he sends Ghislain's entire body outside the circle. Before Ghislain's leg could touch the ground, he tightened his grip on Kay's hand. He pushed his legs to his knees and stopped his body from touching the ground. He basically used Keir's body to support himself. He pulled the captain with his hand. Keir did not expect it. He climbed his leg and wrapped his own hand around his neck. The moment he got behind him, he slammed his head to the ground. His head was pushed outside the circle. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. Keir was annoyed to see that he lost. Ghislain gently smiled and told him that he won. The captain turned around. He asked our boy for his identity. He did not believe that someone this skilled was a noble. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain told him that he does not like his attitude. He reminded him that he is now talking to his new master. Ghislain pulled him up with his hand. The captain asked him about what he wants. He told him that the fight is over. Our boy told him that it is not yet over. He said that he hasn't gone outside the circle yet. Keir was surprised to hear this. Ghislain clenched his fist. He said that he is going to discipline his subordinate. He gave the captain a punch on his face. The punch knocked him down. The man quickly asked our boy to wait. He reminded him that the fight is over once a combatant steps out of the circle. Ghislain gave him another punch on his face. He asked him if he is going to fight according to the rules on the battlefield. Kay called him a bastard. He said that a noble is not supposed to behave this way. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain asked him to not talk back to his master. Kra called him a lunatic. Our boy gave him another punch. Ghislain did not stop. He continued hitting the captain on his face. His hand was covered with his blood. The mercenaries were not happy to see this. They believed that our boy would let their captain go since he won the bet. Kar begged our boy to stop. Ghislain pulled him up with a cold gaze in his eyes. He told him that he is not yet out of the circle. Kair was horrified to hear this. His face was already quite swollen. He quickly turned to his men. He asked them if they were going to allow this to happen. He asked them to kill Ghislain. The mercenaries immediately grabbed their swords. Before they could move close to their captain, Ghislain took out his axe. They quickly stopped moving. With a scary tone in his voice, Ghislain told them that anyone who hinders his master's disciplinary measure will be killed. Everyone knew that Ghislain was not messing around. Kay was shocked to see what happened. While trembling like a scared dog, he turned to his new master. Ghislain asked him if he is done. The next thing Keir saw was our boy's fist. The captain laughed out of fear. He knew that he messed up. The punch pushed him back. All the nobles Keir had met in his life were simply losers. They were overconfident pigs, traitors, narcissists. A little scare tactic worked wonders for them. Keir found it entertaining to take money from their pockets. It was thanks to how he treated the nobles that he earned the title of Mad Dog. But now the Mad Dog was taking a beating from some noble brat who he did not think much of. The mercenaries became worried when they saw the state their captain was in. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. Ghislain took a look at Kay's body. He wondered if he had done enough. He asked the men to stop standing around. He ordered them to bring him some water, a bandage, and a towel. The men were surprised to hear this. Ghislain told them that their captain will die soon if they don't act quickly. The men were shocked to hear this. They accepted his order. Ghislain carefully watched his master. He noticed that the unruly mercenaries were listening to his orders. In the world of mercenaries, where fists are closer than the law, Ghislain engraved his position into their heads using the most direct and surefire method. He showed them who the boss is. In the next scene, we see Kerr sitting on a chair. His body was wrapped in bandages. Our boy placed a paper on the table. He asked him to sign on the paper. Cyr stared at Ghislain. He knew that he had no choice but to do it. He took out his pen and signed. He asked our boy to take it. With a scary look on his face, Ghislain asked him to repeat what he just said. The captain became nervous. With a shaky tone in his voice, he told Ghislain that he looks forward to working with him. Our boy grabbed his hand. He was quite scared to see this. Ghislain told him that they are now family. He told him that he also looks forward to working with him. A few days later, we are taken to the outskirts of the Perdium territory. We see some mercenaries gathered there. One of them yawned. He asked the others if they know the reason why they were called early in the morning. A bald man with a shield told some of them that he heard a rumor that their employer is the young lord of Perdium. The men were shocked to hear this. One of them said that our boy is just a brat. He believed that Ghislain will not be able to handle the mercenaries properly. He said that the job might turn out to be easy. A shirtless man clapped his hand and called for the attention of his fellow mercenaries. The huge man said that they need a representative to handle their brat employer. The other mercenaries were surprised to see the man. They referred to him as Gordon the Muscle. With a smile on his face, the man said that they are correct. He said that he thoroughly observed the admirable posture of all of them, discussing ideas to reap rewards without working hard. He told them that they won't be able to get the result they want if they don't unite their voices. The mercenaries realized that he was right. One of them remembered a time when an idiot made an unreasonable demand and made the whole thing fall apart. The bald man asked Gordon about what he plans to do. The man said that it is important to know one's boundaries in matters like this. He opened a bag which contained some coins. He explained to the men that he will pressure their employer as the representative. He asked them to put the compensation for his hard work into the bag. The men believed that Gordon was perfect for the situation. They knew that his large build would be good for pressuring a person. They told him that he is quite reliable. They did not expect someone who works out all day to be so good at making money. They poured their money into the bag. The moment they did this, one of them said that someone is coming. Everyone quickly raised their head. They saw Ghislain coming from the distance. He was riding his horse towards them. They were shocked to see that he was alone. One of them said that our boy might run away after seeing Gordon's muscles. Gordon asked the men to move close with him. He said that it will help them set up a scary mood. With a smile on his face, the man said that it is time to teach a brat how scary the real world is. Before he could walk up to Ghislain, he noticed something strange. He saw some people moving close to our boy. It was Gillian and the Cerberus mercenaries. One of the mercenaries quickly recognized the dog snout-shaped helmet. He said that this men are the Cerberus mercenaries. Gordon was shocked to hear this. He wondered about how Ghislain managed to make the crazy dogs follow him. When Ghislain got close to them, the men stepped back. He turned to Gordon and asked him if he is the representative. With a nervous look on his face, Gordon said that he is. Ghislain asked him for his name. The man introduced himself as Gordon the Muscle. Our boy found the name to be unique. He tapped Gordon on his chest and told him that his name is pretty cool. Our boy introduced himself as the young Lord of Perdium. He asked Gordon to gather the mercenaries. With a serious look on his face, he announced to them that they will now begin the pioneering of the Forest of Beasts. In the next scene, we see Belinda helping Ghislain wear his armor. All the preparations for pioneering the forest were done. Construction of the expedition's temporary base and resource procurement were complete. He also acquired the most important asset, which is the troops. Ghislain begged Belinda to do a head count one more time. The maid accepted his request. She revealed to him that there are 148 mercenaries contacted from the office and 41 Cerberus mercenaries which he brought there. The total number of people there was 192. Ghislain told her that she did well. He asked her if she has properly informed Scovin. Belinda said that she has. She expected Scovin to have stopped them from going. To her surprise, the knight stepped in to ensure that they aren't detected while entering the Forest of Beasts. Since he is the commander of the Forest of Beasts post, Belinda believed that they would not have any issues. She asked her master to not worry about him. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. He found this reassuring. He called out to the mercenaries. He asked them to line up. He told them that the land they're going to pioneer lies ahead of them. He believed that everyone must have heard the rumors about the forest being a place filled with unknown danger. He explained to them that various monsters, unseen threats, and something beyond what they can imagine is lurking in the forest. He told them he is determined to conquer this place even with its dangers. The mercenaries were shocked to hear about the Forest of Beasts. They said that they didn't know that they would be venturing into the forest. They knew that they could die in the forest. Belinda asked them to not interrupt her master while he is talking. Ghislain asked those who wish to withdraw to do it now. He promised the mercenaries that he will pay them 3 times of their current pay if the mission succeeds. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this. The offer was quite tempting. Belinda quickly moved close to her master. She whispered to him. She asked him about why he is spouting nonsense. She reminded him that they already spent all their funds on the preparation. Ghislain told her that this is how to boost a person's morale. Our boy knew that he would be able to pay them and still have more left if the mission succeeds. He turned to Belinda and asked her if she trusts him. The maid said that she doesn't have any other choice but to trust him. Carr told Gillian that their master must be crazy to offer 3 times the pay. He wondered how Ghislain was going to live up to his promise. He said that our boy is quite bold. Gillian told the captain that Ghislain is a man who always has a plan. Ghislain referred to the troops as the Forest of Beasts expedition team. He told them that it is time to move out. In the next scene, we see the group cutting down the trees in their path. Everyone was cutting down a tree. Even Ghislain was assisting them. After he cut down the tree in front of him, Ghislain looked up. He was relieved to see that the trees had cleared up a bit. The sunlight was able to enter the forest. Our boy raised his hand and asked the men to keep clearing the path in the direction he is pointing to. He asked them to cut down the trees and chop them into logs. The logs are to be loaded onto the carriage. Those without a task were asked to dig around the stumps to make it easy to uproot the trees. According to the Forest of Beasts developmental journal, which Ghislain obtained in his previous life, the forest is ridiculously large. Our boy believed that one day they will drive out the monsters and make full use of the forest resources. However, what Ghislain needed right now is money. He had to ignore everything else and secure the fastest route to the Runestone Vein. The wealth to be gained from this expedition will greatly help in stopping the conspiracy surrounding Perdium. Carr found it odd that their employer was stepping up to do something. One of the mercenaries said that Ghislain was doing this to show the dignity of a noble. Another mercenary with a helmet said that our boy is just pretending. He said that Ghislain will soon give up. Belinda asked the men to stop chattering. She asked them to get to work. The mercenaries quickly returned to work. Belinda was annoyed to hear what they said about her master. She moved close to Ghislain and reminded him that he went through so much trouble to hire the mercenaries. She asked him about why he is personally working. She revealed to him that the men are taking him lightly because he is doing the same work as them. Ghislain told her that it is fine. He told her that they will be done faster if they have more hands. He said that nothing good will come out of staying in this place for too long. Belinda decided to accept her master's explanation. She told him that he talks as if he already knows everything in advance. Carr smiled when he saw Ghislain and Belinda talking. He could not believe that his employer had a woman worrying about him while he became his employer's dog and is now walking to hell with his own feet. Gillian hit him with his log when he heard this. Carr asked the man if he is trying to pick a fight. So far, everything was going smoothly. The Duchy of Deline, which conquered the kingdom and established a new dynasty, began a large-scale development in the Forest of Beasts. Our boy wasn't able to find out why the Duke chose to develop this place. Instead, he managed to obtain a developmental journal that recorded the locations of major resources and the ecosystem of monsters. Thanks to the journal, Ghislain was able to come somewhat prepared. One of the mercenaries wondered about why Ghislain brought hundreds of oil lamps. He believed that torches would be cheaper if our boy wanted to use something at night. The absence of incidents made Ghislain feel uneasy. He only read about what happened. He was not there to experience it himself. He asked the men to not let their guard down. He told them that the forest is getting deeper. While some mercenaries were cutting some trees, one of them asked if they were already in the night. Everywhere had gotten darker with a smile on his face. Another mercenary said that they haven't encountered a single monster. Even though they said that the forest was dangerous, the man he was speaking to agreed with him. He said that it might have been a false rumor. He said that things would have still been easy for them even if Gordon did not do anything. The mercenary he was speaking to said that he feels bad that their pay was tripled for such a simple job. While they were talking, the bald mercenary hit Gordon on his back while he was carrying a log of wood. He asked him to give him his money back. Gordon noticed something strange. He reminded them that they cut down countless trees on their way there. The men said that they did. Gordon turned around and asked the men to tell him why this path is blocked. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. Ghislain called out to everyone. He asked them to pay attention. The troops quickly grabbed their swords. The mercenaries who were talking about how easy the work was began to panic. They noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere. Ghislain called out to Gordon. He told him that he will die if he stays there. He asked him to slowly walk to them. Gordon accepted the order. When he turned around, he hit a tree and fell to the ground. The group quickly took a stance. They called the man an idiot. Gordon quickly turned around. To his surprise, nothing happened. The mercenaries were confused. They did not know what was happening. With a smile on his face, the bald man said that their employer gets scared easily. He said that there is nothing there. He told everyone that it only seems like there is no path because the scenery is similar. He said that Gordon was mistaken. He told them that the Forest of Beasts is just a grand name. In reality, it is just a slightly dense forest. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain asked the man to move close to them if he doesn't want to die. The man was annoyed to hear this. He asked our boy to tell him why he keeps trying to create a scary atmosphere. He told him that they know that he is trying to intimidate them. The moment he said this, some vines got wrapped around his waist. Before the man could react, the vines pulled him to the top of the tree in front of them. At the top of the tree, we see a large mouth filled with sharp teeth. The monster threw the man inside its mouth. This monster had no presence at all. There was no way to predict how it would move. It was a being that you can only fall victim to if you are unaware. The huge monster tree opened its eye. Ghislain realized that he was looking at a Derusant. A large amount of Derusants surrounded the group. Gordon and the rest of the mercenaries began to panic. They wanted to run away. They believed that they were going to be eaten. Before Gordon and the mercenaries could get away, the monsters stretched out their vines and grabbed them. They managed to throw the mercenaries into their mouths. Fortunately for Gordon, he was able to hold onto a tree. He screamed out for help. One of them moved close to him with his axe. He asked him to hold on tight. He hit the vine with his axe. He wanted to cut it. To his surprise, the vine was not affected. Instead, his axe began to slowly break. The man wondered why the vine was so sturdy. While he was looking at his axe, the monster pulled Gordon. The huge man began to scream. Before it could raise Gordon up, Ghislain appeared above it. He covered his sword with his mana and used it to hit the vine. He managed to cut it. While he was in the air, he landed a cut on the monster's eye. A large amount of blood burst out of its eye. The mercenaries were surprised to see that their employer managed to cut it down. They assumed that the Derusant's eyes were their weakness. Ghislain took a deep breath. While screaming at the top of his voice, he asked the mercenaries to get themselves together. The men were shocked to hear their employer's voice. Our boy told them that they will become easier targets if they spread out. He asked them to raise their shields and form a tight formation to make sure that no one gets caught by the vines. He asked them to focus on defense until they received the next order. They all accepted his orders. They quickly got into position. One of them said that he is not going to die in a place like this. Ghislain quickly went to the carriage. He asked Keir about the oil lamps. The captain said that they were all there. Our boy asked Kay to light the lamps and throw them at the monsters to burn them down. Keir was surprised to hear that this was the reason his master brought so many lamps. One of Keir's teammates told him that the monsters are looking at them. Ghislain asked the captain to throw the lamps now. Sir and his teammates began to throw the lamps at the monsters. Unfortunately for them, the monsters were using their vines to destroy the lamps before they could get close to them. Sir was shocked to see that they swatted the lamps away. His subordinate told him that they cannot burn the monsters down like this. A Derusant fired its vines at them before it could touch them. Jillian appeared in front of them. He used his axe to destroy the vines. Belinda took out some knives. She threw them at the monster's eye. Ghislaine asked Gillian and Belinda to prepare to throw the oil lamps while guarding the Cerberus mercenaries. Our boy raised his sword. He said that he will draw the attention of the monsters. The moment he said this, a Derusant fired its vines at him. Belinda called out to her master. She asked him to look out. Ghislaine swung his sword and managed to cut through the vines. The other Darusants began to attack him. Our boy skillfully dodged their attacks. One of the Darusants raised its leg to crush him. The mercenaries were shocked to see that the monsters had legs even though they were trees. They believed that their employer was going to get stomped on. Ghislaine covered his sword with mana and used it to cut the monster's leg. He jumped and stabbed the Darusant directly in the eye. The other Darusants turned their attention to Ghislaine. The mercenaries were surprised to see this. Belinda ordered the Cerberus mercenaries to throw the lamps now. The mercenaries were certain that it would work this time. They quickly began to throw the lamps at the Darusants. The monsters screamed out in pain when the lamps touched them. The Cerberus mercenaries were happy to see this. Ghislaine asked them not to stop. He asked them to keep throwing the lamps until they burn all the Darusants down. The flames spread on the monster's body. The mercenaries were shocked to see what was happening. They could not believe that they were able to fight against them. One of them said that the entire forest will burn at this rate. With a nervous look on his face, Gordon said that the Darusants aren't anything big. He said that it is natural that they are weak to fire because they are trees. Ghislaine asked the men to not let their guard down. He told them that it is not over yet. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this. With a serious look on his face, Ghislaine informed them that the Darusants will now show their true appearance. The Darusants released some steam into the surroundings. The mercenaries did not understand why there was steam there. They wondered if the fire has already been extinguished. Belinda and Gillian quickly ran to their master. Belinda asked Ghislaine about what is happening. Our boy explained to her that the shells of the monsters are weak against fire, but their insides are different. He said that the fire that is burning the shell is meeting the moist flesh and causing them to release steam. When the steam cleared up, we see the true form of the monsters. The Darusants screamed at them. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. They could not believe that the monsters were still alive. Ghislaine raised his sword and called for everyone's attention. He asked them to raise their weapons. He told them that it will be a close quarters battle from now on. He ordered them to charge. He also ran to attack the Darusants. The mercenaries were shocked to see Ghislaine running towards the monsters. They could not believe that he wanted them to have a close quarters battle against this massive monsters. They were scared that the monsters would stomp on them to death. Unlike Gordon and his friends, the Cerberus mercenaries and their leader charged at the monsters. They said that they have been waiting for this moment. The men seemed to be excited. Belinda also ran to her master. Gillian asked Gordon and the other men to tell him why they are hesitating. He reminded them that Ghislaine gave an order with a serious look on his face. He asked the mercenaries to trust our boy. The moment he said this, Ghislaine cut one of the Darusants down. The mercenaries were shocked to hear what Gillian said. They decided to follow their employer. They believed that Ghislaine was going to do something about the monsters. Gordon asked his teammates to trust their employer. They all raised their weapons and charged at the monsters. Ghislaine raised his sword and pointed it at the monsters. He revealed to his men that they will be able to cut the monsters without mana because their barks has burned away. He asked them to not be afraid. He told them that the Darusants are nothing but huge target dummies. The mercenaries followed his orders and ganged up on the monsters. Kay was enjoying killing the Darusants. Belinda and Gillian also helped in taking care of the monsters. The group did not relent. They fought every single monster that surrounded them. Ghislaine knew that hesitation in this situation is death. He believed that his role is to eradicate all hesitation from his followers. The moment he thought of this, he stabbed a Darusant in its mouth. He used his sword to tear it open. Our boy believed that he needs to instill them with the will for making the impossible possible. He wanted to instill this will into his men. When the monster which our boy killed fell to the ground, the mercenaries looked around. They realized that nothing was around them. The men could not believe that they killed all the Darusants. Ghislaine asked them to line up. The mercenaries quickly followed his order. Our boy asked them to look around. He told them that this is the reality of the forest of beasts. He reminded them that they were still at the entrance and yet it is already swarming with Darusants. The men became nervous when they heard this. Ghislaine asked them to not fret. He assured them that he will always be standing at the forefront. He turned around and looked them in the eye. He asked the mercenaries to trust and follow him. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this from an employer. They assured Ghislaine that they will follow him. As they continued their journey, they faced several monsters. Carr seemed to be enjoying himself. They faced monsters like orcs and some form of crystal mole. As they fought monsters, Belinda took care of her master. The group also faced some form of ancient birds. When they went deeper into the forest, they came across a giant rat. The mercenaries became nervous. They never expected the monsters to be endless. They had already gotten tired. Sir and Jillian appeared in front of them. Sir charged at the rat and cut off its leg. The monster screamed out in pain. It opened its mouth as it fell to the ground. The mercenaries were shocked to see it falling. Before the monster could fall on them, Jillian appeared in front of them. He used a shield to block the monster's mouth. While the monster was struggling on the ground, Ghislaine climbed on it and stabbed it in the head. After taking care of the monster, Ghislaine asked the mercenaries if anyone is injured. The men told him that they are all fine. They all gathered around him. One of them said that they cannot leave their employer's side if they want to survive. Jillian told his master that the formation of the mercenaries is starting to look decent. Carr explained to him that training through real combat always yields the best outcome. Ghislaine told the mercenaries that they still have a long way to go. He asked them to keep cutting down the trees to clear the path. One of the mercenaries watched as the others worked. He was breathing heavily. The man said that everyone is insane. He believed that everyone had lost their mind because they were in a crazy forest. At night, we see the group arrive at a lake. The mercenaries were extremely happy to see a water source. They quickly ran to the lake. They could not believe that the water was so clean. Belinda was not happy to see the mercenaries close to the lake. She told her master that something can come out of the water. Ghislaine realized that they have taken the right path so far. The lake is the most important milestone in reaching the Runest mine. He asked the men to set up camp. He told them that they will be taking a break. The mercenaries quickly followed his orders. The scene shifts and we see some mercenaries sitting together. One of them asked the others to tell him what they're doing. He could not believe that they were already facing this amount of monsters when they are only at the entrance. He told his teammates that he cannot imagine what is waiting for them ahead. Another one said that they are lucky that nothing happened in the last 2 nights. In another part of the camp, we see the man who was breathing heavily earlier talking to Gordon and some men. The man suggested that they sneak out of the forest with him. One of them asked the man, whose name is Myas, to explain himself. Myas told the men that they do not need to risk their lives anymore. He told them that their lives matter more than money. Gordon reminded the man that they have already come far into the forest. He told him that Ghislaine said that their destination isn't far from the entrance. He assured the man that they are almost there. Myas was shocked to see that Gordon believed our boy. He told him that he is gullible. He reminded him that their employer is the well-known scoundrel of Perdium. He told him that Ghislaine wants to pioneer this force to get an accomplishment. A man with an eye patch reminded Myas that they have already been paid. He told him that it is their job as mercenaries to do as the employer says. Gordon told him that Ghislaine has also saved their lives multiple times. Myas admitted the fact that Ghislaine is a good fighter. He told the men that they have simply been lucky until now. He told them that our boy is only human. He said that they can die from a single mistake with an ugly smile on his face. He said that Ghislaine will use them as meat shields once the situation becomes dire. He told them that all nobles are the same. The men's resolve began to shake when they heard this. Myas was happy to see that they were scared. He knew that it would be suicidal for him to go back alone, especially with monsters waiting at every corner. He wanted to use the men as bait. The man with the eye patch asked him if he is trying to tell them that they would all be dead without their employer. Myas was surprised to hear this. The eye patch man pointed at Ghislaine. He asked the other men to see what our boy was doing. Ghislaine was applying some cream on a wound for one of the mercenaries. He advised the mercenary to not allow water seep into the injury. He told him that it will get infected. The man thanked our boy. After the man stood up, Belinda leaned in and asked her master if he knows how expensive the medicine is. She advised him to use it for himself. Ghislaine told her that this is what the medicine is meant to be used for. After saying this, he called for the next person. Myas was shocked to see how nice Ghislaine was. The eye patch man told the bastard that the medicine and potions that their employer is using on them is more expensive than them. He asked Myos if he really believes that our boy would use such medicine on them just so that they can be meat shields. The other mercenaries agreed that Ghislaine is different. They were certain that he wouldn't abandon them. Myas had to turn around. He hated the eye patch man for interfering in his plan. He wanted to persuade a few men to get out, but the man was making it difficult for him. Ghislaine walked up to Gordon and the other men. He asked them to stop chit-chatting. He told them that they need to get some rest. He moved close to Jillian and Kay. He told them that he needs to speak with him for a moment. Kier asked Ghislaine if he is sure about leaving Myas alone. He told our boy that he would have sliced the man's tongue if it was him. Ghislaine assured him that it is fine. He told him that Myas cannot do anything because of the monsters. He told Kier that he has something more important that he has to confirm. The group moved to a part of the camp where there was no one. Belinda asked her master to tell her why he wanted them to count the number of lamps available. Carr told him that there are currently 24 lamps. As our boy expected, a few lamps were missing. Ghislaine reminded the group that monsters have charged at them day and night ever since they entered the forest. However, they have not seen any monsters for the past 2 nights. Belinda was surprised to hear this. Kier asked our boy about what this means. Jillian explained to him that they have entered the territory of a nocturnal monster. It is a monster that happens to have a huge influence in this forest. Ghislaine told the man that he is correct. He turned around and looked into the forest. He said that they are now in real danger. In the next scene, we see Gordon resting on some logs of wood. While the man was trying to sleep, he felt a bright light shining in front of him. He quickly opened his eyes. The lamp that was on the log was floating. Gordon was shocked to see this. He did not understand how a lamp was suddenly flying. The moment he moved back a little, a terrifying monster with 8 sets of eyes bit his shoulder. Gordon quickly screamed out. The mercenaries were shocked to hear his voice. Gordon picked up his mace and swung it around. He asked the monster to get away from him. The mercenaries quickly moved close to him. They asked him if something is wrong. They did not see any monsters around him. Gordon told them that there was a monster next to him just now. The men were surprised to hear this. They told Gordon that there is nothing around. The man was shocked to hear this. He looked around. He could not believe that they were right. The men believe that Gordon had a nightmare. They told him that his sleepwalking is terrible. They believe that Gordon had such a bad dream because they have had to deal with a lot of monsters recently. The man tried to explain himself to them. One of the Subaru's mercenaries told the men that they are wrong. He explained to them that he woke up because he felt a strange presence. He saw the lamp disappear right in front of his eyes. Other mercenaries agreed with the man. One of them said that he heard a creepy laugh. Another said that he also witnessed the same thing. One of the men who told Gordon that he is wrong asked the others to tell him why they are acting like this. With a serious look on the man's face, he told the others that there is definitely something out there. Ghislaine asked the man if he really saw through the monsters. The man was surprised to see our boy. Ghislaine ordered the men to gather around. The scene shifts, and we see the men gather outside our boy's tent. Ghislaine allowed Gordon and the man from the Subaru's mercenaries to join the meeting. Gordon was shocked to find out that the monsters had surrounded them. The man with the head cover told our boy that they cannot see the monsters with their naked eyes. Ghislaine explained to them that this is a feature of the monsters. He told them that the monsters started following them when they reached the lake. These monsters are one of the monsters that dominate the night in the forest. They are the hunters of the darkness. They're known as fallers. They can melt into the darkness. This means that you cannot see them and physical attacks don't work on them. A few hundred of them follow their prey and take away their light. Luring their prey into the darkness is what they excel at. It is their hunting method. The head coverman and Gordon were shocked to find out that a few hundred followers surrounded them. Belinda was surprised to find out that this was the reason why they have been losing their lamps. Kair was annoyed to hear what Ghislaine said. He wondered if the monsters were trying to play with them before killing them. He suggested that they take care of the monsters now. He told our boy that it will be better for them to strike first before the monsters start toying with them. Ghislaine told him that they need to wait until the monsters start attacking them. He said that it will be the best time to counterattack. Belinda reminded her master that they have already lost more than half of their lamps. She told him that they cannot just wait around. Ghislaine explained to her that attacking the monsters recklessly would only stimulate their sadistic tendencies. The followers would fall back for a bit and harass them more thoroughly. Later, he told Belinda that they would be losing their chance to wipe out all the monsters at once. Jillian was surprised to hear this. He asked his master if there is a way to achieve this against hundreds of invisible monsters. Our boy told him that there is a way. He asked Belinda if she has prepared the magic scrolls. The maid said that she has given out one to each of the mercenaries. Ghislaine told the group that he will now explain how they are to fight the monsters. The group was surprised to hear this. Our boy drew some images on the ground to signify their current position. He told them that a herd has surrounded their camp from 3 different directions. The monsters are stealing their lamps to slowly tighten their position. Since they were vastly outnumbered, it will be impossible to cover the entire area, especially since what they are up against isn't human. Ghislaine told them that they will start collapsing from the sides if they start fighting them head-on. Gillian explained to Ghislaine that due to the fact that they set up their camp with a lake in the back, they avoided being surrounded from all directions. Our boy told him that he is correct. Although it looked like they were at a disadvantage, Ghislaine assured them that it is not the case. He told them that they have the initiative of this fight. The group was surprised to hear this. Our boy explained to them that they need to first divide their forces into 3 groups. The defenders will take on the monsters' attacks. The crossbow unit will stop them, and the elite assault unit, which Ghislaine is part of, will do the rest. The defenders and the crossbow unit will gather in the middle and push away the enemies. In the meantime, the assault unit will attack them from the left. They will be focusing all their firepower on that side. If they are able to surround them with the forces in the middle, it will be their victory. Jillian quickly understood his master's plan. Gordon asked if this is even possible. Carr said that it is possible as long as the units in the middle hold out long enough. Belinda interrupted the men. She reminded them that Ghislaine said that followers are immune to physical attacks because they can melt into the darkness. She asked them about how they plan on dealing with the monsters. Everyone turned to Ghislaine. Kier assumed that they just have to use mana. Ghislaine asked her not to worry about it. With a smile on his face, he told her that they have magic scrolls. Later in the night, we see the defense unit standing in front of the monsters with their shields up. One of them asked the others to not break the formation. He asked them to remember what their employer said. One of them announced that the followers have taken their last lamp. He said that something is coming. In the Pioneer Journal of the Deline, it was stated that the followers are extremely vulnerable to light. When they shone intense light on them, they revealed their true selves. The moment he thought of this, Ghislaine raised his magic scroll and tore it. He asked the others to do the same. Gillian, Belinda, and the rest of the group followed his order. They all tore their first circle magic scrolls. The spell is known as Light. The magic scrolls fired some energy into the sky. The energy turned into a ridiculously bright light. The followers screamed when they saw the bright light. The mercenaries were surprised to see that the darkness has been repelled. They could not believe that this was what the monsters looked like. They never expected this eel-looking monsters to be the ones surrounding them this whole time. Immediately, they thought of this. The followers charged at them. The crossbow unit quickly raised their crossbows. They were ordered to stop the monster's charge. They were asked to hold on for as long as possible. The men fired their arrows at the monsters. Ghislaine raised his sword. He told his men that the true appearance of the falls has been revealed. He covered his sword with mana and swung it. He pointed his sword at the monsters and ordered the assault unit to charge at them. The team immediately charged at the monsters. They tore them apart when they got close to them. Ghislaine made a huge swing and tore through them. Although possessed the ability to assimilate into the darkness, their actual defense is extremely weak. Our boy was certain that he can tear through the followers with this unit. He ordered the group to cut down as many monsters as they can. They overtook him and charged at the monsters. Gillian was taking their attacks and keeping their attention on himself. While he was doing this, Carr disrupted their formation. Belinda was responsible for creating an opening. She threw her knives at the monsters' heads. Immediately, she did this. She called out to her master. Our boy jumped and made a huge swing when he landed. His attack was able to cut through a large amount of monsters because of how big his sword is. This team was the elite unit of Praetorium. While Ghislaine and his unit were taking care of the monsters in their path, the crossbow unit fired their arrows at Fowlers. Unfortunately, this did not slow down the monsters a lot. There were quite much. The crossbow unit began to panic. They were almost out of arrows. They wondered about when the assault unit were going to reach them. While they were panicking, the followers got close to the defenders. Before the followers could ruin the formation, the assault unit arrived and cut through them. Ghislaine turned to the men. He told them that they have done well. Gordon and the rest of the mercenaries were extremely happy to see their employer. They knew that they were saved. Ghislaine ordered them to widen their formation and surround the fallers from all directions. He said that it is now their turn to overrun the fallers. The mercenaries quickly followed his order. One of the followers screamed and signaled the rest of the group. The moment it did this, the fowls began to run. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. Our boy did not expect them to retreat before they were surrounded. He realized that the monsters are very quick-witted. He turned to Belinda and asked her to find their leader. He said that the monster has a horn on its head. It was the one that was sending out the retreat signal. As they ran after the monsters, Kerr asked our boy if they need to chase the monsters. Belinda told her master that it is better if they retreat. Ghislaine explained to them that followers tend to obsess over their prey. Even if they retreat now, they will still come back and harass them for days. Our boy told the team that there is no reason to give the followers a second chance. He said that they must avoid a war of attrition at all cost. He explained to them that their system will collapse once they lose their leader. He said that they need to kill every single fowler here. Belinda was surprised to hear this. She gently smiled and took out a rope. She realized that her master has changed a lot. She took a stance and told Ghislaine that she understands. She threw the rope at a tree and held onto it with a hook. She used the rope to drag herself up. While she was in the air, she got a look at everything in the surroundings. She easily spotted the leader. She quickly threw her rope at it and held it down. She told her master that she has caught the monster. Ghislaine covered his body with mana. He charged at the monster with his sword pointed at it. He moved at a crazy speed, so he cut through every monster in his path. He stabbed the leader in its chest. The monster tried to struggle. Our boy told it that it is over. He tore the fowler apart. The moment he did this, he announced that the leader was dead. He ordered his mercenaries to wipe them out. The mercenaries quickly charged at them. They told the monsters that they will make them regret hunting them in the dark. Sir ordered his mercenaries to attack. He told them that they must not lose to Gillian. At sunrise, we see Ghislaine kill the last monster. He commended his mercenaries on their efforts. He told them that it is their victory. The men raised their swords and cheered. They could not believe that they survived and won the fight. Belinda quickly ran to our boy. She asked him if he is hurt anywhere. Gillian commended his master on his efforts. Ghislaine told them that they all did well. He asked Belinda to do a head count. He ordered Cyr to gather his mercenaries. He said that he needs the men to go with him and Jillian to spread the corpses of the followers around the camp. Cher was surprised to hear this. He asked Ghislaine if this has some sort of effect. Our boy explained to him that the smell of the corpses will chase away the other monsters. Followers are one of the monsters that are at the top of the food pyramid at the forest's entrance. Jillian referred to Sir as Kid and told him that the corpses will make the camp safer. Sir was annoyed to hear this. He took a stance and asked Jillian if he wants to settle their issues now. It has now been 10 days since the group entered the Forest of Beasts. Now that the followers have been exterminated, the group has successfully eliminated all sources of danger from their planned route. The only thing left was to mine the runstones. Ghislaine took a look at the mountains. He wondered if the danger was really over. While he was thinking, Belinda told him that she is done with the head count. She revealed to him that there are 42 people from the Cerberus mercenaries and 126 people from the contract mercenaries. They lost 3 people. Ghislaine asked Belinda if there are no casualties from the Cerberus mercenaries. With a cocky smile on his face, Care reminded our boy that he is their captain. Ghislaine asked the maid if the 3 dead people are among the contract mercenaries. Belinda said that she cannot confirm it because they cannot find the bodies of the 3 mercenaries. Gordon noticed something odd. He asked his teammates if they know where Maius is. One of them said that he might have died fighting. Another person said that they can't find Maius' body. The man with the eye patch said that Maius must have fled. The scene shifts, and we see Maius and the 2 other mercenaries who are missing. They were running away from the camp. One of them said that he heard a fierce battle sound. He said that they would have died if they stayed at the fight. The other man suggested that they slowed down since they are quite far away from the battle. Maius turned around and called them fools. He asked them to get themselves together. He told them that they need to get out of the forest while the group was busy fighting. He asked them to keep running if they want to leave. The moment he said this, he noticed that the men stopped moving. He moved close to them and asked them if they are deaf. The men began to tremble. One of the men pointed up and asked Maius to look behind him. When the idiot turned around, he saw a terrifying beast. He did not know what he was looking at. In the next scene, we see a ridiculously huge snake on the runstones. The snake had a large amount of bones in front of it. It opened its mouth and let out something. It dropped the bodies of Maius and the stupid men on the bones. The scene shifts, and we see the group cutting down the trees in their path. The mercenaries wanted to end their journey and returned back to the town. They were working extra hard. Sir noticed that they were working well without someone ordering them around. He said that he has never seen the lazy mercenaries working so hard. Jillian told him that the mercenaries are different from him. Kerr decided to ignore him. He asked Ghislaine if he is going to let the mercenaries go once the mission is over. He told our boy that it is a waste to only use the mercenaries once. Ghislaine asked him not to worry about it. He pushed a tree down and revealed to Kair that he is going to hire the men as his personal mercenaries. Mercenaries naturally have weak organizational skills. It is impossible for them to win against a regular army in large-scale battles. However, these men have already surpassed the limits of mercenaries just through the experience they gained in this forest. Ghislaine knew that they will be an excellent foundation for expanding his power. The man with the head cover told his captain that they spread the corpses of the falls around their path. Kerr commended the man known as Gazelle for his efforts. He turned to Ghislaine and told him that the effect of the corpses has been really good. He said that they have not seen a single monster ever since they left the camp. They did not even encounter a lone monster that has lost its path. Ghislaine looked into the forest. He got an eerie feeling. He hoped that it was just a needless worry. While he was looking around, Belinda jumps down from a tree. She called out to him. Ghislaine asked her if she saw anything up ahead with a bright smile on her face. Belinda said that she did. Ghislaine was shocked to hear what she found. He turned around and ordered the mercenaries to pave the path with all their might. They all accepted his orders. As they moved closer to their destination, they saw a bright light through the trees. When they walked out of the woods, they saw something shocking. The mercenaries were shocked to see what was in front of them. With a confident look on his face, Ghislaine told them that this is the reason why they started the expedition. He told them that they came for the highest quality runstone mine. Around the mine there was some fog. Sir could not believe that the forest really had something that was worth a lot of money. Jillian told him that his master always acts upon reason. Belinda hugged our boy. She asked him about how he knew about the runestone mine. The mercenaries could not believe that they were actually looking at runestones. They were stones that most people don't see in their entire lives. They knew that they were going to be rich once they take it back to the town. The moment they thought of this, someone rose up from the fog. He told them that they are not going anywhere. Ghislaine quickly knew that something was wrong. The person turned out to be Manus. The dead man told them that it is all over. The moment he said this, he fell to the ground. Gordon and the other mercenaries wanted to run to him. Ghislaine stopped them with his sword. He asked them to step back. He took a stance and made a huge swing. His sword pushed away the fog. The men were able to see the bones of the monsters and humans. They were shocked to see the amount of corpses that were there. They wondered about what happened there. Kir, Belinda, and Jalayan quickly grabbed their weapons. They called out to our boy. Ghislain told them that they cannot mine the runstones for free due to the amount of bones. Our boy was able to tell that this was the nest of a high-class monster. Since some corpses are yet to be corroded, the monster must still be staying there. Ghislain was not able to figure it out immediately because the harmful gases from the corpses were mixed in with the fog. Our boy did not like the situation. There was no particular recording that stated that the mine itself had any danger factors. He turned around and asked everyone to prepare for battle. Immediately he said this. He saw something on the runestones. He saw the python. The monster quickly charged at them. Ghislain ordered everyone to scatter. He charged at the python. He dodged its mouth by going above it and made a slash on its head. When he landed on its body, he covered his sword with mana and charged at its head. He pushed his sword into its head. Unfortunately, it barely damaged the monster. Jillian and Sarah were shocked to see this. They could not believe that Ghislain only left a scratch on the python even after using many. Sarah had never seen such scales. The monster tried to push Ghislain down. Our boy jumped off its head. While he was in the air, the snake fired its venom at him. Ghislain could tell that its venom is extremely poisonous. He turned around and used his coat to block the attack. The venom melted it. Before our boy could get in a good position, the snake charged at him with its tail. Ghislain used his sword to stand his ground. He tried to push the tail back. Unfortunately, the monster was much stronger. It pushed him into the ground. Belinda quickly called out to our boy. The snake spread its body around the group. The men quickly realized that it was trying to squash them before the monster was able to crush them. Ghislain, Belinda, and Carr saved them. They were trying to save as many men as they could. As the group struggled to put themselves together, they called out to Ghislain. They wondered about where he was. Our boy was standing on top of the bones. Now that he had seen the monster with his own eyes, his bad feeling went away. He knew that this monster is the master of the Runestone mine. It is known as the Blood Python. It is one of the monsters he considered impossible to hunt down in this expedition. Ghislain didn't think that he would have to face the monster because it lives in the deepest part of the forest. Our boy knew that the chances of them winning against this monster is very low. It would be best for them to retreat for now and come back prepared next time. However, our boy had no time for delays. He believes that everything he has done up until now will become meaningless if he gives up now. A bright light shined from his chest, and he took a stance. He asked the monster to not get in his way. He said that he has too many things on his back. Ghislain opened his third core after saying this. The blood python turned to him and charged at him. Our boy managed to block its head and landed a cut on it. Before letting the monster go back up, he landed a cut in its eye. The moment he did this, the blood python used its tail to attack him. Ghislain quickly used his sword to shield himself from the crushing weight of the monster. He managed to push the tail back. However, the monster did not stop attacking him. It used its tail to aggressively attack our boy. Ghislain managed to block off the attacks. Even when winning is unlikely, there are battles that one must not avoid. This is the definition of responsibility. Kir, Belinda, and Jillian watched as their master fought for their lives. Ghislain jumped and landed a cut on the python's mouth. Our boy knew that this was the time for him to fulfill his responsibility. When he landed, he took a deep breath and took a look at the monster. He realized that the blood python was not showing any signs of faltering. This was a problem for him because unleashing the third core for a long period of time is too risky. Ghislain realized that his mana will be depleted before he can kill the blood python. The moment he thought of this, the group ran to him. They quickly covered him. Belinda asked him if he is all right. She asked him to escape to safety. She said that they can hold the monster down. Ghislain asked everyone to leave there. They were all shocked to hear this. Gordon asked him to repeat what he said. Jillian asked his master if he knows what he is saying. Ghislain told the man that he can't guarantee his safety in a battle against such a massive monster. He told him that he cannot afford to lose him here. Belinda asked her master to tell her what he plans to do. Our boy said that he will defeat the monster here. Belinda knew that her master has shown her amazing things before today, but she did not understand why he was going this far. While they were talking, the blood python fired its venom at them. Ghislain ordered them to leave quickly. The mercenaries ran. However, they did not run away. They ran to protect their employer with their shields. Our boy was shocked to see this. The men begged him to allow them fight with him. The eye patch man told our boy that they have never met an employer like him. Gordon reminded him that he has saved their lives many times. Seer told him that the treasure will be theirs once the python is gone. Belinda told her master that it is impossible for her to leave him behind. She took out her knives and a dagger. Jillian told Ghislain that they will draw the python's attention and create an opening. Our boy was surprised to hear this. With a smile on his face, Gillian asked Ghislain to trust them since they trusted him. Our boy informed them that the monster is massive and it has a lethal venom. Its extremely sturdy crimson scales will deflect even blades imbued with mana. Ghislain told them that they will die if they receive even one attack. Belinda was shocked to hear this. He revealed to them that they can inflict some damage if they smash its right eye and gaping injury. Our boy raised his sword. He told the Forest of Beast expedition team that they need to return alive. The men smiled when they heard this. They all accepted his order. The blood python charged at them. Ghislain attacked its mouth while Belinda and Carr attacked it from the side. Carr stabbed it in its injury. The monster screamed out in pain. While the python was screaming, Ghislain slammed his axe on its tail. He pressed it down. Ghislain used this opportunity to charge at the monster and stab its other eye. Our boy realized that not everything will go his way just because he knows the future. However, if he doesn't take any action, many will die. This is something that he is not going to let happen because he is the only one who knows the future. Ghislain and the other mercenaries continued hitting the tail to hold it down. The python screamed out in pain. The mercenaries did not let it rest. They climbed on top of it and continued stabbing it in its injuries. The python shook its head and managed to shake them off. The moment it did this, Ghislain jumped and charged at it. He was going to stab it on its head. Somehow, the python managed to sense his presence. It opened its mouth and ate our boy. Everyone was shocked to see this. Before the python could even move, a blade came out of its head. Ghislain used his sword to split the monster's head open. He came out of the python's mouth. His clothes were covered in its venom. The group was shocked to see him. He referred to himself as the future of Perdium. The scene shifts and we are taken to the Perdium castle. We see Albert and Homer talking to Zwalter. Albert slammed his hand on the table and told his lord that Ghislain has committed a serious crime. He could not believe that our boy ignored his father's order and went into the forest. Homer asked Albert to calm down. Albert said that he always knew that Ghislain acts unruly. He told the count that our boy thinks that he is the lord of the land because of his long absence. Homer and asked Albert to not get worked up by the issue. He reminded him that it has already been 2 weeks since Ghislain entered the forest. He said that they could have stopped our boy if Scoven had not made a false report. The general administrator did not understand why Scoven would help Ghislain. A crime like this could cost him his knight status. Albert told the count that he cannot let our boy continue to behave as he wishes. He told him that he should imprison Ghislain the moment he returns and punish him. Zwalter was quite annoyed with his son's actions. While they were talking, the knight captain barged into the room. He told the count that he needs to come down to see something. Zwalter asked Randolph if something is wrong. The man revealed to him that Ghislain is back. The men were surprised to hear this. The scene shifts and we are taken outside. We see Ghislain walking towards the castle. He was in normal clothes. In the next scene, we see Ghislain in his father's office. The officials were there with him. They all glared at him in silence. Even the count glared at his son. Ghislain told his father that he is home. The count reminded his son that he did not permit the development of the Forest of Beasts. Our boy apologized to his father. He told him that it had to be done. Homer was annoyed to hear what he said. Randolph reminded him that he downright ignored his father's orders. He explained to Ghislain that entering the Forest of Beasts is a serious crime. He told him that he could have lost his life and the monsters from the forest could have invaded their territory. Ghislain told him that he is fine. He said that the monsters did not invade their territory. Homer and Randolph were annoyed to hear this. They could not believe that he was talking back. Albert asked our boy if he finds this funny. He said that they can let the Forest of Beasts incident pass since it didn't lead to any trouble. He put his hand into his clothes and brought out a paper. He placed the paper on the table. He asked Ghislain if he has any excuse for this. When our boy picked up the paper, he was able to tell it was from Count Raold. Albert said that he felt uneasy when he heard about our boy's visit to the county. He told Ghislain that they found out about how he extorted 20,000 gold, which is the estate support funds that is given to Perdium regularly from Amelia, by threatening her. Albert told our boy that Count Rayfold was absolutely furious, and he has decided to cut off all forms of support to their territory and cancel the engagement as if it never happened. The treasurer told Ghislain that this will negatively affect their entire land. Ghislain was surprised to see a letter written by Count Rayfold, who doesn't get along with Amelia. Well, the letter did not seem to be fabricated. Our boy knew that it isn't difficult for Amelia to pull this off by manipulating the Count's money-driven mindset. The only thing Ghislain did not expect was that Amelia was willing to join hands with her enemies just to screw him over. This means that she will stop at nothing to get what she wants. Our boy had a feeling that the assassins weren't going to be the end of things. Unfortunately for him, he no longer has a leverage over the girl. If he was to reveal the secret deal with the Duke and the merchant guild that she controls, everything he will say will be dismissed as nonsense meant to cover up the incident. Ghislain realized that he would be tied down in the territory if he had been a little late. He became more certain that time was not on his side. Albert asked Ghislain to say something. Homer and told our boy that they are in an urgent situation. He said that they need to ask him to return the money first. Randolph said that the 20,000 gold will be enough to run the entire night order for months. Ghislain revealed to them that he has used it all. He said that he used it for the development of the Forest of Beasts. The room became silent. Albert asked him if he wasted the entire money on a useless forest filled with monsters. Our boy apologized to the man. He said that he doesn't have much to say about the Rayfold incident. Randolph grabbed Ghislain's shirt. He called him a stupid little brat. He reminded him that he is supposed to be the successor of the land. He could not believe that Ghislain sold the future of their land with his own hands. Homer and told Ghislain that he is no longer the young lord of their land. He said that he is now a filthy criminal. He asked Randolph to tie him down and throw him in a cell. Ghislain asked the man not to worry. He said that they will receive support funds from him. He told him that he will also add the 20,000 gold. The Count asked him to explain what he means. Our boy called out to Belinda. The woman entered the room with a box. Ghislain told the men that he won't have started the development if he wasn't going to bring anything back. Belinda opened the box and showed the men the runes. Ghislain revealed to them that these are the highest quality runstones. Albert was surprised to see the runist. Homer held one of the runestones. He asked our boy to tell him where he got such a valuable thing. Randolph said that he might have spent the 20,000 gold on it. Ghislain revealed to them that they mined it from the Forest of Beasts. Albert explained to our boy that the stones are worth a fortune, but they are nowhere near enough to run the land. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told the man that this isn't the end of it. Our boy took the officials to the entrance of the Forest of Beasts where his camp was. They saw the body of the blood python and hundreds of runstones. They saw the mercenaries working hard to transport the runstones. They were moving fast and carefully in order not to scratch the runstones. They were also separating the corpses of the monsters into different sections. Homer could not believe his eyes. He could not believe that Ghislain and this men managed to get all of this in 2 weeks. Randolph asked Homer if he is seeing things. The Count asked Belinda if all of this truly came from the expedition. The woman said that it did. She said that Ghislain led the expedition himself. Ghislain told the men that they obtained the inner hide of the Derussents and they got some byproducts from the blood python. He revealed to them that the amount of runstones here is merely a fraction of what they found in the mine. He told them that the reason for his expedition was to help the land. He said that he will use the gains for their land. Albert revealed to the Count that they won't have to struggle with the lack of support funds with the amount of items available here. He said that this is only a rough estimation. Homer and Randolph were shocked to hear what the man said. They both tapped Ghislain on his shoulders. Randolph commended him on his efforts. He asked him if he is tired from his expedition. Homer and asked our boy to let them know if he needs anything. Ghislain revealed to the men that he has a few conditions for the support funds. Randolph was shocked to hear this. He asked them to release Scovin and Ricardo. He said that they were just following his orders. He told them that they have to continue to prohibit civilian access to the Forest of Beasts just as they have done so far. He said that unnecessary rumors can spread and it can cause needless trouble. Homer believed that this was reasonable enough. For his last condition, Ghislain told the men that he will take care of recruiting and managing the mercenaries and security forces by himself. He said that having interference every time he moves troops within the territory would be a waste of time. The general administrator asked him if he intends on maintaining a private army. Randolph was against this idea. He told our boy that they do not know what he is plotting. Albert told Ghislain that he seems to have misunderstood something. He said that he will explain it to him. He told our boy that he is currently in a position where he should be begging for forgiveness. He told Ghislain that he sounds as if he is saying that he will do as he pleases, so they should stay out of his way. Ghislain told the man that this is a misunderstanding. He said that he is simply laying out the conditions necessary for him to provide financial support to Perdium in place of Rayfold. He explained to the man that if such trivial issues were to disrupt their operations, it will also negatively affect Perdium's finances. He asked the treasurer if he is okay with this. Albert was shocked to hear this. He called out to the Count. He asked him to say something. He told him that they are currently making a deal with the future of their land. The Count was simply looking around. Gillian and the other mercenaries came up to Gizon. They wanted to report to him. Gillian explained to our boy that the runist loading process is almost complete. He asked Ghislain to give the order. He said that they will be ready to move at any time. Cyr revealed to him that the hides of the Derussants have been stored without any preservatives. He asked Ghislain to tell him what he plans to do with the blood python. Our boy told him that the blood python will soon be dismantled. The venom, blood, flesh, and hides will all be separated and preserved to prevent decay. Cyr told him that he understands. The Count called out to Randolph. The man revealed to him that the mercenaries are individually formidable and they have an overwhelming presence. He said that he has no clue on how Ghislain could have such people under him. He said that it is just like an elite force. Zwalter moved close to his son. He commended our boy for getting such difficult mercenaries to follow his orders willingly. He told our boy that he must have put in a lot of efforts. Gislin said that the expedition wouldn't have prevailed without them. Upon hearing this, the Count turned around. He told his officials that they should return back to the castle. Before leaving, Zwalter told Gislin that he will let things slide this time. He asked our boy to prepare to face the consequences if he ever defies his order again. With a nervous smile on his face, Gislin thanked his father. The Count reminded his son that he is the successor who will inherit the land in the future. He told Gislin that he seems to possess the spirit of the Northern Wolf. The Northern Wolf is the alias given to Count Perium, the one who guards the frontier of the Lithania kingdom. Zwalter was a lonely person. He had weak military forces and a treasury plagued by poverty. Yet in the northernmost reaches where war never ceases, the Count dedicated his entire life to protecting the land even without his wife, his son, or his daughter. In the end, he was met with a miserable death and he was forgotten by all. Belinda moved close to her master and asked him if he is headed straight for the castle. Gislin said that he is not yet going to the castle. He asked her to get everything ready so that they can leave immediately. Belinda was shocked to hear this. She asked him if he is not going to rest. Gillian told him that he has overworked himself. He advised his master to rest. Belinda told him that it is a miracle he made it out alive from the blood python's body. She asked him if he knows how hard she worked to detoxify the poison from his system. Gislin tapped the woman on her shoulder and begged her to do it. Belinda was surprised to see this. Gislin knew that other people will soon find out that they secured the runestones. Those who want to invade their land will soon find out too. He knew that he had to expand his power as quickly as possible. He wanted to reach a level where no one would dare challenge him. The moment he thought of this, Gislin fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Everyone was shocked to see this. In the next scene, we see a dove fly into a building. It was carrying a letter on its neck. The dove landed in the hand of a man on a throne. The man quickly opened the letter to read it. The letter confirmed that a part of the Forest of Beasts has been developed. The man reading it was asked to initiate a war with the Dard family in order to annihilate Perdium. The letter said that the ducal house will step in after this. The man did not expect the ducal house to ask for the annihilation of Perdium. Members of his cabinet said that it is time to make Perdium a land without a lord. They believe that the ducal house will appoint a new owner of Perturium. The man on the throne asked the cabinet to tell him the amount of their people that are still inside Pertium. One of the men said that they have 2 retainers and 1 knight remaining. The Count asked his cabinet to send 2 retainers to the Dard territory. He said that the fact that the young Lord of Dard died in Pertium is more than enough justification to start a war. With a cold gaze in his eyes, the Count said that the supreme commander of this operation will be Victor. The cabinet was shocked to hear this. They never expected that their county's strongest card would be revealed so soon. One of them said that Pertium would have fallen if Frank had done his job properly. Another member told his master that he understands that Victor will be able to handle the task flawlessly. He told his master that it might be too soon to reveal their hidden card. He reminded the Count that they have proceeded with caution so far. He said that this decision feels rash. He said that it is odd that the ducal house, which has always operated in secret, is now choosing to directly intervene in Perturium. The Count told him that it is because of the Forest of Beasts. The man was surprised to hear this. The Count told the man that all decisions were made by Duke Deline. He asked the man not to question any orders no matter what they may be. The Count stood up and asked his cabinet to prepare for the war. This Count is known as Harold Desmond. He is the Count of the Desmond County. Count Desmond asked his men if there is anyone else who is aware of the situation. The scene shifts and we see Amelia screaming as she rested her head on Bernaf. The man called out to his mistress. Amelia revealed to him that Gislin has secured a runestone mine with her 20,000 gold. She said that he survived even though she sent the wildcats to kill him. She told Bernaf that she even bowed her head to her wretched father to cut off support funds for Pertium. She said that this made her look like a fool. Bernaf told his mistress that she is not acting like her usual self. Amelia took a deep breath. She told the man that he is right. She said that she got too emotional. She said that what is done can't be undone. Bernaf smiled when he heard this. He told Amelia that he is waiting for her orders. Amelia moved close to a map. She said that Perturium will soon escape their financial difficulties because they have obtained a runestone mine. Bernaf told her that they should be celebrating right now. Amelia told him that it is too early for them to celebrate. She told him that the most important thing is that they haven't sold the runist yet. Bernaf was surprised to hear this. Amelia revealed to him that she got information that they secured the runist 2 days ago. This is far too little time for them to establish a distribution network. She said that they will exploit this weakness. She told Bernaf that it is obvious who they will sell to. Bernoff realized that his mistress intends on acting before they can sell the runist. He asked her about where she wants to intervene. Amelia revealed to her knight that there is only one place in the northern region that Ghislain will sell to. She believed that our boy was going to go to the finest magic tower in the north, which is dominated by the Seventh Circle Arch. The magic tower is known as the Crimson Magic Tower. According to Amelia, runes is essential for magical research. Due to this, magic towers are always determined to secure their distribution channels. She placed a pin somewhere and asked Bernoff to set up the Wildats for an ambush along the main routes leading to the tower. The target isn't Ghislain, it is the laborers who are transporting the runist. Amelia said that they will use a hit-and-run tactic to isolate the transport and prevent the transfer completely. She said that they will take the runstones for themselves. Bernoff reminded his mistress that there is another magic tower in the north. This is the Flame Magic Tower, which is in Brian's territory. He asked Amelia if it is wise to deploy all their forces to the Crimson Magic Tower. Amelia told him that this may have been the case before. She revealed to him that the Flame Magic Tower has been in decline ever since it lost its place at the top when it was blinded by past glory. Amelia believed that someone like Ghislain, who is obsessed with money, will not choose the Flame Magic Tower deal over the Crimson Magic Tower's better deal. With a serious look on her face, Amelia promised to take everything away from Ghislain. In the next scene, we are taken to the Perdium Castle. We see Ghislain lying on the bed. Some bandages were wrapped around his body. Our boy was unconscious. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the time our boy was fighting the blood python. Ghislain got swallowed by it. A predator like the blood python begins to digest its prey. Immediately it swallows it before it reaches the esophagus. The prey is first dissolved by venom secreted from the inside. This makes the digestion easier. The mana from Ghislain's third core burned the acid upon contact. It prevented it from invading our boy system. However, in the process, the resulting toxic fumes create a lethal breathing environment. Most prey either lose consciousness or die by this stage. Ghislain forced himself to endure it. He did not want things to end there. The expedition, everything he holds dearly, and even the future will be gone. Since it was impossible to avoid getting poisoned, our boy decided to make the poison his own. He directed every bit of invading venom into his monocore. He knew that the fierce rotation of mana within the monocore can neutralize the venomous energy. He closed his eyes and began to move the energy. This delicate mana manipulation is something that only those who have reached the realm of superhumans can achieve. Ghislain believed that this venomous energy will serve as an alternative fuel capable of withstanding a mana explosion. The moment he thought of this, he attacked the monster. In the present, we see our boy wake up. He felt refreshed. He noticed that he was in his room. He remembered that his father forgave him. When he raised his head up, he saw Elena next to him. He was surprised to see his sister. Elena quickly hugged her brother. She informed him that he passed out for 2 whole days. She reminded him that he did not say anything before leaving, and now he passed out right after returning. Ghislain was surprised to see his sister hugging him. Elena pushed her brother away and ran to call Belinda. Our boy could not believe that he passed out for 2 days. He recalled that he received the bare minimum first aid after exiting the body of the python. He wanted to endure everything until the runstone is sold. Unfortunately, he cannot do this with his younger body. Ghislain stood up from the bed. He noticed that he was in a really great condition compared to how he overworked himself. He knew that 2 days shouldn't be enough to recover from the damage he received. He found this to be strange. Ghislain took off his bandages. He noticed that his body has gotten stronger, his resilience has gotten better, and his total mana has increased. When he checked his core, our boy realized that the property of his mana has changed. He wondered if the energy of the blood python got mixed in during the process of neutralizing the poison with his mana core. This method is something that Ghislain never knew about in his past life. Although he didn't intentionally risk his life, Ghislain got something out of it. There were still a few things that he needed to verify. Our boy realized that he could grow much faster with this method. Ghislain got a shirt from his wardrobe. He believed that selling the runist takes priority. He knew that many people would have found out in the 2 days that he was unconscious. He wanted to first visit the mercenaries. Before he could go anywhere, someone knocked on his door. Ghislain asked Belinda to enter. He told her that there is no need to knock. Belinda stepped into his room with his father. The Count asked him if he is all right. Our boy was shocked to see his father. Zwalter told his son that he heard about how he was poisoned after jumping into the mouth of the blood python. He told him that he heard it from Belinda. He asked his son if he is all right again. Ghislain told him that he is fine. The Count was relieved to hear this. Belinda quickly moved close to our boy. She touched his face and told him that she was surprised when he suddenly passed out. She asked him if he is really fine. Ghislain assured her that he is. Zwalter asked his son if he has a moment to talk. He told him that he has a request for him. Ghislain was surprised to hear this. In the next scene, we see our boy and his father on a training ground. Zwalter had taken off his armor. Everything felt a bit odd to Ghislain. This was the first time he got to have one-on-one time with his father. He avoided his father at all cost in his past life because he was scared that he was going to get yelled at. The Count apologized to Ghislain for calling him there when he just woke up. Our boy told him that it is fine. He said that he is in excellent condition thanks to the 2 days of rest. He asked his father to tell him what his request is. Zwalter glared at his son. He looked away after glaring at him. Ghislain wondered if this is what his mother meant when she told him something. When he was younger, Ghislain's mother revealed to him that his father can't show his honest self to others. Ghislain asked her about why his father acts like that. The woman explained to him that his father believes that he has to be an unshakable pillar for the people of the land. She told our boy that Zwalter has always put others before himself, so he has never shown his honest self before. She said that the only exception was when Zwalter wanted to confess his feelings for her. The woman asked her son to understand that part of his father. She said that the Count is not good at expressing his emotions. In the present, the Count asked Ghislain to raise his sword. Our boy accepted the order. He and his father took different stances. The Count charged at our boy first. Ghislain was able to block his attack. Zwalter put his leg forward and added more pressure to his sword. He was able to push Ghislain down. Our boy quickly gathered his strength and attacked. Zwalter was able to block it. He attacked Ghislain, but he was able to block it too. The Count gave him another attack that pushed him back a bit. Our boy noticed that it was heavy. He noticed that his father's sword was heavy. Zwalter charged at his son again. Ghislain was able to block the attacks, but he was getting pushed back. He realized that his father's strikes have enough strength to subdue the savage barbarians of the north. Yet they have been tempered with the gentleness to protect all. When Zwalter got close to him and attacked him, Ghislain was able to push his sword down. He attacked his father from the side. The Count was able to block it. He and Ghislain ended up pointing their swords at their necks at the same time. Zwalter was surprised to see this. He commended his son on his efforts. He told him that he has improved a lot. Our boy thanked him for the compliment. The Count advised his son to loosen his sword pressure slightly when he is locked in a blade clash. He told Ghislain that he has the strength and reflexes to take down massive monsters in the forest. He told him that his intent might become too easy for his opponent to read if he is not careful. Ghislain was surprised to hear this. He usually gets a feel for his opponent's movements as the fight goes on. Our boy realized that this is his first time receiving guidance from someone. Our boy's swordsmanship is instinctual, born from real combat and experience. Ghislain realized that there must be some things that he overlooked and never learned because he never followed formal training. His father pointed them out precisely to make him aware of this flaws. Ghislain always believed that he could only rely on himself. He believed that he will struggle through everything alone. He now realized that receiving guidance isn't such a bad thing. He thanked his father for teaching him. The Count revealed to his son that he actually intended on scolding him today. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He explained to Ghislain that no matter how great his contribution is, he still broke the rules. He told him that if everyone starts disregarding the rules under the pretense of making a contribution, the only thing that will follow is greater chaos. Zwalter told his son that he has actually changed. Unlike the past incidents which he caused in his reckless pursuit of merit, Ghislain was actually looking beyond this towards something greater. The Count advised his son to keep acting the same way. He asked him to think of Perdium and those around him. He asked him to fulfill his responsibilities as a successor. After saying this, Zwalter walked towards the exit. Ghislain thought about his responsibilities. While he was thinking, he remembered something. He reminded his father that he said that he has a request. He told the Count that he has not yet told him what it is. Zwalter stopped walking when he heard this with a nervous look on his face. He asked his son if he has some extra funds. In the next scene, we see our boy arrive at the Forest of Beasts outpost. His men were waiting for him. Ghislain smiled when he saw them line up. He asked them if they have all been well. While screaming at the top of their voices, the men said that they are good. Gillian asked his master if he has gotten better. Carr told him that he is looking much healthier now. Ghislain apologized to them for making them wait so long. He asked Gillian about how Rachel is. The man bowed his head. He said that he never thought a day would come when he would see her walk again. He told Ghislain that it is all thanks to him. Ghislain was happy to hear this. He told Belinda, Care, and Gillian that he has something to tell them. With a serious look on his face, our boy revealed to them that their land is in danger right now. The three of them were shocked to hear this. They all went into a tent. Ghislain told them everything about what happened on the day Elena was attacked. He told them about how he stopped them from killing her and using her death to start a war. He also told them about how he discovered the corpse of the Dard's young lord. He also mentioned the existence of those who are eyeing Perdium. He explained to them that this people are currently surveilling them right now. He said that they have probably been active for a long time. He said that they have neither the time nor the resources to prepare for an attack. Belinda finally understood why her master was in a hurry. She said that she thought that they could catch their breath after securing the runestones. First, it was the Forest of Beast, and now it is war. Cyr said that this land never gives him a chance to be bored. Gillian told our boy that this is the perfect time to attack Perdium. In a territory known for its weak military and poverty, the discovery of a runestone mine, which is a highly valuable resource, can change everything. Ghislain told the man that he is correct. He said that their enemies won't let them be. Belinda told our boy that he should have mentioned this earlier. She told him that they need to tell his father and the vassals. Ghislain told her that it is not yet time to do this. He explained to her that Elena's bodyguards betrayed them. He said that they could be traitors among the vassals. There is no way to confirm who is on their side, so they need to keep it to themselves. Belinda knew that our boy was right. He told them that he bought some time with Elena's survival, but now that they have found the runestone, there is no reason for their enemies to sit still. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain told them that it will be a tough fight. Everyone became silent. Cyr asked our boy to order them around. He told Ghislain that staying around him has been fun so far. Gillian reminded our boy that he already swore his life to him. He promised to fight with him until the very end. Belinda told him that no one is going to protect him if she is not around. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. The biggest enemy of Perdium is Duke Deline, as well as Count Desmond and Amelia, who are taking orders from him. Ghislain promised to not let things go as they planned. He told the group that they will now head to the Flame Magic Tower. Cyr was happy to hear that they were finally going to sell the runestones. He said that they will be rich. Belinda asked her master if he is certain. She told him that the Crimson Magic Tower is closer to them, and they will probably pay them a higher amount. Ghislain explained to her that the Flame Magic Tower will cause less friction. Gillian told him that he is right. He explained to them that when transporting high-value goods, unwanted guests are bound to appear. Since their payload is filled with runstones, staying one step ahead of the enemy is the only rational course of action. Belinda realized that they could be ambushed, like last time. Ever since Delmuth of the Crimson Magic Tower ascended to a 7th circle arcage and made his name known, the Flame Magic Tower has been on a downward spiral. Ghislain knew that it will be more profitable for them to sell the runestones to the Crimson Magic Tower, which is the greatest in the north. The Flame Magic Tower is making its own efforts, but it won't be easy for them to return to their former glory. Yet, despite all this, Ghislain still chose to head for the Flame Magic Tower for his own reasons. Our boy wanted to meet someone. The scene shifts and we are taken to the Flame Magic Tower. We are shown its amazing and luxurious buildings. Inside the tower, we see a girl surrounded by books shaking. She called out to someone known as Professor Ronato. She asked about when the light that he mentioned will come for her. In the next scene, we see Ghislain and his group arrive in the Brevant territory. They saw the huge tower of the Flame Magic Tower in the land. Gordon was surprised to see how huge the tower was. The man with the eye patch said that he has only heard about the tower before. He said that he has never been here before. Just from looking around, the mercenaries could tell that the quality of life was much different here than in Perdium. The territory had magnificent buildings and beautiful carriages. The mercenaries saw a large amount of magic scrolls. They also saw some mages using their magic to tile the road. They had never seen magic used in such manner. The mages were annoyed to see that the mercenaries were staring at them. They activated a different spell and used it to cover themselves. The spell made them invisible. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. They could not believe that the mages disappeared in broad daylight. Ghislain explained to them that the mages used a spell to conceal their presence. He told them that the mages don't welcome them. Cyr called the men idiots. He asked them to stop fooling around. Belinda was also surprised to see how big the magic tower is. Even though they were pushed down from the top spot, their magic tower was still amazing. Gillian revealed to her that the Brevant territory is one of the richest lands in the kingdom. Ghislain understood why they were impressed, but he knew that this magic tower that was once at the peak will later fall to ruin. When they arrived at the gates of the tower, Ka said that he can't even see the top of the tower even though he is so close to it. Belinda looked around. She asked about where the gatekeepers were. Only armors were lying at the entrance. The moment she asked this question, someone at the top of the gates raised his hand and asked them to stop. Immediately he said this. He and his partner used their magic to raise the armors up and make them take a stance. The armors were holding huge axes. The mage announced that nobody can just enter the magic tower. He asked them to reveal their identity and state their business. Belinda was surprised to see that they control the armors like puppets. Cyr could not believe that the mages couldn't come down to greet them. Gillian stepped down from his horse and introduced his master as the young lord of Perdium. He asked them to bring their trade officer. He told them that they have some fine goods to sell. With an arrogant look on his face, the mage told Gillian that they are not buying anything. Belinda was annoyed to hear this. She told the man that he has not even looked at their product. The man said that Perdium is the beggar land in the north. He said that anything from Perdium is probably just low-rank monster materials or garbage potions. He told them that it is a waste of time to deal with them. He and his partner made the puppets point their axes at them. The man asked the group to get lost. Belinda was annoyed to hear that he called them beggars. She asked him to come down and say it to her face. Jillian asked our boy about what they should do. Ghislaine asked the mage if he really wants them to leave. He showed him a small piece of runestone and told him that he should know what it is if he is a mage. The man was surprised to hear this. He took a look at our boy's hand. He was shocked to see him holding a runestone. He looked at the large amount of carts behind them. He realized that the carts have runestones inside. With a smile on his face, Ghislaine asked the mage if he is still not buying. The scene shifts and we see our boy and Belinda inside the tower, the trade officer, and the mage bowed their heads to them. The trade officer apologized for their rudeness. He introduced himself as Sane. He asked them to tell him if they need anything. Ghislaine told the man that they brought a lot of runstones. He said that he needs someone who will take responsibility until the very end of the deal. He told him that he needs to meet the Tower Master. Sane was surprised to hear this. He quickly agreed to Ghislaine's request. He told him that they need to inform him first. He ordered the guard to guide our boy and Belinda to the reception. The man accepted the order. Belinda told him that this is how he should have acted in the first place instead of mocking them. The man could not say anything. On their way to the reception, they heard a loud sound. Ghislaine asked the man if something is wrong. The man asked him not to pay attention to it. He told him that it is common during magic research. On the other side of the hall, we see 3 mages open a door and let out smoke from a room. We see the beautiful girl from earlier on the ground. The leader of the mages reminded the girl that he asked her to never set foot into the laboratory again. With a smile on his face, he told the girl that she is taking up space in the laboratory for no reason since she cannot use magic. He asked her if it is smart to ignore him, who is the future Tower Master of the Magic Tower and a third Circle Mage. Alfoy's friends wondered why her teacher brought her to the tower. The blonde boy next to him told the girl that she should be grateful that the Tower Master gave her a place to sleep. The girl said that she also has a right to use the laboratory because she is a mage. Alfoy told her that they will treat her like a mage. He used his wand to gather fire in his hand. He told the girl that she should be able to use a defensive spell to deal with this basic offensive spell. With a smile on his face, he asked the girl to try and block the attack. The moment he said this, he fired the first circle magic known as Fire Sling at the girl. She quickly raised her hand. She screamed out defense, but nothing happened. She quickly used her hand to cover her face. Fortunately for her, Ghislaine appeared out of nowhere and used his sword to cut through the attack. The boys were surprised to see this. Ghislaine asked the idiot if this kind of behavior is what is called magic research in the Flame Magic Tower. The scene shifts and we are taken to the Tower Master's meeting room. We see the Tower Master, whose name is Hubert, telling the elders of the tower that they are running low on runestone. He wondered about how they reached this point. He said that the gap between them and the Crimson Magic Tower will continue to get wider. He reminded them that he has been telling them to get runestone. He asked the elders about what they have been doing. An elder with a yellow hat remembered that the Tower Master usually asked them to wait each time they try to secure a distribution line. Another elder with a red hat recalled that Hubert spent his time buying trinkets and luxury goods under the guise of networking with nobles. He couldn't stand the Tower Master anymore. An elder with a green hat informed Hubert that the Tower Master of the Crimson Magic Tower has reached the 7th circle. He reminded Hubert that he is still a 6th circle mage. Hubert asked the elders to not talk about the Tower Master of the Crimson Magic Tower. He said that he will reach the 7th circle if he has more runestone. Hubert could not believe that Delmuth reached the 7th circle before him. He told himself that Delmuth must be buying all the runestone for himself. He did not like the fact that the stone was very expensive. The moment he thought of this, Sane barged into his meeting room. He told him that they need his attention right now. Hubert told the man that he is rude. He asked him if he can't knock when they are having a meeting. Sane apologized to him. He said that they need his attention now. He revealed to him that someone brought a massive amount of runestone. Hubert and the elders were shocked to hear this. The scene shifts and we see Alfoy firing more attacks at Ghislaine. Our boy easily used his sword to block the attacks. Alfoy made a huge fireball and shot it at Ghislaine. Our boy cut through the fire with his sword. Alfoy's friends and the girl were shocked to see this. Alfoy could not believe that Ghislaine sliced his attack in half. He did not think that this was possible. Before he could make another move, a rope went around his body and tied him up. Belinda was the one using the rope. She made the idiot get on his knees. She told the idiot that he has a lot of guts to attack her master. Alfoy was shocked to hear this. He asked them about who they are. Before Belinda could do anything, someone asked everyone to stop. The person turns out to be Hubert. The man asked them to explain what is happening. The girl became nervous when she saw Hubert. She called him Tower Master. Upon hearing this, Ghislaine asked Belinda to release the idiot. The maid let go of him. Alfoy stood up and called out to his teacher. He ran into his arms. Hubert asked his disciple to tell him what is happening. Alfoy told his teacher that Ghislaine and Belinda are intruders. He said that he was trying to make sure that the girl whose name is Vanessa doesn't enter the laboratory again, but Ghislaine and Belinda attacked him. While shaking like a little girl, Alfoy told his master that he wanted to stop Vanessa from entering the laboratory because he didn't want her to get hurt since she doesn't have any mana. Belinda told the idiot that he is crying like a little girl. Alfoy was annoyed to hear this. He told the maid that he is a man with a shaky tone in her voice. Vanessa said that she just wanted to use the laboratory. Upon hearing this, Ghislaine became certain that she is the one he is looking for. This girl will later be known as the Red Nightmare. Our boy was surprised to see that this is what she was like before she became a total nightmare. Hubert took out his wand and gathered fire in his hand. He was annoyed to hear that they tried to harm his student after intruding into the magic tower. He told our boy that he will burn him into a crisp. Belinda asked her master about what they should do. She said that the man looks a little dangerous. Our boy moved forward and placed his hand on his chest. He introduced himself as the heir of the Perdium family. He said that he came to sell runes to them. Hubert was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that he was looking at his guest. Alfoy was shocked to hear that Ghislaine had runstones. He could not believe it. Our boy told Hubert that the runestone is at the front of the castle. He asked him if he would like to see it for himself. When Hubert and the elders arrived at the front, they saw several cards containing runestone. They were all shocked to see the amount of runestone that Ghislaine had. An elder with a red hat wondered about where our boy got it from. An elder with a yellow hat told the tower master that there are more than 10 carts full of runestone. He asked him about what he wants to do. Hubert did not respond to him. The man cheered like a little girl. He did not expect to get this amount of runestone. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He believed that he will be able to crush the Crimson Magic Tower with this runestone. Hubert actually cheered in his imagination. He didn't want to lose his cool in front of the elders. He put himself together and told Ghislaine that the quality doesn't seem very good. Sir was annoyed to hear this. He grabbed his sword. He could not believe that Hubert was spouting nonsense after they worked hard to mine the stones. Vanessa was surprised to hear this. She said that one cart should last them for some weeks. Hubert was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that she was talking at this moment. He told her that she doesn't know anything. He ordered her to get inside. As he watched Vanessa walk into the tower, he cursed a man named Renato for leaving Vanessa with him. He believed that the girl should have the ability to read the room even if she doesn't have talent. He turned to the elders and carefully winked at them. He asked them if they agree with Vanessa. The elders immediately understood what he was trying to tell them. The green hat elder picked up one of the stones and said that the quality is not very good. The yellow hat elder said that runestone from a poor territory has a possibility of being fake. Belinda was annoyed to hear this. She asked the old idiots if they know how hard her master worked to get them. The yellow hat elder said that their efforts is not his business. He asked Belinda if she knows how many scammers there are today. The green hat elder said that they can't judge solely on what the seller says. Ghislaine told them that he believes that they don't want to buy his product. The elders were shocked to hear this. Our boy turned around. He said that the Flame Magic Tower doesn't need it. He said that they can sell it somewhere else. Hubert panicked when he saw this. He quickly asked them to wait. He turned to the elders and signaled them. The blue hat elder told Hubert that they will take the carts off his hands since he went through so much trouble to bring them there. He said that he doesn't want Ghislaine to leave empty-handed after coming so far. He begged Hubert to show them some mercy. The Tower Master decided to play the role of Messiah. He told the Blue Hat Elder that he will do it since the elders agreed on it. With a smile on his face, he told Ghislaine that he will buy all of them out of the generosity of his heart. He said that he has to buy it below the market price. Ghislaine told him that he is misunderstanding something. He asked Kay to take all the carts back except one. With a smile on his face, our boy told the mercenary that they only planned on selling one cart. Hubert and the elders were shocked to hear this. With an evil smile on Kay's face, he apologized to Ghislaine. He said that he forgot about this. Sir ordered the men to take the carts away. The mercenaries immediately began to move. Hubert quickly moved close to Ghislaine. He asked him about what he is doing. Our boy apologized to him for the confusion. He said that his subordinates made a mistake and brought too much goods. He told Hubert that their actual destination is the Crimson Magic Tower. He said that they just need some money for their trip. Hubert became annoyed when he heard about the Crimson Magic Tower. He quickly changed his expression. He told Ghislaine that he was just joking around so that their first meeting wouldn't be too awkward. He asked our boy to follow him inside for a little chat. The elders were disappointed when they heard this. They could not believe that he quickly stopped bluffing with a smile on his face. Our boy told him that a meeting will be fine. The scene shifts and we see everyone inside the meeting room. Hubert introduced the old men as the elders of the tower. He said that they are all Fifth Circle mages. Gislin said that this is impressive. He said that this is expected from the second strongest in the northern region. Hubert told our boy that he has heard some strange rumors that are not true. He said that the Flame Magic Tower is still the strongest magic tower in the northern region. Gislin told him that it is not important. Belinda was surprised to see how her master spoke. She wondered if he is trying to piss Hubert off. Kier liked what he was seeing. Galayan told the woman that their master definitely has a plan. Hubert asked Gislin about the amount he wants to sell it for. He told him that he won't get a better deal than what he will get here if he tried to sell it to anyone else. Gislin raised his hand and told Hubert that he wants double the market price. Hubert and the elders were shocked to hear this. They believed that our boy was just too naive to understand how the world works. Hubert told Gislind that this isn't how negotiations work. He explained to him that it is about both parties making a compromise. He told Gislind that he can't just make a one-sided decision. Our boy told him that he simply felt like he needed to get double the market price from the Flame Magic Tower. The elders were annoyed to hear this. They told Gislind that he shouldn't joke in a place like this. They asked him if he is mocking them. With a serious look on his face, Hubert asked Gislind to watch himself. He told him that he gets angry when he sees clueless brats flailing in a world that they don't understand. He told Gislind that he understands that he makes mistakes because he is still young. He said that he will show him mercy once out of generosity. He asked our boy to take the negotiations seriously. He told him that he will give him a little extra on top of the market price. He asked our boy to sell to them. Gislind stood up when he heard this. Hubert was surprised to see this. He asked him about why he stood up. Gislind told him that he doesn't seem interested in buying them. He said that double is actually a discount. He told the Tower Master that he will simply go to the Crimson Magic Tower. The moment Gislind turned around, Hubert panicked and called out to him. He asked him about why he is in a rush. He said that he was simply upset. He asked our boy to sit down and chat a little longer with them. Gislind smiled when he heard this. Hubert told our boy that he has guts. He said that they will take the runist for double the market price because they are the first people he visited. Our boy smiled and agreed to Hubert's offer. The Tower Master became relieved. Gislind revealed to him that the double price is just for one cart. The elders and Hubert were surprised to hear this. The Tower Master told our boy that he needs to sell everything he brought to them. Gislind explained to him that he can sell the rest of the runestone for triple the market price if he tells the Crimson Magic Tower that he sold it to them for double the price. He asked Hubert to tell him why he would sell everything here. The Tower Master was annoyed to hear this. He told Gislind that there is a limit to how much they can let him joke around. Gislind stood up and told Hubert goodbye. The moment he saw this, the Tower Master panicked. He quickly accepted our boy's offer to buy at triple the price. Gislind smiled and sat down. He said that this is what he expected from the greatest magic tower in the north. Hubert stood up and asked our boy to wait there. He said that he wants to get the money immediately. The elders were shocked to hear this. They did not expect their Tower Master to panic this much. The Tower Master couldn't believe that a sixth circle mage like him was getting played by a country bumpkin. He didn't understand why he was buying into this nonsense. He had no choice but to buy them since they were currently experiencing a shortage of runestone. He told himself that he will burn Gislind if he acts out again. Before Hubert could take a step forward, Gislind called out to him. He told him that he has not finished stating his conditions. The Tower Master turned around out of anger. He asked our boy to tell him what he wants. With a serious look on his face, Gislind told the Tower Master that he wants him to give Vanessa to him. Hubert was shocked to hear this. He asked him if he really wants the girl. Gislind revealed to him that he intends on making her his exclusive mage. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see an older Gislind roasting some meat on his sword. His comrade was next to him. The man had a hook in his right hand. Gislind told the man that the meat is burning. The man asked him to roast the meat by himself. He reminded him that he is missing an arm. Our boy clenched his fist and asked the man to repeat what he said. His comrade became scared. He told him that it is nothing. The man asked his captain if he has heard about Vanessa the Red Nightmare. Gislind had never heard of anyone like this. His comrade revealed to him that he has been going around to collect information. He said that he found something very interesting. He revealed to our boy that he heard about a mage who burned down the entire northern region of Lithania. The mage was a woman who had reached the 7th circle. Gislind said that her name is pretty flashy. He asked his comrade about why he brought her up. The man revealed to our boy that he believes that Vanessa has gone completely mad. He explained to Gislind that the woman actually learned a mana cultivation technique, even though she is a mage. Gislind was surprised to hear this. He asked his friend to tell him why Vanessa learned a mana cultivation technique instead of circles. The man said that it is because she is crazy. He told Gislind that Vanessa is a walking disaster who burns down everything in her path. Thanks to her, the nobles are having a lot of trouble. The man told our boy that the subjugation request they received a while back is for her. Gislind still found it odd that a mage reached the 7th circle through a mana cultivation technique. With a smile on his face, he told his comrade that he is curious. He told the man known as Claude that they should recruit her. Claude was shocked to hear this. He did not expect to hear this after all he said. Unfortunately, Ghislain was not able to recruit her. By the time he found Vanessa, she was as good as dead. She was not able to control her magic. Vanessa had the talent to reach the 7th circle even though she never properly learned magic. Ghislain believes that her talent will flourish with a little guidance. He told himself that he will definitely recruit her in this life. Ghislain did not expect his master to mention Vanessa. The girl did not seem special to him. Cyr told Ghislain that she didn't seem strong. Belinda told her master that he should inform her in advance if he wants to bring someone along with them. The elder with the red hat told the tower master that this is a great opportunity to get rid of the useless girl he asked him to do as Ghislain said. The elder with the yellow hat said that they have honored their loyalty to Renato by caring for her all this time. Hubert told our boy that Vanessa is an outstanding mage that their tower values. He told him that the girl will be delighted to accept the tower's request. Ghislain revealed to him that he also wants him to dispatch battle mages who have reached the 3rd circle to Pertium. Hubert was shocked to hear this. Our boy revealed to him that he needs mages for the upcoming territorial war. The elders were shocked to hear this. Ghislain asked Hubert to pay 3 times the market price, dispatch battle mages of 3rd circle or higher to Pertium, and to make Vanessa his exclusive mage. He told Hubert that these are the 3 conditions for selling the runed stone to him. Upon hearing this, Renato released his mana. He shattered the glass windows with it. With a scary look on his face, he asked Ghislain if he takes him for a fool. He told him that mages affiliated with the Magic Tower cannot intervene in territorial wars. He asked our boy if he is unaware of the basic rules set by the kingdom. The Tower Master could not believe that Ghislain wanted mages of the 3rd circle or higher, who are the very foundation of the Magic Tower, to go to the front lines. With a serious look on his face, Hubert told Ghislain that this is an insult to the Flame Magic Tower. He told him that even his ashes won't be left behind. Ghislain quickly grabbed his sword. He could not believe that Hubert was able to exert such pressure just with his mana. Cher reminded him that the man is a 6th circle mage. Belinda called out to her master. Hubert took a step forward to move closer to our boy. When Ghislain saw this, he told the man that he will regret it. Hubert did not expect to hear this. Our boy revealed to him that they discovered a massive runestone vein in their territory. He told him that what they saw earlier is just a small portion of the runestone. The elders were shocked to hear this. Ghislain revealed to Hubert that this information is already spreading across the north. He asked the Tower Master if he knows what this means. Hubert told him that many will come for the runestone vein. Our boy stood up and explained to him that they are not trying to start a war. He said that Pertium simply needs the Magic Tower's help to gain strength. He promised Hubert that he will exclusively supply runestone to the Flame Magic Tower if they help them get through the crisis. The Tower Master did not expect to hear that they would have a monopoly over the runestone. Ghislain stretched out his hand to him. He told him that it will only be a matter of time before the flame overtakes the crimson and stands as the top magic tower. Hubert glared at Ghislain's hand. He didn't like the terms that came with the deal, but he knew that it favored him. He grit his teeth and shook our boy's hand to accept the deal. In the next scene, we see him talking to Alfoy. He told him about what happened. The boy asked his master about why it has to be him. He told him that there are several other mages. Hubert asked him not to misunderstand him. He told him that he is sending the greatest talent in the Flame Tower's history for the sake of his own future. Alfoy was happy to hear his master call him the greatest talent. His master explained to him that this experience will eventually be a huge help to him when he becomes the Tower Master. He asked him to keep a close eye on Ghislain to make sure that he doesn't smuggle the runist somewhere else. He asked Alfoy to quickly retreat if an actual territorial war breaks out. Hubert placed his hand on his disciple's shoulder and told him that he simply needs to endure for a year. He told him that they will take over the #1 spot as the best tower in 1 year. Alfoy smiled and accepted his master's decision. He quickly regretted his decision. He did not expect to see that Pertium would be so poor. One of the mages with him said that the castle is quite old-fashioned. He said that it is practical enough. Alfoy believed that it was just some rural dump. He could not believe that the successor of the Magic Tower got dispatched to this miserable excuse of a territory. When Ghislain moved close to him, he introduced himself to him as a 3rd circle mage. He said that he has been entrusted with the important task of leading the mages. Ghislain told him that the territory will require a lot from him. He asked the boy to not let his guard down and do his best. Alfoy was annoyed to see that someone he considered a country bumpkin was ordering him around. He told himself that he will first deal with Ghislain once he becomes the Tower Master. Ghislain looked around. He was looking for someone. He called out to Alfoy and asked him about where Vanessa is. The boy turned around and said that Vanessa is bringing their bags. When our boy looked behind him, he saw the girl carrying the heavy bags while walking barefooted. She was breathing heavily. She moved close to Ghislaine and bowed her head to him. Alfoy asked her about what took her so long. He told her that Ghislaine almost thought that she wasn't coming. Ghislaine asked Vanessa to leave the bags and follow him. Vanessa told him that she hasn't finished moving the bags. Alfoy asked him to let her do it. He said that this is what the girl has been doing in the magic tower. He said that she should be able to do these chores if she can't use magic. Ghislaine picked up one of the boxes. He threw it at Alfoy's face. The boy fell to the ground. The mages were shocked to see this. While holding his nose, Alfoy asked Ghislaine about what he is doing. Ghislaine explained to him that Vanessa is no longer affiliated with the magic tower. He told him that the girl is now his personnel. He asked him to not order her around. Our boy told Alfoy that he will let it slide this time. He told him that he will be risking his life if this happens again. Vanessa did not expect this. Alfoy stood up in anger. He could not believe that Ghislaine would treat the heir to the Flame Magic Tower and a third circle mage like this. He told Ghislaine that he has crossed the line that even nobles can't cross. He told him that him and his teammates can burn down the territory in seconds if they wanted to. He asked his comrades to stand up. He said that they need to show Ghislaine the pride of mages. The moment he said this, Ghislaine snapped his fingers. His mercenaries surrounded the mages. They pointed their swords at them. Alfoy said that this is barbaric. He told them that they are barbarians who draw their weapons against mages. He demanded that they treat them as mages. He said that they deserve the best treatment. Ghislaine asked him to shut up. He reminded him that he is there due to a contract. He explained to him that he has been granted full authority to command him freely for a year through a legitimate deal with the Tower Master. He told him that he has to exclusively supply runestone to the Flame Magic Tower in return. He asked Alfoy to tell him whose side the Tower Master will take if the contract is voided because of his reckless action. The boy became nervous when he heard this. Ghislaine explained to him that his role is nothing more than that of a reserved bundle of living mana. He asked the boy to obediently fulfill his role if he wants to be treated well. Aloy became angrier when he heard our boy call him a reserved bundle of living mana. Ghislaine turned around and asked Julian and Serre to take good care of the mages. With a creepy smile on his face, Serre asked the boy if he liked it better when he was at the magic tower. He told him that he will guide him so that he can adapt to their land. Alfoy began to tremble. He called them miserable human beings. While they were screaming, our boy walked up to Vanessa. He asked her to not take orders from anyone other than him. He told her that she is his exclusive mage. Vanessa was shocked to hear this. She put her head down. She informed Ghislaine that she can't use magic like Alfoy. With a smile on his face, our boy asked her to follow him. He told her that he will help her use magic. In the next scene, we see Ghislaine take Vanessa to his training room. He called out to her when they stepped inside. The girl quickly answered him. He turned around and asked her about how far she got in her magic studies. The girl said that she got up to the 5th circle in theory. Ghislaine told her that this is excellent. Vanessa did not expect to hear this. She said that it is all useless because she can't use magic. Our boy asked her if there is a particular reason why she can't use magic. Vanessa explained to him that she was never able to feel mana since she was a child. Even though she couldn't feel it, she believed that she would be able to use magic someday if she worked hard enough. The more she studied magic, the more she realized that this day will never come. Vanessa held her staff close to her chest. She said that she must have been kicked out of the tower because her teacher who guided her has passed away. Ghislaine realized that a 5th circle mage possesses the strength that is on par with the average elder of the Flame Magic Tower. Magic isn't something that can be mastered just by memorizing it. It requires insight and understanding of the principles behind activation and the ability to infuse it with your interpretation and will. Vanessa may understand it in her head, but her body can't keep up. Ghislaine knew that she must have endured grueling efforts and countless trials and errors to overcome this problem. He believed that the girl's efforts were not in vain. He just wanted to lead her down a different path. He remembered Claude telling him that Vanessa reached the 7th circle in his past life. The man told him that she learned a mana cultivation technique. He said that she did this because she is crazy. Our boy smiled when he remembered this. He revealed to Vanessa that he will teach her a mana cultivation technique from now on. The girl was surprised to hear this. She asked Ghislaine to tell her why she will learn a mana cultivation technique when she is a mage. Our boy explained to her that both circles and mana cultivation techniques are used for controlling mana. He asked Vanessa if she has ever tried it before. Vanessa was shocked to hear this. She said that it is crazy. She asked Ghislaine to tell her how she can use magic with a mana cultivation technique. She said that she can become magically crippled for the rest of her life if things go wrong. Ghislaine stretched out his hand and told Vanessa that she should try it with him. When Vanessa saw the look in Ghislaine's eyes, she knew that he was being serious. She never thought of herself actually using magic. She clenched her fist and told herself that she will do it if this is what it takes. The scene shifts and we see her and Ghislaine sitting on the floor. She loosened her dress to show Ghislaine her back. Our boy recalled that the girl had the same eyes as him in his past life. It was filled with regret, rage, and hatred. The place she fell to after endlessly yearning for magic was an endless abyss. She mastered a mana cultivation technique of unknown origins only to become a disaster driven by instinct. She burned everything to ashes. However, it is different this time because Ghislain is there to prevent her from falling into that abyss again. Our boy told himself that he will reach out his hand to her. He activated his mana and placed his hand on her back. He pushed his mana into her body. Vanessa grit her teeth to endure the pain. Her body became hot. Ghislain immediately asked her to close her mouth. He told her that she is twisting her mana road. He told her that his mana just entered her body. He asked her not to let go of this sensation. He asked her to feel the flow of mana as much as possible. Vanessa quickly closed her eyes to focus on the mana. She felt the flow of mana stretching through every corner of her body. It was circulating along the edges and converging at the center. Vanessa's eyes shined brightly. Her body released a large amount of mana. Vanessa fell into a trance. We see a younger Vanessa watching her master talk to Hubert. Her master found out that the tower was going to cut off his support. He asked Hubert if he knows what he is saying. He told Hubert that Vanessa has talent. He said that they would have never been able to prove the pattern of mana particles transmuted into mana without Vanessa. With a nervous look on his face, Hubert said that he understands. He said that the situation is a bit weird. He told Renato that it doesn't matter if Vanessa is very smart. It doesn't mean anything if she can't use magic. He told Renato that they can't really call her a mage. Renato asked him about what he is saying. Hubert asked him to tell him if they will get anything out of Vanessa if they invest in her. The older Vanessa saw herself crying after hearing what Hubert said. She saw herself apologizing to her master with tears in her eyes. She told Renato that he wouldn't have to leave the tower if she was just talented. Her master pat her on her head. He told her that he is not leaving the magic tower. He said that he is simply going on a journey to find a method for her to use magic. He asked her to lift her head high and look at the sky. He told her that there is no place in the world where darkness lasts forever. He promised her that a light will come to find her one day. When she remembered this words, Vanessa saw an image of our boy stretching his hand out to her. Ghislain shined brightly in front of her. Vanessa stretched out her hand to touch our boy. Their hands shined brightly when they touched. Vanessa realized that her teacher was right. The light eventually came for her too. After seeing this image, Vanessa fell to the ground and lost consciousness. In the next scene, we are taken to a building. We see a man fighting some soldiers in the building. The man had already beaten up 4 soldiers. Some men were cheering for the huge man. The man asked the other soldiers to come at him. He asked them if they believe that they can cut him down with a piece of metal. One of the soldiers asked him to stop being stupid. He charged at the man. Before his sword could touch the man, he grabbed his hand and slammed him to the ground. Another soldier tried to attack the man from behind. The man was able to sense this. He used the soldier he put down to slam the soldier that charged at him. The soldiers were sent flying. They destroyed the wall and landed outside. The man told them that he is not even warmed up yet, and they are already on the ground. The man's subordinates commended him on his work. They said that the worms were stupid to interfere with their party. They said that no one around there can stop them. A man slammed his cup on the table when he heard this. In the next scene, we see the man outside the bar with his fishing rod in the river. His helmet was next to the fishing rod. Someone walked up to the man and asked him if his training is going well. The man asked the person to go straight to the point. The person informed the man whose name is Victor that Count Desmond has issued a mobilization order. Victor stood up when he heard this. He grabbed his helmet and wore it. He also picked up his fishing rod. He went into the bar and asked the man to follow him. When he went inside, we are shown the dead bodies of the mercenaries from earlier. Victor said that he was just getting bored to death. In the next scene, we are taken to Zwalter's office. Randolph was next to him. The Count's hands began to shake when he opened a letter. Count Dard told him that Ghislain killed his son. He told him that he will have his vengeance. Zwalter asked the knight captain to assemble the soldiers. He said that this is a declaration of war. The scene shifts, and we see the officials in the Count's office. Randolph told his master that the guards must have lost their minds. He could not believe that they were claiming that Ghislain killed Gilmore. Another official said that they have to teach them a lesson for declaring war with a false pretext. The officials did not expect the Dards to turn on them because they treated them like family for a long time. The officials wondered about what the Degalar watched his officials as they screamed at each other. Ghislain informed them that it is because of the runestone. Zwalter was surprised to hear this. Ghislain reminded them that 2 vassals were sent to the Dards' territory when he was at the magic tower. He said that the vessels must have spread the information about their territory. The officials were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that the vessels betrayed them. They told our boy that he is making a bold accusation. Zwalter knew that it was not uncommon for a good thing that can save one's land to bring crisis. Instead, he realized that his son already knew that this would happen all along. Randolph told them that they don't need to think too much about it. He reminded them that they outnumber the Dards' army with far more experienced soldiers. He said that the Dards will pay for opposing them. The moment he said this, Scovin barged into the room. He told Zalter that he has some urgent news. He said that the Dards have arrived. Outside the town, we see the Dards' army matching to Pertium with their flags in the air. Victor was leading them. Zwalter, Gislin, and the officials quickly went outside to see the army that matched into their territory. Randolph did not understand what was happening. It hadn't been long since they declared war. It did not make sense that they were already ready. A soldier informs Walter that there are around 6,000 armed forces. The supply unit that departed later consists of 1,000 troops. Additionally, multiple siege weapons have been identified. The troops have already begun construction. Albert asked Randolph about what is happening. He said that the army vastly outnumber them. He said that the Dards are as poor as Pertium. He asked him about where they got this amount of troops. Randolph reminded him that he told him not to reduce the funds for maintaining troops. The Count turned around and asked the men to get themselves together. He told them that quarreling amongst themselves serves no purpose. He ordered Randolph to gather all troops to the castle walls. He asked him to take all the citizens inside the castle and close the gates. He ordered the soldiers to remain at their stations. Zwalter announced that the war has already begun. Count de Garde moved his horse close to the castle. He said that his son was a useless young lad. He said that he managed to prove his worth after death with a greedy look in his eyes. Count Tomodard said that this is an incredible castle. He asked Victor to follow him. He said that he needs to speak to Zalter. When he got closer to the castle, Zwalter asked him to explain the meaning of his treachery. Tomos said that his beloved son died on their land. With a look of anger on his face, he said that his son died at the hands of the successor of Pertium. He told Walter that there is no parent that wouldn't be furious at the death of his child. He told the Count that things will end peacefully if he surrenders now. Randolph was annoyed to hear this. He told his master that Tomos is lying to the very end. Albert told his lord that there is no reason to continue this conversation. Even though he managed to save Elena, Gislin knew that things would still end up like this because Gilmore died. Gislin could tell that they came to trample on them because they brought siege weapons. Everything was going as our boy expected. Zwalter told Tomos that Gislin did not kill his son. He released his mana and told Count de Garde that this is the only answer he will give him. He asked him to return to his land if he values his life. Tomos became scared. Even Victor had to acknowledge that Zwalter Pertium truly has a commanding presence worthy of the renowned general who has protected the North for so many years. Tomos put himself together. He tells Walter that he can't even fathom the amount of blood that will be spilled because of his foolish choice. He turned around and told him that he will regret it. Randolph turned to his master. He asked him to leave the troops to him. He said that these troops are nothing but unorganized dogs. He assured Zalter that he will wipe them out and bring victory to their land. Homer asked him if he has lost his mind. He told him that it doesn't matter if he is very strong. He said that the difference is too vast. Albert told him that one lost battle can cost them their lives. Randolph told them that they can't just stand by and watch. Homer suggested that they request aid from other lands. Randolph asked him if they can hold out until they arrive. Someone said that they may have to abandon the castle and retreat to the northern fortress as a last resort. Due to the chaos, Zwalter could not get his thoughts together. After the sudden declaration of war, their enemies appeared fully prepared. Due to the number of enemy troops, Zwalter was able to tell that someone must have assisted Count Dard from behind. He didn't know who it was. Zwalter wondered about what he should do in this situation. While he was thinking, our boy told him that they should prepare for a defensive battle. The Count was surprised to hear this. His son explained to him that they can only muster 2,000 soldiers, which is small when compared to Dard army, which is close to 7,000. They outnumber the Pertium army by more than 3 times. They are fully prepared and their morale is high. Gislin told his father that they will probably begin a full-scale assault in roughly 15 days when the siege weapons are complete. He told Zalter that requesting reinforcement and holding out in the castle is the best option. Zalter said that this would have been the usual course of action. However, he cannot see anything they can do after this. Our boy moved close to his father and whispered something to him. Zwalter seemed to be very shocked. In the next scene, we see Gislin wearing an armor. He was holding his helmet in his hand during the 15 days before the enemy's full-scale assault. Gislin decided to pour everything he has into turning things around. Our boy went into a tent to meet Belinda, Jillian, and Kair. The mood in the air was not friendly. Belinda said that the war really broke out. Gislin said that it did. He told them that he will tell them what they must do from now on. He informed them that they are going to ambush their enemies. Gislin explained to them that they will ambush their supply units before they begin their assault once they block off their supply route. Continuing the war will become much more difficult for them. Belinda asked her master about how they will do it. She reminded him that the Dard soldiers have occupied the front of their castle. Due to this, there are many eyes watching them. The enemies will notice immediately if they try anything. Ghislain called out to Sir and Gillian. Sir informed him that he has already stationed the troops in the forest of Beast Outpost. If things go south, they can retreat into the woods, so there is no need for worry about being discovered. Gillian informed his master that they have finished distributing the ponchos made from the Darascent skin as he ordered. The man said that the ponchos should be well suited for nighttime operations due to the dark materials. Ghislain told him that a large army moving would be easily detected. But if it is an elite unit in camouflage, spotting an ambush won't be so easy. The only issue they had was that they don't know the location of the supply unit. Ghislain turned to Belinda and told her that he needs her to find out where the supply unit is. Belinda did not expect this. She put herself together and accepted the order. Our boy knew that this was a dangerous role that requires one to prepare for death and slipping into enemy lines. However, he was certain that Belinda could handle it easily. The last thing our boy needed for his plan was the strongest card that will land the finishing blow in this war. He wanted this card to be Vanessa. A few days later, we are taken to the Dard supply unit camp. We see a man known as Fao in the camp. He was previously a vassal of Perdium. He has now become a commander of Dard's supply unit. Fabro was extremely happy that the war had begun. He said that he will be rewarded with some land in a few weeks. He clinked glasses with his friend and told him that it was a good thing that they sided with Count Desmond. Thanks to his help, they can rest in the back without taking any risks. His friend told him that it was all thanks to his splendid decision. Fabro took a sip of his drink and wished Perdium goodbye. He said that a part of the land will soon belong to him. Outside the camp, we see Ghislain and his unit lurking in the forest. He said that they arrived just in time. Sir said that everywhere is too dark. He said that he can't see anything. Belinda said that the weather is terrible too. Our boy said that this is actually perfect for an ambush. He closed his helmet and announced that he does not need any hostages. Ghislain drew his sword and covered it with mana. He ordered his men to kill them all.
Ghislain and his soldiers charged at the soldiers of the supply unit. The soldiers quickly stood up when they saw them coming. Kair and our boy tore the first soldiers they saw apart. Gillian rode into the camp with his huge axe and began to cut people down. The soldiers were shocked to see that they were being ambushed. They wondered about what the sentries were doing for this to happen. Before they could put themselves together, Ghislain and Gillian cut them down. Our boy ordered his mercenaries to move according to the plan. He asked them not to spare anyone. In another part of the camp, someone informed Baron Fabro that he had to come out quickly. He said that they are being ambushed by the enemies. Fabro told the man that he has eyes too. He asked him about what the sentries were doing. He asked the man not to panic. He reminded him that they have 1,000 soldiers on their side. With a worried look on his face, the man revealed to the Baron that 70% of their soldiers have already been killed. Ghislain, Kair, and Gillian slaughtered the soldiers. Fabro was shocked to hear this. He told the man that they need to run. The man was surprised to hear this. Fabro told him that he will be killed before he gets his reward if this continues. Immediately he said this. Someone threw a dagger at the man's neck. Fabro was shocked to see this. He fell to the ground. When he raised his head up, he saw Belinda, with a cold gaze in her eyes. Belinda told the man that she didn't expect to see him there. Fabro was horrified to see Belinda. Ghislain and his men burned down the camp and killed every single soldier there. Belinda took Fabro to our boy. She made him kneel in front of Ghislain. She revealed to our boy that Fabro is one of the vassals who went to Dagard as an envoy. She told Ghislain that Fabro sold their information and even became the commander of Dagard's supply unit. Fabro begged Ghislain to spare him. He told him that he surrenders. Our boy asked the man to tell him who is behind everything. Fabro told him that it is Count Desmond. He said that he was threatened by the Count, so he had no choice but to work for him. Ghislain was not surprised to hear that Count Desmond was involved. He realized that the Count was the one who supported and provided soldiers for Count Dagard. Fabro reminded Ghislain that he has served Perdium for a very long time. He told our boy that Count Dagard will pay a generous price for him. He said that it will be a profitable deal. Our boy came down from his horse and asked the Baron to raise his head. Fabro was happy to hear this. He thanked Ghislain for giving him another chance. He promised to serve Perdium for the rest of his life. Before he could say anything else, Ghislain beheaded him with a single swing. He told the Baron that he doesn't deal with people like him. With a scary look on his face, our boy said that those who attack Perdium will face nothing but death. After saying this, he got on his horse and rode out of the camp with his mercenaries. Belinda was a bit worried to see the scary look on her master's face. Kair asked Ghislain about what they are going to do next. Our boy revealed to him that they will head straight to the castle. He knew that the war had already begun by now. Their enemy's attention was focused on the castle. Ghislain planned to use this to his advantage by attacking the enemy from the rear to confuse them. While riding to the castle, Ghislaine informed Kair and Belinda that they will be supporting the left side of the castle when they arrive there. Our boy said that he will head to the right side of the castle walls. He turned to Gillian and told him that he will be entrusting him with their main forces. He reminded him that he will be fighting thousands of soldiers with a handful of men. He asked Gillian if he thinks he can handle it. Gillian smiled when he heard this. He told his master that he can take care of it if it is his command. Our boy smiled when he saw that Gillian was confident. Kair said that Ghislaine is giving Gillian the most fun part of the plan. Belinda asked her master to tell her who will be in charge of the castle gate. Ghislaine asked her to leave the castle gate alone. Belinda, Kair, and Gillian were shocked to hear this. Our boy turned around and told them that this war will be the starting point that will change the history of Perdium. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the battlefield. We see Perdium covered in dust and smoke. Zwalter ordered his soldiers to prepare for the enemy's attack. The moment he said this, the enemy threw a huge boulder at the castle. It destroyed part of its walls. The knight captain immediately ordered the soldiers to fire their arrows at the enemy. He asked his soldiers not to let them get close to the wall. Unfortunately for him, the Degard soldiers were climbing the wall. They killed Perdium soldiers when they got on the wall. A large amount of them climbed into the castle walls. Zwalter immediately ordered his men to switch to close combat. He told them that they must not give the enemies the castle wall. Count Degard laughed as he watched his soldiers destroy Perdium. He said that this is so satisfying. He believed that the war was already over. He called out to the catapult unit and asked them to get ready for the second strike. He said that they need to take over the castle as soon as possible. Victor could not believe that this was the end of the Northern Wolf. He expected something more from Zwalter. At the castle wall, we see a huge man charge at Zwalter. The Count blocked his attack and cut him down in a swift manner. He moved close to Randolph. He and the knight captain were surrounded by the Degard soldiers. Randolph told his master that the castle gate is another problem they have to deal with. He said the enemy will break it down any minute from now. He asked the Count to tell him what they should do. Zwalter asked him to leave the castle gate alone. He told him that they will only be protecting the wall. He turned to Scovin and asked him about what happened to their backup. Scovin informed him that all the territories they sent messengers to have refused to help. The Zimbar and Rayfold territory said that they couldn't send aid due to internal affairs. Scovin told his master that all the messengers they sent to the Loges territory have gone missing, so they didn't get anything back. Randolph was shocked to hear that no territory sent them help. He called them ungrateful bastards. At the Degard's camp, a soldier ran to meet the Count. He told him that something bad has happened. He said that their supply unit has been compromised. Tomos was surprised to hear this. The soldier informed him that a soldier they sent out for a supply request hasn't returned. He said that something might have happened to him. The Count asked the soldier not to jump to conclusions so quickly. He asked the soldier to tell him how the fools at Perdium could know where the supply unit is and attack it. Victor noticed that there was smoke in the air. He realized that it was coming from the direction of the supply unit. He did not expect that Perdium still had someone who could think like this. Victor became excited. Tomos turned to him and asked him about what they should do. He said that the war just started and they don't have their supplies. Victor tapped the Count on his cheek. With a serious tone in his voice, he told Count Degard that they don't need any supplies. He said that they simply have to take over the castle today. The Count was shocked to hear this. Victor took a look at the castle walls. He noticed that the assault on the left and right walls, which began some time ago, still hasn't broken through. He realized that it was because Perdium's elite unit and the Northern Wolf were holding down the line. While looking around, Victor noticed that the castle gate was free. He raised his sword and pointed it at the gate. He ordered the soldiers to advance. He told them that they shall break down the castle wall today. He got on his horse and called out to a man known as Adon. A soldier who was wearing a weird armor and holding a huge sword and shield stepped out on a horse. Victor informed Adon that he is going to personally head out to break through the castle gate. He ordered Adon to stay there and protect the base. As Victor rode his horse forward with his soldiers, Adon turned around and moved to the base. At the castle wall, we see the enemies climbing into the walls. Zwalter and his knights cut them down immediately they arrived on the wall. While fighting, Scovin saw something. He quickly asked his master to look forward. When Zwalter raised his head, he saw some siege towers moving towards them. Zwalter was surprised to see this. He did not know how they figured out the height of their castle. Randolph said that they are already too busy with the soldiers around them. He said that they won't last if the towers reach the wall. Zwalter quickly turned to his soldiers. He asked them if the catapults are ready. The soldiers informed him that they just finished their preparations. Zwalter ordered them to fire immediately. He told them that they need to stop the towers from approaching. The soldiers quickly fired a huge rock at one of the towers. The enemy was shocked to see the rock. They wondered about how Perdium was able to quickly make a catapult before the huge rock could destroy the tower. Victor grabbed a spear and covered it with his mana. He raised his hand up and threw the spear at the rock. The spear destroyed the rock when it touched it. Everyone was surprised to see that the shot was actually intercepted, as Walter and his men could not believe what they just saw. They all wondered about who did it. When the Count looked down, he saw Victor coming towards the castle. He realized that he was the one who intercepted the shot. Victor grabbed his sword. He told the Perdium soldiers that there is no point in resisting. He told them that their demise is predestined, and it will take place no matter how much they resist. He raised his sword and ordered his soldiers to charge with the siege ram. He asked them to charge towards the castle gate. While they were running towards the gate, their comrades in the tower got close to the castle walls and charged at the Count and his soldiers. As Walter heard the siege ram hit the gate, he wondered about where his son was. At the castle gate, we see Alfoy and the other mages tied up together. They were all seated around a magic circle. Some soldiers pointed their swords at them. Vanessa was with the soldiers. She stood next to Fergus. Alfoy called the soldiers lowly peasants and asked them to let them go. He said that they are mages. He said that they are not supposed to be part of the war. Fergus told Alfoy that this is an order from his master. He asked him to stay still. Alfoy asked the man if he is blind. He asked him if it is right for him to stay still in this situation. He told Fergus that the fact they let the siege ram get close to the castle gate means that they have already lost. He said that the castle is done for. Vanessa asked Alfoy not to worry. She told him that Ghislain will surely prevail. Alfoy was annoyed to hear this. He asked her not to mention Ghislain in front of him. He said that they are going to die a meaningless death because of Ghislain. He asked Vanessa to tell him what Ghislain will do now. The girl said that she still believes in him. Alfoy became angrier when he heard this. He asked Vanessa to shut her mouth. He called Ghislain a lunatic and asked Vanessa if she is going to continue listening to his orders. With a serious look on her face, Vanessa told Alfoy that our boy is not a lunatic. The scene shifts, and we are taken back a few days. We see Vanessa trying to use magic. She was barely able to shoot out a small amount of energy. She apologized to Ghislain for her pathetic display. She said that this is everything she can muster, even though she can now use magic. Our boy smiled and told her that it is fine. He told her that the important thing is that she can use magic. He explained to her that time will sort her lack of mana since it will accumulate soon. He asked Vanessa to follow him. He told her that he wants to show her something. Ghislain took Vanessa to the entrance of the gate. She saw Alfoy and the other mages burying some runestone in the ground with their shovels. The mages were burying the runestone under the guidance of the mercenaries. Vanessa wondered why they were burying the runestone. Alfoy quickly ran to our boy when he saw him. While shaking in pain, he asked Ghislain about why he is making the mages dig. He told our boy that he has plenty people who can do this job. He told him that he can move the runestone if he wants to hide it. Gordon grabbed Alfoy's neck and slowly choked him. He asked him not to talk while he is working. Alfoy begged for his life. Vanessa asked our boy about what this is. Ghislain said that he is making preparations. He explained to her that the most powerful and simplest tactic in war is to overpower the enemy with an overwhelming difference in numbers. Our boy knew that the castle gate will be compromised no matter how much they struggle. He believed that it was bound to happen after the gate takes on endless attacks. He turned to Vanessa and told her that there is still a way to win. Vanessa was surprised to hear this. She quickly understood our boy's intentions. She asked Ghislain if he believes that she can do it. Our boy told her that he knows she can do it. The moment she remembered this, Vanessa raised her staff and hit it on the magic circle. It released a large amount of energy. Immediately he saw this. Alfoy realized what the magic circle is for. It is for mana transfer. Vanessa held her staff tightly. She remembered Ghislain telling her that he knows she can do it. While she was using the magic circle, the soldiers noticed that the siege ram was hitting the gate harder. One of them asked the others to hold on until the signal comes. While they were fighting on the castle walls, Randolph pointed at something and asked his master to see it. When he turned around, as Walter saw a group running towards the castle, he quickly realized that this squad belongs to Ghislain. He saw his son leading his men towards them. While Victor was looking at the gate, a soldier ran to him and told him that he has something to report. He revealed to Victor that an unknown cavalry unit is launching a surprise attack from the rear of both sides. Ghislain and his mercenaries cut down anyone in their path. Our boy tore the soldiers who attacked him apart with a single swing of his sword. The enemy was shocked to see that they were being ambushed. They heard that no support would come to Perdium. They didn't understand what was happening. The archers quickly fired their arrows at Ghislain. They wanted to kill him before he got close to them. Ghislain didn't fear the arrows. He charged at them bravely. When he got close to them, his horse jumped. The soldiers were shocked to see him flying. The moment he landed in their midst, our boy tore them apart with a single strike. He did not give anyone a chance to fight back. The other soldiers became scared. They could not believe that he killed this amount of soldiers in one strike. They wondered if they were looking at a monster. Ghislain raised his sword and opened his helmet. He ordered the soldiers of Perdium to rise. He told them that their counterattack begins now. Ghislain and his soldiers charged at the enemy. Belinda and Kair charged at them from the left, and Ghislain charged at them from the right side. Victor was in the middle. At the Dagard main camp, Gillian tore the soldiers apart with his group. He called out to Gordon and the eye-patch man whose name is Torrent. He told them that he will draw the enemy's attention. He asked them to spread out wide and disable their key facilities. The two men accepted his order. Torrent smiled when he saw how the enemies were panicking. Gordon told them that their base will be in ashes by the time they return. Count Dagard did not understand what was happening. He did not know why they were the ones being ambushed. A soldier pushed him back and told him that he needs to leave right now. Before the Count could run, Gillian charged at him. He told Thomas that he will take him as a hostage. The Count became scared when he saw the man coming towards him with his huge axe. Before Gillian could reach the Count, someone swung his weapon at him from the side. Gillian was able to sense the attack. He used his axe to block it. He was attacked by Adon. The attack pushed him back. Thomas fell to the ground when he saw this. Gillian could tell that this man was strong. Adon told our man that he has a lot of guts to attack the main base with a small force. He introduced himself as Adon Prasso. He asked Gillian to state his name, like a badass. Gillian raised his axe and told the man that he has no name. He said that he is merely a weapon for his master. At the left fortress wall, we see Belinda use a rope to tie some soldiers up and throw them at Kair. With a smile on his face, Kair tore the soldiers apart. Belinda was annoyed to see this. She asked him to stop splattering blood on her. Kair called her an old lady and asked her to handle it herself. He said that he can't worry about this. Belinda became angrier when she heard him call her an old lady. At the right side of the castle walls, Ghislain was cutting down the enemies without any issues. They began to run out of fear. They knew that they were going to die if Ghislain got close to them. Our boy ordered his soldiers to make a full charge while their enemies are confused. He told them that this is their chance to overwhelm them. He said that he will bring down the siege towers by himself. The mercenaries' morale got boosted when they saw how their master took care of the enemies. They all wanted to completely crush the enemies. One of the superiors called the soldiers who ran a disorganized bunch of amateurs. He told them that they were foolish for turning their backs on the battlefield. He ordered the spearmen to block the front. They all quickly raised their spears. Ghislain asked his horse to dodge the attacks on its own. When the horse got close to them, the soldiers thrust their spears at it. The horse was able to bend its head and dodge the attack. The spearmen were shocked to see that Ghislain was no longer on the horse. They quickly looked around. Unfortunately for them, Ghislain was above them. He landed on a soldier's neck and used his leg to lock the soldier down. He used the soldier's neck to turn around and tear everyone around him apart. He then moved away from the man's neck and beheaded him with a clean cut. Our boy looked in front of him. He saw a large amount of soldiers on the ground and a large amount of them around the tower. Ghislain noticed that the castle wall was in a worse condition than he expected. He believed that it was because of the siege tower. He realized that the castle wall might fall before the enemies break through the gate. Although his cavalry was keeping the enemies at bay, the difference in their numbers is still way too big. Our boy realized that they will get surrounded by the enemies if they let things drag on. While he was looking around, a captain ordered his soldiers to attack. He said that the castle walls will soon fall now that the siege tower is in play. He asked them to do their best to keep Ghislain there. Our boy realized that he didn't have a lot of time left. He raised his sword and said that they must secure their win before they lose this momentum. Ghislain used his sword to split the head of the first soldier that got close to him. Another soldier quickly charged at him. Ghislain cut off his neck. He cut the next person's throat. He blocked a soldier's attack and moved his sword close to him. He quickly tore the man's chest apart. The soldiers on the siege tower saw this. They quickly fired their arrows at him. They knew that they couldn't let Ghislain get close to them because he is targeting the siege tower. Our boy dodged the arrows and moved close to the captain. He stabbed the captain in his stomach and used his sword to raise him up. He threw his sword and the captain's body at the tower. His sword managed to land on the tower. The captain's body fell out of it. Ghislain attached his mana thread to the sword and used it to pull himself towards the tower. Immediately, he got close to his sword. He took it out and landed inside the tower. The men in the tower were horrified to see him. Ghislain raised his sword and hit it on the ground. He pushed his sword into the tower and dragged it down to the ground. The enemy soldiers were shocked to see what our boy did to their tower. Victor could not believe that our boy dismantled the entire tower with his bare hands. He realized that Ghislain is the commander of the cavalry unit. He turned to a soldier and asked him if the main gate still hasn't been breached. The soldier explained to him that the gate's defenses are stronger than expected. He said that they have been slightly delayed by internal resistance. He told Victor that they should be able to break through in about 10 minutes. Victor asked the man to make it 5 minutes. He He said that he will take out Ghislain. He asked the man to have the gate open by the time he returns. With a scary look on his face, Victor asked the man to fail if he wants to die by his hands. The soldier became scared. He told Victor that he understands. Before Victor could move forward, someone called him a flying tin can. The person told him that he is not going anywhere. Victor turned around and asked the person for his identity. Kair introduced himself as the commander of the Cerberus Mercenaries. With a smile on his face, he asked Victor to play with him. Kair charged at Victor and asked him to stay with him. Victor tapped his horse and made it use its hoof to hit Kair's horse in the neck. This destabilized Kair. Before he could get himself together, Victor swung his sword at him. Kair was able to dodge the attack, but his horse got beheaded. He charged at Victor from above and swung his sword at him. Victor easily blocked the attack with his sword. Kair grit his teeth and swung his sword at him again with more force. Victor easily blocked it. Kair was surprised to see this. He did not expect him to block his attacks. Victor moved his sword and made Kair lose his balance. He told Kair that he has seen tons of people like him. He referred to the man as a mediocre mercenary who simply uses brute force. Immediately he said this, he swung his sword at Kair. The man quickly used his sword to block Victor's heavy attack, but he got pushed back. He could barely stand his ground. Victor used his sword to break Kair's sword and landed a cut on his shoulder. Victor glared at him and said that there is nothing easier to deal with than beasts who just swing their front paws instinctually. Kair quickly moved back. He placed his hand on his shoulder to slow his bleeding. He realized that Victor is as strong as Ghislain said. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Ghislain reveal to Kair that Victor is the hidden Joker card of Count Desmond. Kair asked our boy if Victor is stronger than him. Our boy told him that Victor is stronger than everyone he has ever fought except for himself. Ghislain explained to Kair that Victor will use his overwhelming advantage in numbers to force them to focus all their attention on defending the walls. While they are focused on the walls, Victor plans to break through the weakened gate and launch an all-out attack. Ghislain told Kair that this is actually what he wants Victor to do. He told him that the plan might fail if Victor makes it out of the castle gate. Our boy asked Kair to hold Victor down. Upon remembering what his master said, Kair smiled and stood up. He said that our boy is asking for too much. On the other side of the battlefield, we see Gillian clashing with Adon. Adon used his shield to block Gillian's attacks. Count de Garde called out to the knight. A soldier held him back and asked him to be careful. Torin, Gordon, and the other mercenaries fought the soldiers behind Gillian. They were doing their best to reduce the number of enemies so that they don't get in Gillian's way. Gillian was annoyed to see that Adon was blocking his attacks. He didn't want to waste time with the knight. He noticed that Adon's shield can take attacks from all angles. Unfortunately, Gillian couldn't pierce through it. He wondered about the last time he met someone this sturdy. The moment he thought of this, he swung his axe at Adon with a large amount of force. He told the knight that he can no longer waste time with him. The knight was able to block the attack with his shield. Adon asked him not to waste his time. He told Gillian that he can't break his shield. He pushed Gillian's axe aside and thrust his huge sword at him. Gillian was able to push his sword aside with the handle of his axe. Adon turned his sword and used it to behead Gillian's horse. Gillian did not expect this. As his horse fell to the ground, Adon raised his shield and asked him to fall. He covered it with his energy and used it to push Gillian back. Gillian used his axe to block the attack. While he was fighting the knight, the enemy was hitting the gate with their siege ram. They eventually destroyed it. Zwalter and his soldiers were horrified to see this. However, our boy did not panic. Alfoy called out to Vanessa. He asked her to do something since she took their mana. While draining their mana, Vanessa said that it is not yet time. Victor raised his sword and ordered his soldiers to attack and take over the castle. The soldiers quickly ran into the castle. Victor turned to the soldier next to him and ordered him to bring Count de Garde there. He said that he is going to eliminate the enemy commanders. The soldier accepted his order. Kair stood up with his body covered in injuries. He raised his sword and told Victor that he is not going anywhere. Victor asked Kair if he does not know when to run away as a mercenary commander. He asked the man to tell him why he wants to fight him again. On the other side of the battlefield, Adon told Gillian that their gate has been torn down. He told Gillian that he is lost. He said that it was unexpected that they boldly launched a surprise attack. He told Gillian that the result didn't change in the end. He told him that the biggest mistake he made was filling the strike team that would decide his fate with mere mercenaries. He told Gillian that no matter how skilled a mercenary is, they can't defeat a highly trained knight. At the same time, Victor asked Kair to act like a mercenary if he is one. He advised him to know when to run if it is not worth it. Victor and Adon told both Kair and Gillian that there is nothing in this war worth throwing their lives away for. Kair laughed when he heard what Victor said. He asked Victor if this is important. He smiled and told him that mercenaries and knights are not important in the battlefield. Gillian also said the same thing to Adon. He told him that what matters the most is winning or losing. The moment he said this, Gillian stood up and charged at the man. Kair also charged at Victor. Adon raised his sword and told Gillian that he doesn't want to hear the loser's excuse. Gillian blocked his attack and pushed his axe into his sword. He used his axe to pull Adon down from his horse. Adon did not expect Gillian to pull him down with the inside of his axe. Gillian quickly took his axe out and swung it at the knight. Adon was able to block the attack with his shield, but Gillian's axe struck his horse's neck. Adon got slammed to the ground. He raised his head up and called Gillian a wretched mercenary. Gillian jumped and swung his axe at him. Adon quickly used his shield to block the attack. While standing on top of the knight, Gillian told him that even the sturdiest defense has a gap. He took out a sword and revealed to the knight that he has already offered his life to Ghislain to serve him as a weapon. He raised his sword and told the knight that he must bring only victory to his master. The moment he said this, he stabbed Adon in the head. On the other side of the battlefield, we see Kair running towards Victor. Kair knew that Victor was much stronger than him. He knew that he could die fighting the man, but he still charged at him because Ghislain asked him to hold Victor down. Kair believed that he can slow Victor down if he can land one strike on him. He remembered asking Ghislain about how he is going to do something. Our boy asked him about what he means. Kair asked him to show him how he used the moves he used when they had their duel. With a look of embarrassment on his face, he asked Ghislain if he can teach him how to use his moves. Our boy smiled when he saw the look on his face. He revealed to the man that it is not about the movement. He explained to him that anyone who runs into him would probably look down on him. Kair raised his sword and ran towards Victor. The man told him that he is just an animal that charges forward. He blocked Kair's attack and swung his sword at him. Kair dodged it by moving to the side. He threw his broken sword at Victor with a large amount of force. The knight used his sword to send the sword flying. He told the mercenary that fools like him always make hasty decisions in desperation. They are oblivious to the fact that this might be their last decision. Victor raised his sword and thrust it at Kair. He asked him to die. As the sword got closer to him, the man remembered that our boy told him that he will be able to land a proper strike if he can hide his true intention when his opponent is close to him. Immediately, he remembered this. Kair dodged Victor's blade. Victor was still able to leave a cut on his shoulder. Kair grabbed Victor's arm and used it to push himself up. He grabbed his broken sword that was in the air. Victor was surprised to see this. Kair charged at him with his broken sword. Victor was barely able to dodge the attack. Fortunately for Kair, he was able to stab Victor's horse. The horse screamed out in pain. It fell to the ground. Kair also fell to the ground. Victor was able to get off the horse before it fell down. He did not expect Kair to make an irregular movement to catch the blade that he deflected. He realized that Kair threw his sword at him in order to shift the extremely disadvantageous situation to his favor. Victor knew that only those prepared to face death could reach this caliber of skill. He told Kair that he is not as thoughtless as he believed. He walked up to him and said that it is not uncommon for one to surpass their limits at the crossroads of life and death. He told Kair that he missed his chance because he met the wrong opponent. He raised his sword and asked the mercenary if he has any last words. Kair raised his head and smiled at Victor. He told him that he landed a hit. The knight was surprised to hear this. Before he could question Kair, someone threw some daggers at him. Victor was forced to move back to dodge the dagger. The person who threw it was Belinda. Our favorite maid jumped and took out a rope with a hook. She threw the hook at Kair and used it to hold his jacket. She landed on a horse and used the rope to drag Kair with her. Victor didn't chase after them. He was more worried about what Kair meant when he said that he landed a hit. He knew that he lost his horse because of Kair's attack, but he would have still been able to kill him if Belinda had not interfered. Victor knew that Kair wasn't so stupid that he would trade his life simply to kill his horse. He realized that the mercenary was risking his life for something important. He turned to his dead horse. Victor quickly raised his head to see his soldiers. He watched them as they rushed inside the castle. He looked past them to see Vanessa gathering mana. He quickly realized that Kair's goal was to hold him down there. While gathering mana, Vanessa remembered our boy telling her that the situation can be flipped to their advantage even if the enemies get right under their noses after breaching the castle gate. He told Vanessa that the situation can be flipped with the help of her magic. Vanessa asked Ghislain if he really thinks that she can do it. Ghislain smiled and told her that he is certain that she can do it. The moment she remembered this, Vanessa released her magic. A bright blue light shined in the eyes of the soldiers. Vanessa activated a spell known as Flame Strike. A ridiculous amount of fire got released. The fire destroyed the castle wall and broke outside. It burnt everything in its path. Zwalter and his allies were shocked to see the scale of the attack. Ghislain and everyone on the battlefield could see this ridiculously powerful flame. the soldiers burnt to death. They screamed out in pain. The soldiers outside began to retreat. Before they could get far, Ghislain attacked and cut them down. He ordered his mercenaries to surround the castle gate and not allow a single enemy escape. Victor was able to survive the fire thanks to his armor. A soldier carrying a shield ran to meet Victor. He informed him that most of the soldiers have been burned to death. He told them that they need to retreat. Victor said that this is irritating. This was a war that was meticulously planned with long preparations. The army had effectively blocked every path Perdium could take to survive. With all their efforts, Victor and his masters couldn't predict the special forces, the Mad Dog, and an Elder Class mage capable of incinerating thousands of soldiers in an instant. Victor knew that these factors were far too convenient to see them as a mere coincidence. It was all perfectly aligned to thwart his victory. Victor used his sword to push himself up. He accepted the fact that he has fallen into Ghislain's trap. He ordered the soldier to assemble the rest of the soldiers. He told him that they will be making a temporary retreat. He explained to him that the area is not forested. He told the soldier that they can regroup back at the main camp if they are able to get out of the blaze. Victor said that it will take longer to capture Perdium than they expected. He ordered the soldier to call Adon immediately. The moment he said this, he saw something shocking. He saw Gillian walking towards him with Adon's helmet in his hand. With a serious look on his face, Gillian asked the knight if he is the commander of the Degard army. Victor could not reply. He was in shock from seeing Adon's helmet in Gillian's hand. Gillian threw Adon's helmet on the ground and told Victor that his main force and army are done for. He pointed his axe at him and asked him to surrender. Victor released his mana and asked Gillian not to make him laugh. He raised his sword and asked Gillian if he really believes that his war will end this way. He told him that he will simply cut off everyone's head by himself. He covered his sword with his mana and said that the war has just begun. While the enemy soldiers were rushing to retreat, Zwalter ordered his men to fire at the enemies. He told them that the enemy is trapped. Ghislain ordered his mercenaries from the ground. He asked them not to allow any of their enemies escape from the fire. He told them that this is their golden opportunity to turn the tides of the war. Ghislain asked his soldiers not to spare anyone. While the mercenaries were tearing the enemies apart, Belinda called out to her master. She moved close to him and asked him if he is hurt. Our boy said that he is fine. He asked her about how she and Kair are. Belinda turned to Kair to see if he was conscious. The man raised his hand and gave our boy a thumbs up to show that he is fine. Our boy smiled when he saw this. Belinda told her master that things would have gone wrong if the fire had happened a little later. She revealed to him that she actually thought that his plan was ridiculous. Ghislain told her that it ended up working out. Belinda asked him not to ask them to do this again. She could not believe that they spent all their mind runestones in that one strike. Ghislain looked around. He asked Belinda about where Gillian is. The girl was surprised to hear this. Our boy quickly rode his horse past her. Belinda called out to him. Ghislain didn't respond to her. On the other side of the battlefield, we see Gillian block Victor's attack with his axe. Victor attacked him again. Gillian was able to block it, but he got pushed back. He was surprised to see how heavy Victor's strikes were. Victor didn't give him the chance to think. He attacked Gillian with more strikes and pushed him back with each swing of his sword. Gillian was impressed with Victor's momentum. He quickly swung his axe at the knight when he got close to him. Victor was able to jump and dodge the axe. He used his sword to destroy Gillian's arm plate and land a strike on his shoulder when he landed on the ground. Gillian did not expect this. Victor's speed and strength were both ridiculous. He wasn't giving the mercenary any time to rest. Victor overwhelmed Gillian with his attacks. He called him a disgusting mercenary. He said that he will take a mile when he is given an inch. Gillian attacked the knight with his axe and used it to push his sword down. But this didn't stop Victor. He moved his sword inside the axe. Gillian was surprised to see this. The knight used his sword to raise Gillian's axe. He pushed it out of his hands. Gillian's axe was sent flying. Victor raised his sword and told the man that he has crossed the line. Immediately he said this. He thrust his sword at him. A large amount of blood poured out of Gillian's body. He also spat out some blood. Victor was impressed to see that the mercenary twisted his blade to evade his vital point at a crazy speed. He realized that Gillian didn't defeat Adon by luck. He told the man that no one has ever received his attack like this. He told him that it was a foolish decision for him to come straight at him after he spent all his strength defeating Adon. Victor believed that Adon won't have been angry since he was killed by a man like Gillian. He told the man that it is now time for him to die. The moment he said this, someone threw a sword at him from behind. Victor was able to sense the sword coming at him. He quickly drew out his sword and separated himself from Gillian. He turned around and asked the person to show himself. Ghislain walked up to him. Victor was shocked to see him. Our boy picked up Gillian's axe with a single hand and placed it on his shoulder. Victor knew that he was looking at the leader of the mercenaries. He recognized his black armor. Ghislain released his core energy and charged at Victor. He quickly closed the distance between himself and the knight. He swung the axe at him from above. Victor was able to block the attack, but he could feel the weight of our boy's power. He quickly pushed him back. He swung his sword at him. Ghislain used the axe to block the attack. Victor swung his sword at him again. Our boy blocked it and swung the axe at the knight's leg. Victor was able to dodge it by jumping. He attacked Ghislain from above. Our boy used the handle of the axe to block the attack. He used the handle to push himself up at a crazy speed. He grabbed Victor's neck with his legs and locked him down. He used his leg to slam him to the ground. Victor quickly stood up and moved away from Ghislain. While breathing heavily, he realized that he couldn't predict our boy's movements at all. He knew that he will die if he makes the wrong move. Victor could not believe that such a powerful individual was hidden within Perdium. Ghislain told the knight that he knows him. He revealed to him that he knows about his war power, strategy, and the faction that supports him from the shadows. With a scary look on his face, Ghislain told Victor that he knows everything. The knight wondered if this war was a trap. He stood up and charged at our boy. He told him that he is spouting nonsense. As he clashed with Ghislain, Victor told himself that it is impossible for Perdium to know about this grand project that they have been conducting in absolute secrecy. He blocked Ghislain's heavy attack and told himself that he is the hidden joker of Count Desmond. The moment he thought of this, Victor used his sword to push the heavy axe aside. He moved close to Ghislain and asked him not to think that he will fall for his cheap trickery. Our boy dragged the axe and used it to push himself up to dodge Victor's attack. Victor's sword hit the handle. The knight did not expect this. He quickly looked up. Ghislain raised the axe and used it to attack the knight. Victor was able to dodge the attack by moving back. He swung his sword at our boy. Ghislain quickly moved back to dodge the attack. He pushed himself forward and gave Victor a heavy kick directly on his face. The knight was able to quickly regain his balance. Ghislain raised the axe while he was in the air and swung it at the knight. Victor was able to block the attack, but it was too much for him. Our boy pushed his sword down. The attack caused a huge explosion. Victor's helmet was sent flying. We get to see the knight's blonde hair and face. His head was covered in blood. While breathing heavily, Victor raised his head up to see Ghislain. Our boy moved close to him. He took out his sword, which was in the ground. He told Victor that he likes using axes, but a sword suits him better. The knight asked Ghislain to tell him who he is. Our boy grabbed his helmet and told the man that he is the young lord of Perdium. He took off his helmet and introduced himself as Ghislain Perdium. Victor couldn't believe his eyes. He began to laugh like a crazy person. He couldn't believe that the strongest knight in the north lost to a mere scoundrel. Ghislain told him that he wants to show him the real strongest knight in the north. Victor smiled and told Ghislain that he is arrogant. The knight wasn't interested in knowing how our boy set up a trap like this. He understood that it is fundamental to use every means possible to gain a decisive victory. The process of war is not important. The important thing is that the winner is the last person standing. Victor took a stance and released his mana. He seemed to be excited for the fight. Ghislain raised his sword and took a stance. He agreed with what the man said. He asked Victor to come at him. Everyone on the battlefield was dealing with the enemy. Ghislain and Victor stared at each other as the fire burnt the things around them. The two men quickly charged at each other. They blocked their attacks with their weapons. Victor tried to stab our boy in the head, but he managed to push his sword back. Victor made some huge swings. Our boy was able to dodge them. The knight swung his sword at him again from the side. Ghislain pushed his sword away with his sword. Victor quickly thrust it at his head. Our boy moved his sword behind him and used it to block the attack. He pushed Victor's sword back and tried to press him down. The knight gathered his strength and pushed our boy's sword away. He moved close to Ghislain to strike him down. Before he could swing his sword, our boy raised his leg and used it to stop Victor's hand. He stepped on his sword and used it to push himself up. He gave the knight a heavy kick to the face. Victor spat out a large amount of blood and lost his balance. Our boy quickly attacked him with this opportunity. However, Victor was able to block his attack. He gathered his strength and pushed Ghislain's sword down. He pushed our boy back. Our boy was able to safely land and regain his balance. He noticed that Victor's attack left a scratch on his armor. The knight smiled when he saw what he did. He raised his sword again and charged at Ghislain. Our boy blocked his attack and swung his sword at him. Victor blocked the attack with his sword. He quickly turned around and used his cape to block Ghislain's vision. He swung his sword at our boy from his blind spot. Our boy was able to dodge the attack by jumping above the knight and his sword. Before he could land on the ground, Victor swung his sword at him. Ghislain was able to turn and use his sword to block the attack while in the air. He landed on the ground and charged at the knight. Victor was able to block his attack. He pushed our boy back and swung his sword at him. Our boy was able to easily block the attacks. He and Victor swung their swords at each other at the same time and locked their swords together. They pressed their swords against each other. They were trying to suppress themselves. They both grit their teeth as they glared at each other. Victor managed to take control and push Gislin's sword down. He quickly dragged his sword up and swung it at Gislin's head. Before his sword could reach our boy, he pulled his sword from the ground and used it to block the attack. Gislin grabbed Victor's breastplate and used it to drag him. He kicked his leg and made him lose balance. He then threw the man with all his might. Our boy didn't give Victor the chance to rest. He took out his sword and charged at him. Victor quickly rolled on the ground to dodge Gislin's attack. He moved back and dragged his sword on the ground. He used his sword to throw some sand at Gislin. Our boy was able to see the attack, so he used his hand to cover his face. Victor used this opportunity to thrust his sword at him. When Gislin saw the man's sword coming towards him, he was forced to acknowledge the fact that Victor is a powerful knight. Even though our boy's power is amplified by the third core, there was still no real difference between them. In his past life, Gislin started a war and attacked Count Desmond. Victor was also the one who stood in his way at that time. Our boy was able to defeat him after their swords clashed dozens of times. Unfortunately, he ended up wasting too much time on Victor. He lost Perdium because of this. Gislin understood that Perdium's downfall was inevitable since men like Victor were determined to destroy it. On that day, Gislin made up his mind. He told himself that he will deliver nothing but death to those who pose a threat to him and his family. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see Gislin raise his sword and cover it with his mana. He also thrust his sword at Victor. Our boy stabbed the man in his stomach. A large amount of blood poured out of Victor's body. His blood splashed on the sand. Gislin was able to block Victor's sword by pushing it in between his arm. The knight called out to Count Desmond. Our boy took out his sword and let Victor fall to the ground. Victor looked around to see the fire that burnt everything around them. Our boy glared at him. He could tell that this man was done. He turned around and decided to leave. Before he could take a step forward, Victor called out to him. He told him that he has one thing to ask him. He asked Gislin to tell him who he is. He said that the Gislin he knows is just a loser in Perdium. He is the trash of the North. Victor smiled when he said this. He realized that this was stupid. Our boy's identity didn't matter anymore. Victor told Gislin Perdium that he enjoyed their fight. After saying this, he passed away. Our boy turned around and walked away from the man. In the next scene, we see Gislin supporting Gillian's arm. He held the man's hand and assisted him in walking forward. When our boy raised his head up, he saw his father and the soldiers waiting for them. Everyone was breathing heavily. When our boy turned to the side, he saw Belinda and his mercenaries waiting for him. Gislin smiled. He asked his soldiers if everyone is still alive. Belinda and his mercenaries quickly ran to him. The mercenaries spoke about how this was their first time experiencing a war like this in their entire careers. One of them asked Gislin about the magic that was used. Another person told him that he had goosebumps all over his body. Gislin thanked the mercenaries for following him. He told them that they did a great job. While holding his shoulder, Kair referred to Gillian as Gramps and asked him if he really needs someone to carry him just because he got stabbed. Gillian said that it is nothing. Belinda asked him to stop spouting nonsense. She asked the man to let her see his wound. Gislin asked Belinda about where Vanessa is. The woman revealed to him that Vanessa passed out because she used all her energy. She said that Fergus moved Vanessa and the other mages inside the castle. While Belinda was talking, someone called out to our boy. When Gislin turned around, Randolph hugged him tightly. He told him that he is proud of him. He told our boy that he is truly the successor of Perdium. Gislin told the knight captain that he also did a wonderful job. He turned to the side and told his father that he also did well. Zwalter could only look at his son. He looked worried. He moved close to Gislin and gave him a hug. He told his son that he did an amazing job. Gislin was shocked to hear this. Zwalter told his son that he thought his plan was impossible when he first heard it. He never expected that Gislin would actually be successful. Gislin told his father that he was only able to carry out his plan because he fended off the enemies from the castle wall. The count smiled and told our boy that he is wrong. He said that he did everything by himself. He raised his son's hand and screamed that they were victorious. He announced that Perdium had won the war. The men joined the count in screaming. They were all excited. The mercenaries also joined them in screaming. Gislin was shaken by the sound of their voices. He smiled and told himself that this is what he came back for. Our boy suddenly clenched his fist. He remembered Duke Delphine. He told himself that the war isn't over yet. Randolph told his master that he is going to check on the state of their soldiers. He asked the count about what he will do. Zwalter advised his son to check on his soldiers too. He asked Gislin to rest for now because there will be much to do later. Our boy declined his father's request, as Walter did not expect this. Ghislain told his father that they don't have time to waste. He explained to him that they need to secure a formal surrender from Count de Garde as quickly as possible, as Walter asked him not to worry about it. He said that he will head out tomorrow. Ghislain told him that it will be too late by that time. He said that he is going to head to the de Garde territory with his mercenaries immediately. He told his father that he needs him to grant him the authority of a lord's deputy. Randolph was surprised to hear this, as Walter asked his son if there is a need to be so hasty when he and his mercenaries are exhausted. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain told his father that the war isn't over yet. The Count was surprised to hear this. Our boy explained to him that Count de Garde broke their alliance and declared war on them to seize their territory. He told Walter that they can't afford to give the Count time to think. If they let this slide, he will strike them again. Our boy told his father that they must strike immediately, use their advantage and demand reparations on their own terms so that he will never challenge them again. Walter could not believe what he was hearing. It was natural for a person to be basking in victory, even if it is for a moment, and yet his son was already planning their next move. Walter told his son that they must push forward to take the chance to end things decisively. He granted Ghislain his permission. Our boy thanked him. Before our boy left, Walter reminded him that Count de Garde was once their ally, and he is a noble who has sworn his loyalty to the royal family. He asked Ghislain to do his best to treat the Count with as much courtesy as the situation allows. Our boy smiled and asked his father not to worry about this. Ghislain turned to Caer and Belinda. He asked them if they can still move. Caer said that he is fine. Ghislain got on his horse. He asked his men to follow him. He told them that they are heading to the de Garde territory at full speed. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Castle de Garde. We see Thamos throwing things around. The Count could not believe that they failed. He only accepted this secret treaty because everyone knows how powerful Desmond is. Thamos couldn't believe that the powerful Desmond lost to the scrubby Perdium territory. The man in front of the Count asked him to calm down. Thamos asked the man known as Lowell to shut up. He asked him if this looks like a situation where he can be calm. He asked the man to stop standing around and prepare for surrender negotiations. He asked Lowell to tell the bureaucrats to prepare for reparations. Lowell asked the Count if he is serious. Thamos said that Walter is an idiot known for respecting customs and honor. He was certain that Walter would accept the negotiation. The Count knew that Perdium is desperate for money at the moment. He believed that he could overcome this if he offers them reparations. He planned to make Count Desmond take responsibility for what happened after he is done with the negotiation. Lowell reminded his master that they poured all their finances into the war. He asked the Count about where they can get money for reparations. Thamos grabbed his neck and began to choke him. He called him an idiot. He asked him about how he was able to work in his castle with his brain. He asked Lowell to squeeze the money out of the citizens. With a scary look on his face, Thamos asked the man if he feels guilty about doing this because he is also a peasant. He asked him if the animals are more important than him. While struggling to speak, Lowell told the Count that the peasants are not more important than him. Thamos threw him to the ground and asked him to know his master. He ordered the man to get moving. Lowell spat out some blood. He glared at the Count. He was tired of his tyranny. He was forced into administering this territory. Lowell was well aware that the people couldn't take more of the Count's tyranny. He knew that they might revolt soon. Before he could get up, a soldier ran into the room. He told the Count that there is trouble. He revealed to him that the soldiers from Perdium have already arrived. In the next scene, we see the mercenaries lined up in the Count's office. Thamos sat on his chair waiting for Walter. Lowell was behind him. Thamos couldn't believe that the soldiers got here so quickly. He told himself that he won't let anything go as Walter wants. The moment he said this, someone stepped into the room. It was Ghislain. Belinda and Caer were with him. Our boy asked Thamos if he is prepared for the surrender negotiation. Thamos was shocked to see Ghislain. He asked our boy about where his brother is. Ghislain told him that his father is quite busy focusing on the recovery of their territory. He told him that he is the Lord's deputy and he has been put in charge of this negotiation. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain asked his men to bring Thamos to his knees. A few hours earlier, we see Ghislain and his mercenaries riding their horses towards the de Garde territory. Caer said that Count de Garde is quite fast when it comes to running away. He couldn't believe that the Count abandoned his soldiers and ran back to his territory so quickly. Gordon apologized to Caer for letting the Count slip away. Caer smiled and told the man that Gillian is the one at fault. He told him that he and the other men did their jobs well. Upon hearing how Caer spoke about Gillian, Ghislain wondered if he should grant Caer the chance to fight against Gillian one day. Caer moved close to our boy and asked him if he plans on sparing Count de Garde by asking for a surrender negotiation. He asked Ghislain to tell him why he will do this. Our boy explained to him that everyone knows that Count Degard is a shameless bastard who tried to take over Perdium. His external pretext is the vengeance of his successor. If Perdium demands excessive compensation, they will be put in an uncomfortable spot. Ghislain told Kair that they need to end their negotiation with reparations. This sounded complicated to the mercenary. He told our boy that they are making things more complicated than it needs to be. He asked Ghislain to tell him why he doesn't just march into the territory and wipe everything out. Belinda felt like Kair made a stupid suggestion. She asked the man if he thinks that a dispute between nobles can be resolved the same way as a fight between mercenaries. Kair was offended by this. He told Belinda that mercenaries and nobles are both humans. He asked her to tell him what makes the nobles better than them. He said that the Degards were the ones who attacked them first. It didn't make sense to him that they still had to think about the position of their enemy. Ghislain asked the man not to think about it. He told him that what he said is what his father would have done. Belinda became worried when she heard this. She asked her master about what he means. Ghislain smiled and told her that he is different. He said that he will make the Degard territory his own. The scene shifts and we see Kair and Gazelle raise the Count up by carrying his arms. They kicked the Count's table down. Tomos could not comprehend what was happening. He asked the men to let go of him. The men pushed him down and made him kneel in front of Ghislain. Belinda moved close to her master and gently asked him if he is certain about what he is doing. Our boy told her that he is sure. Belinda asked him to remember that she tried to stop him when his father is questioning him. Tomos told Ghislain that he has sworn his allegiance to the kingdom. He asked our boy if he thinks that he can get away with doing this to the king's subject. He ordered Ghislain to show some respect. Our boy pointed his sword at him. The Count quickly became silent. Ghislain explained to Tomos that he is a traitor who was deceived by the enemy's sweet temptations. He broke their alliance and tried to seize Perdium for himself. Our boy told him that only death awaits those who dares to harm Perdium. The Count became scared. He asked Ghislain to stop playing around. He couldn't believe that our boy was really going to kill him. Ghislain explained to him that he must also risk his life if he pushes countless lives into the battlefield. He told him that he must pay the price that such actions deserve. Tomos began to laugh. He realized that Ghislain was an insane bastard. He was really going to kill him. Our boy raised his sword. Before he could swing it, Tomos asked him to wait. He said that he has a price to pay. He told Ghislain that he will give him the territory. Belinda and Lowell were shocked to hear this. Ghislain simply smiled. He knew that Tomos would do this. He reminded the Count that one must be from the same bloodline or a rightful successor to inherit a territory. Otherwise, they would be against the inheritance law. A domain isn't something that a person can just trade like battering goods. Tomos told our boy that he will handle those issues himself. He asked him not to worry about it. He told him that they will say that he is a distant blood relative. Tomos revealed to Ghislain that he will have his people forge the inheritance rights. He told him that all he has to do is accept it. The Count turned to Lowell and asked him to stop standing around. He ordered him to bring a pen and paper. Ghislain decided to press the Count more. He told him that he is not sure about the arrangement. Tomos told him that he will still pay reparations. He said that he doesn't have money right now, but he can get some by taxing the citizens. He begged Ghislain to give him some time. Tomos begged our boy to spare him. Ghislain asked the man if he really values his life this much. He told him that he will give him a chance. Tomos was happy to hear this. Ghislain dragged his armor. He took the Count outside the castle and threw him to the ground in front of his subjects. The people were surprised to see someone throw their lord to the ground. Tomos turned to Ghislain and asked him about why he put him in front of the peasants. Our boy advised him to watch what he says. He revealed to him that the people get to decide whether he lives or dies. The Count did not know what he meant. Ghislain called out to the people of Degard and introduced himself as the young lord of Perdium. He announced that their lord declared war against Perdium to avenge his successor and was defeated. He told them that the Count wants to collect reparation from the people. He asked if there is anyone that would like to volunteer. The people were shocked to hear this. The Count took a lot from them in order to start the war, and now he wanted to take more. The people said that the nobles should handle their issues among themselves. Ghislain announced that he will offer them mercy as the deputy lord of Perdium. He told them that he will also give them a choice. Ghislain asked the people if they will save their lord and pay him massive reparation or let him die and have their land absorbed by Perdium. He revealed to them that they won't have to bear the weight of defeat if they do this. Tomos could not believe what he was hearing. He did not expect that Ghislain would insult him in this way. The moment he thought of this, someone threw a rock at his head. Tomos was shocked to see this. Before he could react, more of his citizens threw heavy rocks at him. The citizens picked up pitchforks and stones. They moved close to their lord. One of them told Tomos that he took his mother's keepsake and the bread for his children. The citizens asked him if he knows the amount of people that have suffered because of him. Tomos couldn't respond. The citizens attacked him with their pitchforks and stones. They beat Tamos as if they had forgotten that he was their lord. They didn't give him the chance to beg. The man could only cover his head and scream out in pain. Ghislain walked up to his men and told them that they can go back now. He said that the war is over. He turned to Belinda. He said that he has something to say to his father. Belinda believed that our boy must have a plan to deal with his father. She told him that she is not worried. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Perdium. We see Zwalter and his council looking shocked after finding out that Count de Guard is dead. Zwalter asked his son to repeat himself. Ghislain told his father that the Count is dead again. Zwalter asked his son if he remembers that he asked him to treat the Count with as much respect as the situation allows. Ghislain assured him that he did not forget his words. He explained to his father that he judged that this was the best course of action after seeing the Count for himself. He told him that the Count would have attacked them again if they spared him. Albert and Homern were shocked to hear this. Homern said that this is impossible. Ghislain reminded the men that the de Guard attacked Perdium with an army of over 7,000 men. He told them that this isn't something that the de Guards could do by themselves. Our boy revealed to them that Desmond provided the troops and Rayfold worked behind the scenes. The men couldn't believe what they were hearing. They could not believe that two dominant powers were targeting them. They knew that the Desmond territory is known for maintaining neutrality. They wondered why they supported the de Guards. Ghislain already knew that the reason they didn't receive any aid from their allied territories is because of Amelia. She killed the messengers to cut off the flow of information completely. This isolation tactic has always been her specialty. Once Ghislain takes control of the de Guard territory, the situation will change. The Desmond and Rayfold County would not be able to launch an immediate attack on Perdium because it would now share a border with the de Guard territory. If any of their enemies make a move that is even slightly suspicious, our boy will be able to respond immediately. Zwalter now understood his son's reason for killing Tamos. He reminded his son that the land won't belong to him just because he killed the Lord. He told him that it must be inherited by a blood relative or a rightful heir. Ghislain took out a scroll and placed it on the table. He asked his father to take a look at it. When the Count opened the scroll, he saw that Tamos wrote that Ghislain is a distant blood relative of his, and he is the first successor of the territory. Zwalter could not believe his eyes. Our boy revealed to him that he got it from Count de Guard himself. He assured his father that they can dodge all the issues that comes with inheritance with this document. Zwalter was in disbelief. He put himself together and told his son that ruling over a territory is not an easy task. He asked Ghislain if he can handle it with the manpower he has. Our boy smiled and asked his father not to worry. He said that he has someone fit for the role. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Austin territory in the Syrian kingdom. We are shown a bar in the territory. We see people screaming inside the bar. They were watching some men gamble. Some of the people were surprised to see that a man with green hair was going all in. The man with green hair used a cup to pick up 4 dice. He shook the cup multiple times. He placed it on the table to show it to his opponent. His opponent was a huge bald man. The bald man had 2 bigger men behind him. The bald man asked the man known as Claude if he knows what will happen if he plays a trick on him. Claude smiled and told the man that he doesn't have to be so nasty. He said that it is all for fun. He raised the cup and revealed 4 dice that were perfectly stacked on each other. The dice were showing the same numbers on each sides. With a smile on his face, Claude asked the man to hurry up and place a bet. In the next scene, we are taken to a hall. We see the soldiers and the mercenaries seated in the hall. Ghislain, Zwalter, and Randolph were on stage. Our boy knelt in front of his father. Zwalter acknowledged his son's immense contributions. He announced that Ghislain will now be granted the title of Baron of Fenris under the name of His Majesty. Immediately he announced this. The mercenaries and the soldiers began to cheer. They all shouted our boy's name. Ghislain has now become a lord. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Ghislain in his father's office. A map was on the table in front of him. Our boy explained to the council that the de Guard territory is composed of a total of 5 baronies. This is excluding the lands that are governed directly by the territory. Ghislain said that he plans on establishing his base in the Fenris barony, which is at the center of the territory. He asked the council if they have any questions. Everyone knew that their questions and opinions didn't matter. Albert moved close to his master and whispered something in his ear. Zwalter asked his son to do whatever he likes. He said that this is something that someone had to do eventually. Ghislain thanked his father for granting him his permission. Zwalter cleared his throat and told his son that their territory has suffered quite a bit of financial bleeding due to the war. Ghislain asked his father to tell him what he means by bleeding. The Count told his son that he can sell some runestones to provide some support for them. Ghislain revealed to his father that he doesn't have any runestone at the moment. Zwalter was surprised to hear this. Our boy reminded him that he used all the runestones to blow up the castle gate. He asked his father not to worry. He said that he will mine more and get some for him. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see Belinda greet her master with a bright smile on her face. She asked her master to sit down and eat his meal. Gillian bowed his head and referred to our boy as young lord. He quickly corrected himself by calling him lord and congratulated him. Kair told Ghislain that he is well established now. Belinda put her hands together and said that she was always worried about what he might become. She said that her hard work in raising him has paid off. Kair told her that Ghislain must be ruthless and rude because of her. Belinda used her leg to kick him in the stomach. She moved close to Ghislain and smiled at him. She reminded him that he is now a lord. While they were talking, someone called out to our boy. When Ghislain turned to the side, he saw Elena and another girl with light blue hair. Elena moved close to her brother and asked him if she should call him brother or lord. Ghislain asked her to call him whatever she wants. He turned to the shy girl with blue hair. He referred to her as Rachel. Rachel greeted our boy. Ghislain asked her to let him know if his sister bullies her. He said that Elena can be violent when she doesn't like something. Elena hit her brother's chest when she heard what he said. Ghislain turned to Gillian and told him that his daughter is completely healed now. The man told him that it is all thanks to him. Our boy clapped his hands and called for everyone's attention. He thanked his mercenaries for following his orders during the war. He said that he is now the Lord of Fenris. He revealed to them that his base will now be in Fenris instead of Perdium. He said that he plans on hiring them as his private army. The men were shocked to hear this. They asked Ghislain if they will be getting permanent positions. Our boy told them that they will. He revealed to them that he plans on training them as knights. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this. Ghislain explained to them that what they displayed in the recent war already shows that they are worthy as knights. He assured the men that they are qualified. Belinda moved close to her master. She told him that an army of this scale would cost a lot of money. Our boy smiled and told her that they are going to have to make a lot of money. He turned to Gillian and asked him about his condition. The man said that his body is in a good state. Ghislain ordered him to lead the people to Fenris and wait for his arrival. Gillian was surprised to hear this. He asked his lord if he won't be following them. Our boy revealed to him that he has somewhere to visit. He explained to Gillian that Fenris will be in poor public order since the war ended. He asked the man to first go there and solve this issue before anything else. Gillian did not seem excited to take on the job. It was like his master was pushing him away. Ghislain told the man that he is one of the people he trusts the most. Gillian did not expect to hear this. Our boy tapped his arm and told him that this is the reason he left the task to him. Gillian bowed his head and asked his lord to have a safe trip. Ghislain moved close to Belinda and Kair. He told them that they will be going with him. He asked them to prepare. Belinda asked her master about where they are headed to. Our boy revealed to them that they are going to the Austin territory of the Syrian kingdom. Belinda could not believe that they were going overseas. Kair asked our boy if he is referring to the territory that is famous for its games. Belinda told her master that she loves to travel. Kair asked our boy if they will be playing some games now that the war is over. Ghislain told him that they are not going there for entertainment. In the next scene, we see Vanessa ask someone to let her suck it one more time. Alfoy was shocked to hear what she said. He quickly moved back. He asked her to tell him what she wants to suck. Vanessa explained to him that she might be able to use all the magic she has in her head if she sucks his mana like last time. Alfoy asked her about why she would take his own mana. The girl told him that Ghislain said that he is a mana battery. Alfoy was shocked to hear this. Ghislain stepped into the room and told him that he is still as energetic as ever. Alfoy asked our boy to do something about Vanessa. He said that she keeps trying to take away his mana. Our boy ignored him and asked Vanessa if she is feeling alright. The girl said that she is fine. Ghislain asked her if she was nervous because it was her first time in real combat. He patted her on her head and told her that she did well. Vanessa blushed and thanked our boy. Alfoy said that he also contributed. Ghislain commended him on his efforts. He told him that he played his role well. Alfoy grit his teeth when he heard this. He told our boy that things will be different when he returns to the magic tower. Ghislain revealed to the boy that he is traveling with them. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Austin territory of the Syrian kingdom. We see Ghislain enter the Kraken gambling house with Belinda, Kair, and Alfoy. Kair was happy to be in the gambling house. He said that he missed the atmosphere and smell of this place. Alfoy could not believe that Ghislain brought him to a gambling house. He told our boy that he thought they were going to the magic tower. Ghislain threw a pouch full of cash at Kair and asked him to have fun with Alfoy. He told him that he will call him when he needs him. Kair was happy to get some gambling money. Alfoy asked Kair about how they will have fun with the cash. Kair smiled when he heard this. He placed his hand on Alfoy's shoulder and told him that he knows how to use magic, but he doesn't know how the world works. Alfoy asked him about what he means. Kair smiled and asked him to watch and learn. He told him that he will show him how to make money with money. Belinda and Ghislain walked forward. The maid told her master that he can be honest with her. She asked him if he is also there to have some fun. She promised not to nag him if he gambles a little. She told him that he has done a lot. Ghislain assured her that he is not there to gamble. He revealed to her that he came to find the man that he wants to make the steward of the territory. He said that the man lives in this gambling house due to his circumstances. He said that he wants to take the man away before he loses his hand. Belinda was shocked to hear this. She couldn't believe that her master wanted to make a gambler the steward of the territory. Ghislain told her that the man is under special circumstances. He asked her not to worry about it. He assured her that the man is good at handling resources. Before he could tell her the man's name, someone called Claude a crazy bastard and told him that he caught him. Ghislain and Belinda quickly turned around. In another part of the gambling house, we see a large amount of people gathered around a particular table. The people spoke about how it was odd that Claude had been winning. They said that he deserves what he is about to get for boasting about his education. On Claude's table, we see one of the huge men that works for the bald man holding him down. He held out his hand. The other guard took out a sword. People asked the bald man, whose name is Captain Crank, to cut off Claude's hand. Crank reminded Claude that he asked him not to play any tricks. He accused Claude of swapping and using a die that has weight in it. He told him that he can't use tricks with a fake die. The man crushed the die in his hand and asked Claude if he has been scheming this entire time. Claude said that he has never prepared or swapped a die like that. He told Crank that he is the one playing tricks on him, even though he asked him not to play a trick. Crank asked Claude not to feel mistreated. With a smile on his face, he told the man that they can never fully understand each other. Claude grit his teeth out of anger when he heard this. Crank ordered his subordinate to cut his hand off. When the man raised his hand, Claude closed his eyes. He began to sweat. While he was panicking, he heard someone say that it is a fun game. The person asked Crank to let him join them. Claude quickly opened his eyes. He saw that Ghislain was blocking the man's sword. With a look of anger on his face, Crank asked our boy for his identity. Our boy introduced himself as Baron Ghislain Fenris of the Lithania Kingdom. Crank did not expect to meet a noble from a foreign land. His men quickly raised their swords. They wanted to attack Ghislain. Crank ordered them to stop. He welcomed our boy to the Kraken gambling house. He asked him not to start a fuss in this place. He asked Ghislain and his men to put their swords away. His men quickly followed his order. Our boy put his sword away and called out to Belinda. The maid put her dagger away. Crank referred to our boy as a distinguished guest and asked him about why he came to a place like this. Ghislain said that he was looking for someone. He said that he has found the person. He asked Claude to stand up. He told him that he came to get him. In another part of the gambling house, we see someone roll 3 dice. The 3 dice all landed on 1. This roll made Alfoy win the game. He was given a large amount of gold. The boy was shocked to see what he won. The other gamblers could not believe that they lost to a newbie. They wondered about how he was so lucky. Kair placed his hand on Alfoy's shoulder and asked about the amount of money he won. He did not think that Alfoy would be so lucky. Alfoy did not say anything. He realized that he just earned more money than he has ever gotten from selling magic scrolls all day. The boy felt his heart beating fast. He wondered about the last time he felt his heart beat this fast. I think Kair might have created a gambling addict. Kair noticed that people were shouting upstairs. He wondered why they were doing this. Alfoy did not care about the noise. He was more focused on his newfound passion. Belinda asked her master if this is the gambler he is looking for. Our boy told her that it is. Crank told Ghislain that things can't go as he wants. He explained to him that Claude did not honorably participate in the sacred game and resorted to trickery. He said that Claude must pay. Ghislain asked him if he is serious. Claude smiled and bowed his head to Ghislain. He referred to him as Baron Fenris and apologized to him. He told our boy that he lost the money he gave him to support himself to a swindler. He said that this gambling house manages all the dice used here, and they thoroughly screen for the smuggling of cheating tools through inspections of personal belongings. Claude said that it is quite suspicious that a rigged die appeared precisely at the moment he played a big bet. Belinda wondered why Claude was speaking to her master like he knew him. She told him that he has never seen her master. She said that he is lying. Ghislain stopped her before she could raise her voice. He asked Crank if what his subordinate said is true. Crank wondered where Claude got such a huge amount of money. He believed that Ghislain gave him. He told our boy that he doesn't know how he and Claude are acquainted. He asked him not to trust Claude's words. He said that swindlers always have excuses. He revealed to Ghislain that this gambling house belongs to Baron Austin. He explained to him that he won't be able to avoid a diplomatic dispute if he causes trouble there. He suggested that they just pretend that nothing happened and our boy returns to his land quietly. Ghislain told the man that he cannot do this. He told him that he has swindled him. Crank did not expect this. Our boy sat down and asked the man not to scowl at him. He suggested that they find a compromise since they both want Claude. Our boy asked Crank to play a game with him. He told him that he will take Claude and his money if he wins. He said that he will give him his status and all his assets if he loses. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Claude became scared. He told Ghislain that he appreciates the thought. He asked him about why he is going so far for him. Our boy pulled him close and told him that he is someone he needs. Claude did not expect to hear this. Crank laughed and said that he doesn't remember the last time he saw a noble with this much gut. He accepted Ghislain's offer and told him that a person must gamble if they are at a gambling house. Everyone around them began to cheer. They couldn't believe that some no-name noble was challenging Crank. They were all happy to witness a big match. Crank placed the dice on the table and told Ghislain that the person with the lowest number wins. There is no such thing as a tie in this game. Crank laughed and said that nobles these days don't seem to understand the rules if they are too complicated. Ghislain told him that he understands. He asked him to start. Crank was annoyed to hear this. He told our boy that he is hastier than he thought. Someone took out a coin and tossed it up. Ghislain chose heads and Crank chose tails. The coin landed on tails. Crank was asked to start first. The man picked up the cup and said that he will go first. He began to shake the cup. He shook it vigorously. Belinda believed that he was doing too much. She did not know why he was taking all the time in the world to throw a single die. While shaking the cup, Crank swiftly opened the bottom of the cup and did something to it. Immediately he did this. He slammed the cup on the table. When he removed the cup, it was shown that the die landed in 1. The dealer announced that he got 1 point. Everyone began to cheer. They couldn't believe that the game was over the moment it started. They said that people need to stop bothering Crank. Belinda became scared. Claude didn't know what to say. Crank apologized to Ghislain. He said that the game ended too quickly after they caused so much noise. Ghislain asked him to keep quiet. He told him that he has a big mouth. Crank did not expect this. He believed that our boy was bluffing. He assumed that Ghislain was pretending to be calm. He was certain that our boy was panicking. He believed that Ghislain was wasting his time. Crank used a special custom-made cup with a bottom that opens depending on how it is held. He took out a weighted die that always lands at 1 between his fingers. The motion of shaking the cup is used to conceal the process of switching the die. No one has ever caught Crank using this trick. He smiled and told himself that our boy cannot avoid defeat, no matter how hard he tries. Ghislain covered his hand with his mana and pressed it against the cup. A small wave of energy covered him. The energy dispersed when our boy released his mana. He placed the cup down and reminded the man that he said that the person with the lowest number wins. The moment he said this, our boy removed the cup and showed everyone the crushed die. He told Crank that he got 0 points. The man was shocked to see this. Everyone around the table were also shocked to see that Ghislain turned the die into dust. They wondered if this counts as a loss for Crank. Crank stood up and pointed at our boy. He told him that this doesn't count. He said that it is trickery. He told Ghislain that he can't do this even if he is a noble. Ghislain grabbed his hand. He pressed it and made the man drop a die. He asked him to tell him what he was holding. Everyone was shocked to see another die drop from Crank's hand. They couldn't believe that he has been lying to them this entire time. Our boy reminded him that he talked about acting honorably in the sacred game. Crank could not comprehend what was happening. He wondered if Ghislain knew everything from the start. He quickly took out a dagger and thrust it at Ghislain. Our boy easily dodged the attack by moving to the side. Belinda and Claude were shocked to see this. Our boy told the man that he should have done this from the start. He said that there is no reason for him to be polite when he is a thug. Crank moved his dagger to his other hand and told Ghislain that he doesn't know what he is talking about. He told him that they can't let him go now that he knows. He ordered his men to attack our boy. They quickly charged at Ghislain. Ghislain dodged their attacks by jumping. He stepped on their shoulders and used it to push himself forward. Crank was scared to see our boy coming at him. He quickly raised his dagger and thrust it at him. Our boy dodged the attack and landed behind the man. He drew his sword and pointed it at the man's neck. Crank realized that he was screwed. His men quickly turned to him. They were shocked to see Ghislain's blade on their master's neck. Before they could do anything, Belinda and Kair pointed their blades at them. Kair laughed and told the men that they picked the wrong person to mess with. Belinda asked her master to tell her what he wants them to do. Ghislain said that he will be taking the money and Claude with him. Crank told him that he can't do this. Our boy reminded him that this gambling house is the main source of income for Baron Austin. Yet, the manager and overseer of the establishment was caught attempting to rig a game against a foreign noble. Ghislain asked the man if he knows what will happen to a gambling house that has lost its credibility. He moved his blade closer to Crank's neck and asked him if he knows what will happen if he tries to bring up this issue again. Crank could tell that Ghislain was going to kill him. He put his dagger down and said that he understands. After subduing the man, Ghislain turned to Claude. He asked him to follow him. To his surprise, Claude was no longer there. He ran away. Belinda was annoyed to see that the gambling addict ran away and took her master's money with him. She said that the man is ungrateful because he would have lost his hand if they didn't help him. Kayer said that Claude might have just ran away to a different gambling house. Belinda suggested that they search for him. Ghislaine asked her not to bother. He said that he already knows where Claude is headed. In the next scene, we see Claude riding a horse somewhere. He carried a bag full of coins with him. He wondered about who Ghislaine was. He didn't know why he helped him. He knew that he was only able to get the money thanks to Ghislaine. He felt bad for what he did. He convinced himself that he really needs the money. The scene shifts, and we are taken back 1 year into the past. We are shown a poorly built cabin in the woods. Inside the cabin, we see Claude pouring gold coins on the table. He asked a lady wearing a hood to see what he got. This lady's name is Anna. Claude told the woman that he got everything through gambling. He said that gambling isn't all luck. There is a certain winning formula. He told her that they won't have to hide anymore if he can keep making money like this. He said that they can live a normal life again. Anna asked him to stop. She begged Claude to stop, with her trembling hands. Anna told him that she is aware that her father, who is his teacher, didn't pass away because of him. The woman couldn't even look at Claude. His body was covered in bruises and his face was swollen. Claude told her that it is his fault. He said that he made his teacher a traitor because he was stupid and immature. The scene shifts and we see Anna tied up. She was being held by Crank and his subordinate. A fat man said that Anna Arceus, the daughter of Boethius Arceus, a scholar of the Syrian Royal Academy, and a traitor, will be imprisoned. Immediately he said this, he asked Crank and his subordinate to take her away. Claude struggled to get up from the ground. He called out to Anna. The fat man turned to him and asked him to bring him 2,000 gold within a year. He told Claude that Anna is supposed to die, but he will set her free if she can get the ransom. Claude held on to the bag of gold tightly. He said that he will free Anna soon. At the Austin castle, we see the fat man from before writing something. The fat man turned out to be the Baron. Baron Austin found out that the prison camp is full. He didn't like what he heard. He saw the prisoners as lowly bastards who waste food. He said that there is no reason to keep them alive if they can't collect their ransoms. He asked a knight named Rogier to execute anyone who doesn't pay their ransoms within a week. The knight accepted the order. He reminded his master that it has almost been a full year. The Baron quickly realized that the knight was talking about the traitor's daughter. He asked him if he has heard anything about Claude. Rogier said that Claude is only wasting his time at the gambling house. The Baron said that Crank is doing his job well. He had planned to make Anna a maid, but he didn't think it was wise to hire a traitor's daughter. He asked Rogier to execute the woman along with the others, and to make sure that Claude never finds out. Rogier asked his master about what they should do if Claude pays the ransom one day. The Baron asked the man to take the money and eliminate him later. He knew that no one would care about a dead gambler. He smiled and said that this can only happen if Claude is able to pay the ransom. Immediately he said this, a soldier stepped into his office. The Baron asked him about why he came to see him at this late hour. The man revealed to him that someone known as Claude is making a fuss and shouting about how he wants to pay a ransom. Baron Austin and his knight were shocked to hear this. A while later, we see Claude place the money on the Baron's table. He told him that the bag contains 2,000 coins. There were 4 soldiers in the Baron's office. Claude asked him to release Anna. Baron Austin carefully looked at the coins. He was surprised to see that the coins aren't fake. He asked Claude about where he got the money from. The man told him that he won it in a bet. The Baron ordered his men to lock Claude up. The man was shocked to hear this. Before he could do anything, the soldiers grabbed him from behind. Claude asked the Baron to tell him what is happening. He told him that he brought the money he asked for. The Baron said that the source of the money is too fishy. He told Claude that he has to confirm things from Crank. He asked him to stay in prison if he doesn't want to be executed. With an evil smile on his face, Baron Austin said that he can't believe a gambler really got the money for the ransom. Claude screamed at the Baron as he got dragged away. Before they could drag him out of the office, the soldiers got hit in the neck. They both passed out. The Baron and his knight were surprised to see this. Our boy tapped Claude on his shoulder and told him that he did a good job. The man was shocked to see him. Ghislaine walked forward and greeted the Baron. The fat bastard asked him to tell him who he is. Ghislaine snapped his fingers and introduced himself as Baron Ghislaine Fenris from the Lithania Kingdom. Immediately he said this. Belinda and Kayer brought Crank into the room. Belinda used her rope to push him and make him kneel. Baron Austin was surprised to see Crank. Kayer moved forward and drew out a chair. Ghislaine sat down and placed his legs on the table. He asked Baron Austin to bring him a cup of tea. The Baron was annoyed to hear this. Rogier drew his sword and told Ghislaine that he is acting insolent. He asked our boy to stand up and show the Baron some respect. The moment he said this, Kayer pointed his sword at him and asked him to step back. He told him that he can't handle this situation. Rogier was annoyed to hear this. Baron Austin could not believe that Ghislain was acting violent in front of him. He ordered his men to get our boy out. Ghislain assured him that he is not there to cause trouble. He said that he only came to receive compensation. Baron Austin asked our boy about what he means. Ghislain called out to Belinda. Immediately she heard her name. She pushed Crank forward. Our boy grabbed the man's chin and told the Baron that the manager of his gambling house was caught cheating in a game against him. He told the Baron that he and Claude almost lost their life savings on the game they bet on. Baron Austin quickly realized that the money in front of him was gotten from the game. Crank told the Baron that Ghislain is lying. He said that our boy was the one who cheated. Belinda was annoyed to see that Crank was still lying. She kicked his head with her leg. Baron Austin did not expect Crank to cause trouble for someone like Ghislain. He believed that the man should have carefully chosen his opponent. He asked our boy to tell him what he wants him to do. Our boy said that it is unacceptable to cheat in a gambling house where trust and credibility is the utmost priority. He asked the Baron to give him and Claude a fair compensation. Baron Austin said that Crank just said that he is lying. He told Ghislain that he doesn't know who to believe. He asked him to meet a judge if he is looking for a just solution. He said that the situation has nothing to do with him. Ghislain told him that the situation actually has something to do with him. Baron Austin asked him to tell him how it concerns him. Ghislain explained to him that the Kraken Gambling House is a place where many nobles from various countries visit to indulge in gambling. At least half of the Baron's total income comes from the gambling house. Ghislain told the Baron that if people find out that cheating was uncovered in the gambling house, it will look like he brazenly tried to scam the nobles. He said that things will become interesting if this happens. With a look of anger on his face, the Baron asked Ghislain if he wants him to pay him hush money. Ghislain told him that the compensation must be at least twice the amount in the bag. He asked him to also release Anna Arceus. Claude was shocked to hear our boy's request. He didn't know how Ghislain knew about his situation. Our boy told the Baron that he will act like nothing happened today if he can fulfill his requests. Baron Austin said that he finally understands what is happening. While screaming at the top of his voice, he called Claude an ungrateful prick. The man was surprised to hear this. The Baron told him that he gave him the chance to save a woman that is supposed to be executed, but he repays him by working with another country's noble to rob him. Immediately he said this, his soldiers ran into his office. Kair asked Claude to move aside. He told him that he will only get in the way. Belinda felt offended that Baron Austin thought that they were working with Claude from the start. Ghislain asked her to give him a dagger. Baron Austin told our boy that no one will hear about anything if he kills them there. He ordered his men to take out the group. Immediately he gave the order. Rogier swung his sword at Ghislain. Before his blade could reach our boy, he used his leg to kick the bag of gold. The bag hit the knight's head and made him lose balance. Ghislain took out the dagger and charged at the Baron. He stabbed his hand and pressed it into the table. Baron Austin screamed out in pain. His men couldn't reach him because Belinda and Kair were holding them back. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain asked Belinda and Kair to not kill the soldiers. They accepted his order and charged at the soldiers. Kair used his sword to block his opponent's attack. He then gave him a punch that knocked him out. Belinda took out some thin and light strings. She used it to block her opponent's sword. She gave the man a bone-crushing kick in his neck. Ghislain got on the table and blocked one of the soldiers' attack with his sword. He pushed the man back with his sword. The moment he did this, Rogier charged at him. He swung his sword at him from behind. Our boy easily turned around and blocked the man's attack. He used his sword hilt to hit Rogier in his neck. His attack went through the knight's helmet. Claude watched the group as they fought. He didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't comprehend why they were going this far for someone they didn't know. Immediately he thought of this. He remembered our boy telling him that he is someone he needs. Claude didn't want to believe this. Life had already taught him that there is no such thing as kindness without a reason. Ghislain and his subordinates took out the entire unit. While crying, Baron Austin called our boy a scoundrel. He couldn't accept the fact that Ghislain wounded a noble. Our boy took out the dagger. He told the Baron that he will be taking the money and Anna. Before he could say anything else, Claude grabbed his clothes. The man decided to accept Ghislain's kindness. He believed that it was better for him to accept it now and regret it later. With a confident look on his face, he told the Baron that he can come to the Fenris territory of the Lithuania kingdom if he has a problem with them. He told him that he will treat him like a guest. The next day, we see Kair and Belinda riding their horses in front of Ghislain's wagon. Claude sat with our boy. Ghislain asked him if he is certain that he doesn't want to live with Anna. Claude said that Anna will find it more comfortable to stay in her homeland without the person who caused her father's death. He looked up and said that he didn't even save the girl by himself. Ghislain smiled when he heard what he said. He told himself that he has now repaid his debt to his friend. It was a debt that he owed him when he was obsessed with revenge. He recalled how he held Claude's dead body in his hands. Ghislain looked at the sky and said that he feels much lighter now. He looked at the land in front of them and asked Claude to tell him how he likes the place. Claude asked him to kill the lord of the land if he gets the chance. He said that the land looks a bit strange, but it will be easy to take over. Ghislain asked him if he is suggesting that he harms himself. Claude was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that this poor-looking countryside belongs to our boy. He told him that he only followed him because he looked rich. Ghislain grabbed his head and moved him closer. He revealed to Claude that he is now the steward of their land. He told him that everything he sees will now be under his management. Claude realized that he messed up. He told Ghislain that he takes back everything he said. He begged him to take him back to Anna. Unfortunately for him, it was too late. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Desmond territory. We see Count Desmond sitting on his throne. His officials sat on a round table in front of him. The Count mentioned Perdium and Fenris. His officials became nervous when they heard him speak. With a serious look on his face, Count Desmond mentioned our boy's name. He raised his hand and ordered his officials to send a messenger to Amelia. He said that they will be moving up their plan. In the next scene, we are taken to Ghislain's castle. We see our boy standing in front of his men. He was dressed like a proper noble for once. He thanked them for gathering there. He told them that they need to get to work. Everyone accepted his order. The state of the territory that was just freed from Count Degard's tyranny was abysmal. Ghislain appointed Claude to various administrative roles and began to restore order in the territory. As they walked around the town, Ghislain asked Claude to do a census and track down every last person. He asked him to purchase at least 6 months of food supplies in bulk. He told him that solving the food crisis is the top priority. Claude accepted his order and wrote it down. Since they will soon start farming, Ghislain asked Claude to assign oxen with plows to the farming households in order to get the land tilled. He asked him to also check if they can clear parts of the nearby forest to secure more arable land. Claude was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy if they are really going to farm on the dried-up, withered land. Ghislain told him that they are. He explained to him that they will grind the bones of the blood python and use it as fertilizer. He asked Claude to replace all the outdated structures because they are useless. He asked him to construct a warehouse and a sewer. As he heard Ghislain's orders, Claude realized that he was dead. He is the general administrator, inspector, clerk, treasurer, auditor, tribune, requisition officer, customs officer, tax collector, food officer, liquor control officer, and he still held many more positions. The poor bastard shouldn't have accepted Ghislain's kindness. He should have left Anna and ran away. Later in the day, Claude went to meet Ghislain. He told our boy that the work is too much for one person to handle. Ghislain asked him if he has even tried. He asked him to use this opportunity to test his limits. He told him that he can hire more people if needed. Claude realized that he wasn't getting through to Ghislain. He quickly turned around and began to run. Our boy didn't even bother to look at him. He called out to someone known as Wendy. A woman came out of nowhere and charged at Claude. She easily caught up to him and tied him up with her strings. The beautiful woman with platinum blonde hair introduced herself as Wendy. She told Claude that she has received an order from head maid Belinda and has been assigned as his bodyguard. She told him that she looks forward to working with him. Claude screamed out for help. Since they were still in the early stages of development, Ghislain needed Claude to hold out. Our boy remembered that this kinds of things were quite easy for Claude in the past. A noble by right has the responsibility and duty to protect their people. However, this territory has a lot of issues. The citizens don't trust nobility due to the exploitation and oppression they faced from the greedy lords. They have lost the will to work due to endless poverty. There is also the issue of starvation. The more these problems are ignored, the more the nobles end up isolating themselves. Ghislain knew that he needed to resolve the basic issues quickly if he wanted to restore the foundation of this territory. Unfortunately, our boy was met with another problem. There was not enough funds to resolve their issues. Ghislain explained to his group that he won't be able to pay their wages in 3 months if they keep spending money on the territory. Gillian said that this is truly an important issue. Kair didn't understand why our boy was bothered about money. He reminded Ghislain that he can just mine some runestone. Our boy explained to him that the runestone has more uses for it other than just selling it. He said that they need to fund the mage's research. Apart from this, the runestone vein isn't limitless, so they can't rely on it forever. Our boy said that they need a stable source of income. The moment he said this, Claude barged into his office. Ghislain told him that he arrived at the perfect time. He told him that he has something he wants him to do. Claude told him that there is no need for him to do anything. He revealed to him that he has devised the best plan to save the territory. Everyone was surprised to hear this. With a confident smile on his face, Claude asked Ghislain to build a casino. Immediately he said this, he got kicked out of the building through a window. When they brought him back to the room, Belinda gave Wendy the authority to act before Claude can say something. Claude asked her to tell him what she wants him to do. Since they can't farm or use the runestone as they please, Claude believed that the best thing to do would be to turn this worthless piece of land into an entertainment district. He told Belinda that he is just trying to be realistic. Alfoy, the gambling addict, appeared behind Claude and said that he supports the idea. Ghislain told Claude that he will consider his plan when they have spare time in the future. He asked him to proceed with the tasks he assigned to him. Claude asked him if he really believes they have enough food stock to hold out. Ghislain explained to him that they might be able to make money if they build a casino in a territory with no proper foundation. He told him that they will also be unable to stop the rise of an underworld. Our boy believed that a casino won't be good for him in the long run if he wants to go against his enemies. Claude explained to him that they are constantly importing food due to shortages. He told Ghislain that they need to do something now before they run out of money. Alfoy backed the man up by suggesting that they build a grand game hall in the town. Ghislain told him that he will take care of the food problem. Claude was surprised to hear this. Our boy revealed to him that he will make crops grow on their soil. He asked Claude to do whatever he says without complaints. Claude reminded him that he said that the land isn't fit for farming. Ghislain smiled and asked him if he is certain about it. Claude said that he is sure. Alfoy backed him up and said that it can never happen. With a smile on his face, Ghislain asked them if they would like to make a bet. 3 months later, we see Claude and Alfoy staring at something in shock. Claude asked Alfoy if he is dreaming. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. The field was filled with rye. The commoners were extremely happy to see that the seeds they planted actually grew. It had been so long since they harvested crops in their land. Claude asked Ghislain about how he did it. Our boy explained to him that rye grows in harsh environments. Before planting the seeds, they spread the powdered bones of the blood python on the soil. The bones are rich in nutrients. They then planted rye seeds which were enhanced with the mana compression sigil. Ghislain touched the rye and told the man that this method will make crops grow faster and allow them to be harvested frequently. Upon hearing our boy's explanation, Alfoy now understood why our boy made them develop a mana compression sigil. Vanessa was amazed by Ghislain's knowledge. She asked him about how he thought of using a mana compression sigil on seeds when it is normally meant for humans. The truth was that Ghislain didn't come up with the idea himself. A mana compression sigil is a magic circle that extracts power stored in a runestone to accelerate growth several times over. When mages first suggested that mana compression sigils could be used this way, they experienced some backlash. People didn't want to use something so valuable on mere grains. However, once the results were shown, no one argued again. This method of farming has already been verified by magic scholars in the future. The principle behind it was none of Ghislain's business. The people began to cheer for Ghislain. They said that they will now trust him. They were extremely happy to see that they will no longer starve. While the people were cheering, Claude and Alfoy tried to sneak out of the fields. Ghislain called out to them. He asked them about where they are going. He told them that they need to write their contracts. With a nervous look on their faces, they asked Ghislain about the contract he is referring to. Our boy took out some papers and reminded them that they made a bet saying that he will give them 5,000 gold each and grant them freedom if they won. However, if Ghislain won, they will work as unpaid slaves for 10 years. Immediately, our boy reminded them of the bet. His soldiers surrounded them from all ends. The two of them realized that they were screwed. Now that they had resolved their food problems, they were free to use the runestone for purposes beyond just selling them. In the next scene, we see the Tower Master of the Flame Magic Tower sitting with Ghislain. Hubert was shocked to hear our boy ask him to build a branch of his magic tower in his territory. He didn't understand why Ghislain suddenly made this request. He told him that he simply stopped by to congratulate him on becoming a lord. Ghislain revealed to him that they won the war at a heavy cost. He told him that the victory came at the cost of detonating runestones. He said that this happened even though they received help from the magic tower. Hubert was shocked to hear this. He only heard about Perdium's victory. He didn't hear about the runestone. Ghislain let out a sigh and said that if a young territory like Fenris is attacked, they will have no choice but to blow up more runestone meant for the magic tower. Hubert became scared when he heard this. He asked Ghislain to stop doing extreme things. With a smile on his face, our boy told him that they will need more mages. Hubert easily accepted his request. Ghislain believed that mages shine the brightest when used for construction projects. He used them to solve his housing issue, his waterways issue. He used them to build churches and to construct the Flame Magic Tower's Fenris branch. Due to the fact that more mages were dispatched from the magic tower, they were able to complete the large-scale construction swiftly. Of course, there were occasional minor conflicts by some mages who struggled to adapt to the territory. The mages protested against Ghislain's treatments. They called him a ruthless scum. They couldn't believe that he was making mages like them do hard labor. Ghislain found a way to resolve the issue through what he calls amicable agreements. Of course, our boy knocked them out. He asked Alfoy to get the contracts. Alfoy gladly accepted the order. He didn't want to be the only one who became a slave in this territory. Thanks to the efforts of the mages, the territory quickly regained its functionality. Unfortunately, there were still external issues that Ghislain had to face. In the next scene, we see Claude barge into Ghislain's office. He told our boy that there is trouble. He revealed to him that a rebellion has broken out in Rayfold. He said that Amelia has started a rebellion. Our boy wasn't shocked. He already knew that the rebellion was going to take place. However, it took place sooner than it did in his past life. Ghislain knew that his interference caused this. Desmond and Amelia are puppets dancing to the tune of Duke Delphine. Since the Duke's attempt to use Degard to seize Perdium has failed, he has no choice but to act directly. Ghislain was well aware that his war wasn't over. Gillian asked his master about what he wants to do. Belinda said that things are bad for them if Amelia now runs the territory. Ghislain wasn't just going to sit back and let the Duke pressure him. He said that they are heading to the kingdom's capital. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Cardinia, the capital city. We are shown a room in a tower. We see sunlight entering the room through the roof. Someone in the shadow moved close to the sunlight. The person put their hand into the sunlight. Immediately they did this, their skin began to burn. It quickly turned red. The masked person glared at their hand. They said that they want to die. In the next scene, we see an eagle fly over the beautiful capital city of Cardinia and its fortress. The capital was more developed and beautiful than other territories. There were several soldiers watching over everyone. There was a ridiculously huge castle at the center. Ghislain and his subordinates marched into the capital. Torin was shocked to see how massive the capital was. He said that the territories they have been to look like trash when compared to the capital. Gordon was also shocked to see how big it was. He said that the castle on their land cannot compare to that of the capital. Kair smiled and dared him to say this in front of Ghislain. Alfoy and Vanessa sat together in a carriage. Vanessa was very excited to see the capital. She told the boy that they are selling materials that she has never seen even in their magic tower. Alfoy didn't really care. He said that they must have worked harder than their tower. Outside the carriage, we see Ghislain moving with Claude. He said that he doesn't like it. Claude was surprised to hear this. He didn't know what Ghislain meant. Our boy said that he wants to tear the capital down because it feels like it is boasting. Claude didn't know what to say. He moved close to Wendy and asked her about what is wrong with their master. Wendy simply said that anything their master says is correct. Claude wondered if Ghislain also had a twisted side to him. He felt like our boy was holding a grudge from his past life. Ghislain stared at the city's fortress. He referred to it as the impregnable fortress. People used to say that Cardinia was blessed by the goddess. Our boy once brought down this blessed city. He died in this place. He attacked the capital city to kill Duke Delphine, who had seized the throne at that time. Unfortunately for Ghislain, the Duke wasn't there. Due to the fact that he was blinded by revenge, Ghislain made a mistake of turning everyone into his enemies. He knew that he couldn't do everything on his own in this life. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Zwalter looking shocked when our boy informed him that he is going to the capital. Ghislain told him that he needs to go there. The Count asked him about what will happen to his territory. Our boy revealed to him that he will provide 1 year's worth of food for Perdium. He said that he wants Homern and Randolph to be sent to his territory during his absence. The administrator and the knight captain were surprised to hear this. They were very happy to hear that Ghislain was going to provide Perdium with a year's worth of food. Zwalter told his son that this is not important right now. He reminded him that he said that the Rayfolds are planning to harm them. He asked his son if he knows what it means for him to leave his post now that a rebellion has broken out. Ghislain told his father that he understands that they won't stand a chance if Rayfold and Desmond join hands to attack them during his absence. He raised his longbow and fired an arrow at a bird that was hovering above them. His arrow easily went through the bird. He explained to the Count that Amelia still needs some time to stabilize her territory since she just took control of the internal affairs. He said that they need to gather enough power to resist during this time. Zwalter was shocked to hear this. He asked his son to tell him what he means. Ghislain told his father that they need to get the kingdom on their side. In the next scene, we see a man present a gloomy and dirty mansion with poor infrastructures to Ghislain. He told him that this is the cheap, huge, and marvelous castle he requested for. Our boy asked Belinda about how it looks. With a nervous look on her face, the woman said that it is quite spacious. Alfoy and Claude moved close to the man and asked him to tell them what is wrong with the mansion. The man was also aware of the state of the mansion. He told the men that the place has been unsupervised for a long time. The moment he said this, Gordon screamed when he heard something move in the trees. He moved close to the others. One of the soldiers asked him to act like his size. He didn't know how someone like Gordon went into the forest of beasts. While shivering, Gordon asked the man if he doesn't think that the place is cold. Vanessa wondered why Gordon doesn't just wear some clothes. The agent told Ghislaine that things about ghosts and phantoms of the dead appearing in the mansion are just baseless rumors. He swore on his name that the mansion has no problems. Ghislaine told the man that he will take it. He asked him for the price. Claude was shocked to hear this. He quickly asked the agent to stop. He grabbed his head and showed Ghislaine the smile on his face. He told our boy that this man is obviously happy to get rid of this mansion after not being able to sell it for a long time. The agent actually couldn't even hide his happiness. Claude told his master that they need to perform geomancy on this place. Ghislaine assured him that he doesn't need to worry. He told the man that a ghost can't kill him. He told him that he can just beat up the ghost if it shows up. He asked him not to be scared. The agent quickly grabbed our boy's hand and told him that he made a smart decision. He explained to him that the mansion and the land that comes with it originally cost 1,000 gold. He told him that he will sell it to him for 500 gold due to their poor management of the place. Ghislaine said that he will pay 200 gold. The man was shocked to hear this. Our boy reminded him that he said that there are ghosts in the mansion. He said that he is very scared of ghosts. He told him that he can go somewhere else if he doesn't want to sell it for 200 gold. The agent explained to him that this is the only mansion in the capital going for this price. Our boy told him that the maintenance costs of a cursed property like this will end up higher than the property value. He reminded him that he will still have to continue paying the annual land taxes if he is unable to sell it. The agent became nervous. With a smile on his face, Ghislaine asked the man if he knows anyone else who would buy this mansion other than him. While our boy was talking, we see the masked woman who was in the tower watching him from the roof. Immediately, she got a look at Ghislaine. She disappeared. After our boy bought the mansion, Belinda and the others went inside. Belinda told the men that they need to remove all the gloominess in this mansion. The men quickly began to clean the building. While they were cleaning, Claude called out to Ghislaine. He reminded him that he said that he will get one of the factions in the capital to support them. He asked him about how he plans to do this. He asked him if he believes that the factions would want to meet a countryside noble. Ghislaine told him that the nobles don't have a reason to meet with him. He said that he will give them a reason to meet with him. In the next scene, we see a large amount of ingredients on a table. There were numerous cauldrons next to this ingredients. Claude asked his master about why he prepared these things. Alfoy asked him if he is going to perform some sort of alchemy. Ghislaine told him that he is kind of correct. He revealed to the group that they will be making cosmetics from now on. Alfoy and the others were shocked to hear this. Our boy explained to them that he is going to make some samples and send it to every noble house in the capital. Claude asked him if he plans on using this to establish connections across the capital. Belinda wondered if this would really work. Ghislaine smiled and told them that they will understand what he means once they use one of the products. He assured them that the nobles won't be able to resist his product. Nobles see exceptional looks as a symbol of power and dignity. They were the kind of people who would stop at nothing to look beautiful or handsome. In the future, it will be revealed that the cosmetics which are made from mercury and cinnabar powder are incredibly harmful to the skin. Duke Delphine created an improved line of cosmetics to address this issue. He made a massive profit from this. Ghislaine stole the recipe for this cosmetic when he plundered the Duke's house. This dream cosmetics that resolved all the flaws of the old products is known as Deneb. Our boy asked Vanessa to use her magic to oxidize the zinc and turn it into powder. He placed beeswax into a preheated steamer and let it melt. He then added evening primrose seed oil and shea fruit extract. Once removed from the heat, the zinc oxide powder is added. After this, our boy blended an oil extracted from the blessing of the fairy. The moment he did this, the product released a scent into the air. Vanessa and Alfoy were shocked to smell the amazing scent the product released. Claude wondered why a mere baron would even know how to make something like this. Ghislaine gently shook the cream. He told his subordinates that it is not yet finished. He explained to them that they need to leave it for a day in order for the cream to solidify. Ghislaine knew that once anyone uses Deneb, they will not be able to get themselves to use other products. This products will become essential to the nobles. Our boy smiled and said that he will make good use of this product. He turned to Claude and asked him to wrap the product up. He ordered him to send it to the nobles as a gift. Claude was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy if he won't even test it. Ghislaine assured him that it is fine. While they were talking, the masked woman watched them from a window. She was staring at the product. Later in the night, we see a heavy rain falling in the capital. Everyone in the mansion was asleep. The masked woman appeared in the mansion. She appeared in the room where the products were. She moved close to the wrapped products and picked one up. She opened the product and gently touched the cream. While she was looking at the cream, Ghislaine appeared behind her. He asked her if she is the ghost from the rumors. The woman was shocked to hear his voice. She quickly turned around. Ghislaine told her that he can guarantee the effects of his product. A heavy lightning struck when our boy said this. The The woman quickly drew a sword and charged at Ghislain. She appeared in front of him in an instant. Our boy drew his sword and blocked her attacks before it could touch him. The woman tried to thrust her blade at him, but our boy blocked it before it could touch him. He swung his sword at her and pushed her back. The woman turned around and attacked his back. Ghislain was able to move his sword behind him to stop the attack. He pushed her sword back. The woman took a stance and pointed her sword at him. Ghislain recognized this sword technique. The woman thrust her sword at him. Our boy easily blocked it. He pushed her sword back. He and the woman pushed each other away and swung their swords at the same time. They parried each other's attacks. Ghislain recognized this grace, modesty, and spiral of roses that this woman displayed. Every single one of her movements draws a graceful trace. The woman raised her sword and swung it at our boy from the side. Ghislain easily blocked the attack. He grabbed the woman's hand and dragged her. He put his blade close to her neck. The woman was unable to move. Ghislain found it odd that a lady like her is pretending to be a ghost in a place like this. He asked the woman about her relationship with the Branford family. A while later, we see Belinda and Gillian rush into the room. Belinda was only wearing a garment. She held her dagger in her hand. Gillian asked his master about what caused the noise. When they got inside the room, they saw their lord looking at an open window. Ghislain asked them to go back to their rooms and rest. He said that things might actually work out better than he expected. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a more beautiful mansion. We see a woman standing in front of a mirror after getting her makeup done. Her maid told her that she is as beautiful as ever. This woman is the Countess of Elizabeth. Her name is Muriel. Muriel wasn't satisfied with her face. She knew that her face was burdened with all kinds of paint and powder. In her youth, she was a pioneer who led the fashion world of the capital. Every woman imitated her cosmetics, and they wore clothes styled to look like hers. However, her fame began to fade as the years passed. Her makeup is now nothing but a veil to hide the passing of time. Muriel wondered if she can never return to her glory days again. While she was thinking, her maid informed her that she has to go to the salon. The moment the Countess turned around, she saw something shocking. Her maid's face was glowing. Her skin looked amazing. Muriel grabbed her face. She felt the moisture and the firmness of her skin. She ordered the maid to tell her what she did to her face. The woman revealed to her that Count Elizabeth received cosmetics as a gift, but he didn't want them, so he gave them to the maids. She told Muriel that her husband received it as a greeting from a noble who just arrived in the capital. In the next scene, we see Muriel's carriage at Ghislain's entrance. Alfoy, Claude, and Gordon were shocked to see the woman's golden carriage and white horses. They wondered if the queen was coming to greet them. Claude realized that Ghislain's cosmetics idea worked. He watched the Countess step out of the carriage with her feather fan, when he pushed him and asked him to greet the Countess. Claude bowed his head and greeted her. He asked her to follow him inside to have a talk. Inside the mansion, we see Ghislain sitting in a pavilion in the garden. He was feeding a bird. Claude greeted him and revealed to him that Countess Elizabeth has come to visit them. Our boy fed the bird and stood up. The woman asked him if he is Baron Fenris. Ghislain kissed her hand and introduced himself as the lord of the Fenris territory in the northern region. He told her that he is honored that she came to a secluded place like this. The Countess told our boy that he didn't send her any gifts. She said that he only gave it to her husband. She said that her fame wasn't great enough to reach the place he lives in. Ghislain smiled and told her that this is not true. He explained to her that he thought that it would be impolite to give the madam who leads the fashion world something that wouldn't satisfy her. Muriel liked that our boy praised her. She told him that he is not completely clueless. She said that they need to go straight to business. She sat with Ghislain in the pavilion. She asked our boy to give her his cosmetics. Ghislain asked her if she has used it. The Countess told him that it is excellent. She said that she no longer needs the other cosmetics she uses because of the product. She revealed to Ghislain that she wants to monopolize the product. She told him that all he needs to do is focus on developing and delivering the products. Our boy told her that he can only allow her to buy in bulk. The Countess gently smiled when she heard this. She told him that it will be very difficult for him to do business in the capital on his own. She explained to him that it will not be easy for him to enter the network of influential figures even if his product is good. Due to the fact that our boy settled in an old mansion, the Countess assumed that his finances are not very great. Belinda was annoyed to see the Countess talking down to her master. Claude found Muriel's words to be weird because they only settled in the mansion out of Ghislain's stubbornness. Our boy told the woman that the supply price will be a bit high. He asked her if she is okay with this. The Countess laughed when she heard this. She revealed to him that the Elizabeth family is one of the wealthiest family in the capital. Ghislain told her that each unit will cost 100 gold. The Countess was shocked to hear this. She asked our boy if he is joking. Ghislain assured her that he is not. He said that the Queen of Socialites has set her eyes on a product, so it must be worth a lot. Muriel blushed for a moment. She quickly put herself together. She believed that our boy was a sly fox. If it were jewelry or furniture, the price would make sense. It is completely absurd to sell a single jar of cosmetics for 100 gold. In order to make any profit, Muriel would need to raise the retail price above the supply price. Our boy was basically telling her to give up on the monopoly. She was annoyed to see that Ghislain was toying with her. Our boy smiled when he noticed that she was angry. He told the Countess that he has another offer. Belinda moved close to him with a box. Our boy explained to her that he can give her honor even if he cannot give her an exclusive deal. Muriel asked him about what he means. Ghislain placed the box on the table and opened it. He presented 15 cosmetics to Muriel. The woman was shocked to see this. Ghislain told her that this is the cosmetic he made by himself. He told her that it is called Deneb. He said that it is a gift to commemorate their connection. He picked up one of the Deneb and explained to her that there are still many nobles who don't know how effective Deneb is. He said that this is a product that can change the market. He told Muriel that she can be the one to change the market. Muriel let down her feather fan and smiled. She told Ghislain that he is a baron who only knows how to pick the prettiest words. She closed the box and accepted his offer. She stood up and moved her fan close to him. She told Ghislain that he will distribute the cosmetics, and she will lead the trend. Our boy smiled and said that this is excellent. He walked the Countess back to her carriage. Before getting in, Muriel asked Ghislain to let her know if he needs anything. She told him that she will help him out if it is within her power. Ghislain asked her if she can grant him a request. Muriel was surprised to hear this. He asked her if she can relay some words to Marquis Branford. He asked her to tell the Marquis that Baron Ghislain Fenris can solve his daughter's problem. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Branford territory. We see someone telling an old man with red eyes what Ghislain said. This man is the Marquis. In the next scene, we see Claude throwing money in the air. He screamed that they have hit the jackpot. He was very happy. He realized that the Countess was really famous. He couldn't believe that the expensive cosmetics were selling like hotcakes. Kayer was also surprised to see how much they made. Alfoy the gambling addict was amazed to see how much they made. He said that he can gamble until the day he dies with this money. Claude advised Ghislain to forget their land. He said that they should just stick to the cosmetics business. Wendy quickly tied him up to shut him up. Belinda wondered why he was so excited when it wasn't even his own money. Gillian commended his master for easily securing a place in the capital. Ghislain said that this is not enough. What he really wanted was something else. Later in the night, we see Ghislain walk to his pavilion. When he got there, he saw a knight waiting for him. The knight informed him that Marquis Branford has summoned him. The scene shifts, and we see Ghislain and his subordinates walking to the Marquis's huge mansion. When they got to the entrance of the Marquis's office, 2 guards opened the door for them. When our boy stepped inside, he saw the Marquis and the knight that came to summon him. There was also another man next to the Marquis. Marquis Branford didn't pay attention to Ghislain. He was looking at a book. Our boy bowed his head and greeted him. He introduced himself to the Marquis. Marquis Branford raised his head when Ghislain greeted him. He called our boy the son of Count Zwalter Perdium and the heir of Perdium. He called him an arrogant brat who won the war against Degard, killed the count, and seized the lord's seat. The Marquis told Ghislain that he is completely different from his father. Our boy was not surprised to hear this. He knew that the Marquis had been watching the situation unfolding in the Northern Territories. Marquis Branford is a minister and the greatest authority in the kingdom. He is the leader of the royalist faction that opposes Duke Delphine. All the kingdom's affairs pass through the Marquis's hands. If it weren't for Countess Muriel, who is a fellow royalist, Ghislain wouldn't have been able to meet him this quickly. The man next to the Marquis drew a chair out for our boy. The Marquis asked him to sit. Ghislain noticed that the Marquis had a Deneb on his table. He sat in front of him. The Marquis told our boy that he heard that he claimed that he can solve his daughter's problem. Ghislain told the man that he can cure her illness. The Marquis let out a sigh and closed his book. He told Ghislain that he has never even met his daughter, whose name is Rosalind. He asked our boy about how he plans to cure an illness that they have been unable to cure for years without even knowing her symptoms. Ghislain informed the man that he heard some rumors while staying in the capital, and he gathered information on his own. He told him that he has cured an illness before. The Marquis told Ghislain that he likes his confidence. Before our boy could reply to him, the Marquis asked him to leave. Ghislain did not expect to hear this. The man told him that he is not the first person to claim that he can cure his daughter's illness. He said that all the others have failed. Each one of them had to pay the price with their lives for not taking responsibility for their words. The Marquis picked up the Deneb. He said that he doesn't want a talented young man to waste his life. Ghislain understood the Marquis's cold consideration. He knew that the man would have already tried everything possible to cure Rosalind's illness. He asked him if he doesn't plan on curing his daughter. The man said that it is not a big deal. He said that having bad skin cannot kill her. Ghislain told the man that his daughter won't agree with him. The Marquis knew that our boy was right. He told him that he brought him there because he wanted to confirm it by himself. He asked Ghislain if he is confident. Our boy placed his hand on his chest and told the man that he is different. The Marquis could tell that he was serious. He asked Ghislain to do his best if he is determined to risk his life. He ordered the man next to him to provide Ghislain with everything he needs. He asked him to reward our boy well if he succeeds. Ghislain told the Marquis that a reward is not enough. He asked him to give him something that he desires. The Marquis did not expect to hear this. He asked our boy to repeat what he said. Ghislain told the man that he is the pillar supporting the kingdom. He asked him if granting him one small wish would be difficult. The Marquis asked our boy if he is really asking for compensation just for treating his daughter. Our boy told him that he is. He asked the Marquis to tell him the value of being the pillar of the kingdom and the greatest authority if he cannot even protect his own family. He asked the man to tell him the use of his authority. Belinda was surprised to hear what her master said. Claude was scared. He didn't know why Ghislain was speaking so boldly. The Marquis told our boy that the price of demanding something from him is not cheap. He told him that he has to put everything he has on the line if he wants to get what he wants. The moment he heard this, Ghislain remembered his county, his sister, his father and his officials, his comrades and soldiers. This were the most important people to him. With a serious look on his face, the Marquis stretched out his hand and asked Ghislain if he can do it. Our boy looked into the man's eyes. He put himself together and shook his hand. The Marquis was surprised to see this. Our boy told him that he will put everything on the line. The Marquis looked into his eyes. He could tell that Ghislain was being serious. He turned to his assistant and asked him to inform the royal treasurer to prepare to cut off all support for Perdium. He asked him to instruct the commander of the guards to surround Ghislain's mansion in the capital. He forbade all entries and exits. The Marquis stood up and told Ghislain that he has 1 week. He asked him to bring Rosalind to him in perfect condition within this time. Our boy smiled and said that he can do it. Belinda became nervous when she heard this. Claude was annoyed. He couldn't believe that Ghislain put them in another issue when they just solved their money problem. Belinda knew that the Marquis could easily take out Perdium and Fenris. She hoped that her master knew what he was doing. Ghislain stood up. He knew that the Marquis doesn't tolerate anyone who challenges his authority, especially when it comes to his daughter's illness. Since it was a problem even the most powerful man in the kingdom could not solve, he decided to just accept his fate. Our boy knew that he had to succeed. He walked out of the Marquis's office. Marquis Branford watched him as he walked out. He said that there is no turning back now for Ghislain. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Rosalind's room. We see her looking around. While looking around, Rosalind remembered asking her father if she has to risk her life to help others. At this time, her skin was still normal. The Marquis told her that helping the powerless is nothing but hypocrisy. He explained to her that she needs to first acquire strength if she wishes to be in a position where she can help. Rosalind looked at her sword and said that she followed her father's words. She said that she acquired the strength that she needed, but it came with a hideous appearance. Ghislain stepped into her room and told her that he knew that she would be the daughter of Marquis Branford. Rosalind turned around when she heard this. Our boy stretched out his hand and introduced himself as Ghislain Fenris, the lord of the Fenris territory. Rosalind asked Ghislain to tell her why he is there. Our boy explained to her that he came to cure her illness. He asked her if the cosmetics he gave her had any effect. Rosalind threw the deneb at him when she heard this. Ghislain dodged it by bending his head. The product hit the wall and got destroyed. With a shaky tone in her voice, Rosalind asked our boy if he thinks that he is the first person to attempt to cure her illness. She put her hands around her body and told Ghislain that she is not interested in knowing the medicine or method he will use. She asked him to leave her alone. She said that it is all futile. Ghislain assured her that he is different. He revealed to her that he is putting his life on the line to treat her. Rosalind turned to him and told him that everyone who came to satisfy their greed always say that they are putting their lives on the line and they are different. She asked him if he thinks that he is special because his cosmetics are selling well. Ghislain told her that he understands that she has been through a lot. Rosalind Branford is a girl who inherited the blood of the Marquis and her mother who is the daughter of the kingdom's chancellor. After her mother passed away, she became the sanctity of her family. The girl was skilled in both the pen and the sword. She knew how to wield the sword and use mana. She also built her achievements as the foremost patron of Cardinia's various industries. However, an unknown disease completely overturned the life of this talented girl. Even when the Marquis's family exhausted every possible means, Rosalind's illness couldn't still be cured. Due to this, Marquis Branford sought to resolve his daughter's problem through a political marriage. Even if she could no longer live like before, the Branford name would still be able to protect the girl. The cause of Rosalind's illness is an irreversible spontaneous skin eruption, which is caused by improper training of the mana cultivation technique. This is one of the rare rejection responses that appears when the balance between the polarities of mana collapses. In other words, Rosalind's mana road itself was in disorder. Rosalind drew her sword and covered it with mana. She asked Ghislain to get lost before she kills him. Our boy knew that Rosalind's illness will worsen if she continues to force mana out of her body. He apologized to her and told her that he is going to have to treat her forcefully. Immediately he said this, he charged at the girl. Rosalind swung her sword at him when he got close to her. Ghislain blocked her blade with his sword hilt. He used his sword hilt to push her blade down and grabbed her arm. He slammed Rosalind on the ground and managed to hold her down. Immediately he did this. He called out to Belinda and Wendy. The two women entered the room with a bed. They tied Rosalind to the bed. The girl asked them to let her go immediately. Claude stepped into the room with a box. Ghislain took off his jacket and told the girl that he will remove her mask. Rosalind was shocked to hear this. Our boy explained to her that he needs to check her condition before beginning the actual treatment. When he placed his hand on her mask, Rosalind asked him to stop. She told him that she doesn't need his treatment. Ghislain didn't listen to her. He took off her mask. Claude and the rest of the group were quite shocked to see how damaged her skin was. Ghislain didn't seem surprised. He took out a vial from the box Claude was holding and explained to the girl that she will have to endure a lot for a week. He told her that she can endure what is about to happen as long as she is determined. Rosalind grit her teeth out of anger. She asked our boy if he has a death wish. She asked him if he really thinks that he can treat her illness. Our boy told her that he will die if he is not able to treat her. He poured the substance in the vial in her mouth. He told the girl that she will also die if she doesn't get treated. Rosalind was shocked to hear this. Tears flowed out of her eyes. Ghislain covered his hand with his mana. He was certain that his method will be successful. This is because this treatment was invented by Rosalind's future self. Our boy placed his hand on Rosalind's stomach and pushed his mana into her body. His mana entered her veins. Rosalind felt a large amount of excruciating pain when Ghislain's mana entered her veins. She couldn't believe that she had to endure this for a whole week. The girl wondered why she had to get this illness. She wondered why she was the only person in the world who had to suffer this kind of pain. The moment she thought of this, she remembered Ghislain telling her that she will also die if she doesn't get treated. The girl grit her teeth and pulled herself together. Since she was going to die eventually, she asked our boy to try his best until the very end. She told him that she will kill him if he messes up. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Ghislain's mansion. We see the mansion surrounded by the Marquis soldiers. Ghislain's soldiers were scared and confused. They didn't understand why they were in a situation like this. While trembling, Alfoy said that their stupid lord must have made another mess. Gordon suggested that they look for Ghislain instead of staying like this. Gillian asked him not to bother. He and Kair walked down the stairs with barrels of liquor in their hands. Kair asked the men to relax and have a drink. He reminded them that their lord wouldn't make a move without thinking. A week later, we are taken to the Marquis' mansion. We see the Marquis and two knights walking to the basement. When he stepped into the basement, the man saw something surprising. He saw Ghislain standing in a room covered with blood. His daughter's face had a light veil on it. Our boy turned to the Marquis and looked him in the eye. Marquis Branford stared at Ghislain with a chilling look on his face. Ghislain used his hand to remove the veil on the girl's face. The Marquis was shocked to see what our boy did. The scene shifts, and we see people gossiping about how the daughter of the Marquis has been cured of her illness. Later in the day, we see Ghislain step into the Marquis' office with Claude and Belinda. He bowed his head to the Marquis when he stepped into his office. Marquis Branford smiled and told our boy that he wasn't all talk. Ghislain sat down and told him that he was able to do it because he gave him a chance. The Marquis asked him to tell him what he wants. Everyone in the room nervously looked at Ghislain. They all wanted to know what he would ask for. Our boy asked the Marquis to be his guardian. The Marquis' subordinates were shocked to hear this. Belinda was happy to hear what her master said. She knew that he would request for this. Claude knew that Marquis Branford would be forced to take responsibility for his lord if he becomes his guardian. This is perfect for building a base of power in the kingdom. Marquis Branford reminded Ghislain that he said that he needs a small favor. He told him that he now understands why he came to him. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. The Marquis revealed to him that he already has someone in the north who he has set his sights on. Our boy asked him if he is referring to Count Brivant. The Marquis did not expect to hear this. He reminded Ghislain that Count Rayfold and Count Desmond are also great lords in the north. He asked him about why he thinks it is Count Brivant. Our boy explained to him that Count Desmond pretends to be neutral, but no one knows what he is really thinking. The Rayfold County is currently in chaos due to internal family strife. Besides this too, the other lords are incompetent and greedy. On the other hand, Count Brivant is wealthy and close to the royalist faction. He also possesses the military power of the Flame Magic Tower. The only person that the Marquis could set his eyes on is Count Brivant. Marquis Branford asked Ghislain if he is saying that he is more worthy than Count Brivant. Our boy smiled and asked the man to be honest. He asked him if he doesn't find the Count to be unsatisfying. Marquis Branford began to laugh when he heard this. He told Ghislain that he is correct. He said that the Count is a good man, but he is lazy, indecisive, and easily influenced. Our boy told him that the Count would have already been influenced by the Duke because of his personality. He asked the Marquis to be bolder if he is going to grant his wish. He asked him to make him the representative of the North. Marquis Branford did not expect this. He told Ghislain that he now knows why he risked his life for this. He stood up and asked everyone present to bear witness. He announced that he will support Ghislain as his guardian. He said that our boy's enemies are now his enemies. Everyone who wants to face Ghislain must remember that the Marquis stands behind him. Marquis Branford turned to our boy and asked him to swear that he will consider his honor in everything that he does. Ghislain went on his knees and drew his sword. He held his blade and swore that he will consider the Marquis' honor. The moment he did this, someone congratulated him. Our boy quickly turned around. The person told him that she couldn't greet him properly because of the chaos. The girl with the blue fan told Ghislain that although her father has rewarded him, she is the one who is truly indebted to him. Immediately she said this. Rosalind closed her blue fan and revealed her beautiful face and shining red eyes. The girl told our boy that she will become his guardian. In the next scene, we see a party taking place in the Marquis' mansion. We see nobles dancing and talking to each other. Some of them talked about how Rosalind's illness was cured by some no-name noble with cosmetics. Someone said that it might be the Deneb that Countess Muriel has been advertising. A noble lady asked the man not to make her laugh. She said that a cosmetic product cannot cure an illness that even doctors couldn't cure. Another man said that Marquis Branford wouldn't host a banquet for no reason. He said that he heard that the Marquis has already decided on whom to support. While the nobles were chatting amongst themselves, someone asked them to look up. Everyone quickly turned to the door. They saw Ghislain walking with Belinda by his side. The woman wore a beautiful dress. Belinda grabbed her master's hand and asked him to take it out of his pocket. She asked him to put a smile on his face. Ghislain wasn't really interested in doing this. He asked the woman if she doesn't think that she is a little overdressed for the event. Belinda smiled and asked her master if he knows when she will get the chance to come to a banquet like this. She said that she cannot miss a banquet hosted for him by the real power of the kingdom. Ghislain said that he is not certain if the banquet is for him. Immediately he said this. The doors slowly opened. Someone announced that Marquis Branford is entering the hall. Everyone quickly turned to the door. They saw the Marquis step into the hall with a lady by his side. Rosalind gently walked down the stairs. She put her blue fan away and revealed her face to the nobles. She asked them if they have all been well. The nobles began to cheer when they saw Rosalind's face. They couldn't believe that the rumors were true. One of them said that she is even more beautiful than before. Belinda said that she almost didn't recognize the girl. She told our boy that no one would believe that this was the same person who had a bad temper a few days ago. While looking at the nobles, Rosalind turned to our boy and carefully looked at him. Ghislain didn't know why she did this. The Marquis thanked everyone for attending his banquet. He said that today's banquet is to celebrate his daughter and to allow him to officially announce that he has decided on his ward. The nobles were surprised to hear this. They couldn't believe that the rumors were true. Marquis Branford told them that some of them might already know our boy, but most of them don't. He said that Rosalind was able to break free from the illness that has been oppressing her for years thanks to the efforts of Baron Ghislain Fenris. The Marquis said that his family will do its absolute best to help Ghislain as its guardian. He asked the nobles to treat our boy the same way they treat him. He smiled and asked them to enjoy the banquet. Immediately he said this. The nobles turned to Ghislain and glared at him with a scary look in their eyes. They looked like predators that have found their new prey. Ghislain realized that the Marquis might be careful when making a decision, but he is decisive when it is time to act. He remembered the Marquis asking him to attend the banquet so that he could introduce himself to the nobles of the faction. He told our boy that the nobles can provide him with help in the future. Ghislain noticed that most of the kingdom's important figures attended this banquet. He didn't like interacting with nobles, but he understood that the banquet would benefit him a lot. While he was looking around, he heard some people gossiping. Some wondered if Ghislain deserved to be under the Branford family. Some said that his family doesn't even have any real power. Belinda was annoyed to see that they were looking down on her master. While the nobles were talking, someone called out to Ghislain. Our boy and Belinda quickly turned their heads. Rosalind bowed her head and told Ghislain that she would like to extend her gratitude to him. The nobles were shocked to hear this. The hall became quiet. Rosalind asked him not to pay attention to the petty noise. She said that it is natural for rumors to follow a popular figure. Ghislain said that he is not interested in this kind of popularity. He told the girl that their intense gazes are almost burning his skin. Rosalind told him that today is a special day. She explained to him that the nobles have confirmed that she has officially returned to the public's eye, and they found out that her father has become his guardian. She said that the nobles must be itching to do something. She stretched out her hand and told Ghislain that they need to greet the nobles. She said that everyone is waiting. Our boy carefully turned and looked at Belinda. The woman smiled and waved at him. Ghislain smiled and grabbed Rosalind's hand. The girl explained to him that the royalist faction is divided into 3 main groups. The first group belongs to the wealthy house of Elizabeth, which dominates the capital's culture and commerce. The second group is under the Chief Justice, who oversees law and administration. He is the eldest son of the royal chancellor and Rosalind's in-law. His name is Sir Bilor Norton. The third group is under Marquis Morris Macquarie. He is the commander-in-chief of the kingdom's army. He is in control of the nation's military might. Rosalind explained to Ghislain that this people are the high nobles of the Lithania kingdom who wield immense power over administration, finance, and the military. She told him that whoever he chooses to greet first as the northern representative will either raise or diminish their prestige. The moment he heard this, our boy remembered the Marquis telling him that the world he is about to step into is completely different from the one he comes from. Rosalind told him that he has to choose well. Ghislain carefully looked at the nobles. He let out a sigh and walked forward. He moved close to Count Elizabeth and bowed his head to introduce himself to him. Marquis Morris was annoyed to see this. Count Elizabeth greeted our boy with a smile on his face. He told him that his wife has gained some confidence thanks to him. He asked Ghislain to let him know if he ever needs any help. Countess Muriel moved close to our boy and referred to him as their little brother. She said that our boy is quite loyal. Ghislain asked her if she is allowed to call him this in this formal setting. The Countess said that it is not important since they are the only ones there. She thanked Ghislain for saving their faces. Immediately she did this. Marquis Morris cleared his throat loudly so that Ghislain can notice his presence. A man wearing blue clothes said that Ghislain should first pay his respects to the commander of the army if he is the son of a count. A man wearing red who stood behind Marquis Morris said that Marquis Branford has grown old. He said that Marquis Branford is now poor at discerning people. Ghislain turned around and moved close to the Marquis. He walked past the man instead of greeting him. Marquis Morris was shocked to see this. He saw our boy introduce himself to Sir Bilor Norton. The man was annoyed to see this. Sir Bilor thanked Ghislain for curing Rosalind. He told him that he has lifted a great burden off his heart. He revealed to him that Marquis Branford told him that he was looking for dwarven and elven slaves. He told Ghislain that he takes care of the legal issues related to slave traders and taxes. He asked him not to worry about it. Ghislain thanked the man for his help. After he was done with Sir Bilor, he went to greet Marquis Morris. The man was quite angry to see that our boy greeted him last. He asked him not to get conceited because Marquis Branford is backing him. He told Ghislain that he can cut him off anytime. Our boy said that he still has many shortcomings. He asked Marquis Morris to continue guiding him in the future. Marquis Branford watched our boy as he greeted the nobles. He heard the other nobles discussing about how Ghislain greeted the high nobles. When Ghislain was done, Rosalind asked him if the order was intentional. Our boy told her that he simply followed his heart. The moment he said this, the other nobles ran to him. They wanted to give him gifts and talk to him. The Elizabeth family and Sir Bilor watched Ghislain as the other nobles surrounded him. Count Elizabeth said that our boy has earned the resentment of Marquis Morris. His wife asked him not to worry because the Marquis is a simple man. Sir Bilor said that Marquis Morris can't cut Ghislain off just because he is jealous. Marquis Branford said that this is natural. He said that our boy is the only one who was capable of curing Rosalind's illness. Sir Bilor was amazed that the Marquis discovered such an excellent talent. He referred to him as brother and told him that he is quite impressive. Marquis Branford said that he didn't do much. He explained to him that Ghislain rose from the bottom to this position with his own strength. He said that our boy possesses the might to turn an unfavorable war into victory, and he has the ability to read the surrounding state of affairs and foresee what lies ahead. The Marquis said that he believed that Ghislain was worthy to receive his support. The moment he said this, someone stepped into the hall with a cane in his hand. Ghislain immediately sensed the person's presence. The high nobles and our boy quickly turned to the door. They saw a well-dressed man with a walking cane. Ghislain grit his teeth out of anger when he saw this man. He was happy to see that the man had finally crawled out. This man is the closest aide of Duke Delphine and the strategist of the ducal house. His name is Raoul Joseph. A man wearing a coat on a huge armor walked into the hall after Raoul entered. Our boy seemed to recognize this man too. The other nobles recognized Raoul. They all knew that he was from the Delphine ducal house. They believed that it wouldn't be smart to associate with him. Raoul and his knight walked up to the Marquis. Raoul greeted Marquis Brantford. The Marquis told the Viscount that he believed that he had no interest in events like this. The Viscount told him that he simply came there to pay his respects. He told the Marquis that he heard he recruited a young lion. The Marquis told him that his lion is not special enough to interest the Duke. He asked the Viscount about the identity of the person behind him. Raoul told the Marquis that it is his escort. He said that it is not someone special enough to interest him. The Marquis's knight told the Viscount that his escort needs to remove his helmet and reveal his face. He asked the escort knight to show his face. The man didn't do anything. The Marquis's knight was annoyed to see this. He placed his hand on his sword and asked the escort if he didn't hear him. Before he could draw his sword, Marquis Brantford asked the man whose name is Tolio to stop. He said that it is okay. With a serious look on his face, the Marquis asked Raoul to enjoy himself since he has come a long way. He asked him to take care of himself before he leaves so that he doesn't dishonor the Duke's name. The Viscount smiled and thanked the Marquis for his consideration. He turned around after thanking the Marquis. Marquis Brantford could not believe that he was not informed that someone like Raoul, who is a significant figure in the Duke's faction, was in the capital. He couldn't believe that the man managed to avoid his eyes and ears. He realized that the Duke's influence has reached the capital. Raoul and his knight walked up to Ghislain. Our boy looked the Viscount in his eyes. He glared at the man to show his disdain for him. Raoul did not understand why Ghislain was glaring at him. This was his first time meeting him. He asked our boy if he knows him. Ghislain put himself together and stopped glaring at the man. He told him that he knows him. He said that he heard many things about him in the capital. The Viscount told Ghislain that he also knows him very well. He said that our boy put on an amazing show in the northern region. Ghislain was not surprised to hear that the man knew about what happened in the north. This is because Raoul was the one who made all the plans to bring Perdium to its knees. The Viscount suggested that they move somewhere else since they have greeted themselves. He told our boy that he has something to tell him privately. In the next scene, we see Ghislain in a room with the Viscount and his knight. Raoul decided to be straightforward. He told our boy that they are interested in his cosmetics. He explained to him that he came to the capital because he heard that a product that was good enough to cure Rosalind's skin and bring it back to life had appeared. He said that they were actually developing something similar. Ghislain wasn't looking at the Viscount when he was talking. He was staring at the knight behind him. Our boy turned to the Viscount and told him that he will have to apologize to him if he came to talk about an exclusive contract or technology sharing. The Viscount told him that he did not come there to engage in such a tedious talk. He said that a brilliant young man like him is rotting away in the countryside with nothing. The Viscount said that a scoundrel suddenly made a name for himself, led a war to victory, and secured a successful position in the capital. He asked our boy if this is by luck or skill. Ghislain told Raoul that he improved by studying a bit. This wasn't the answer Raoul wanted. With a smile on his face, the man asked our boy to come to the Duke's faction. Our boy was not surprised to hear his offer. Raoul said that there is an expiration date to talents and abilities. He told our boy that his life will end before he gets the chance to show his talents if he stays in a harsh place like the North. He told him that he will be worn down by barbarians and foreign wars. He said that this is not the first time he has seen brilliant young men waste away like this. He stretched out his hand and told Ghislain that he won't have to worry about this if he joins them, because they have the power to change his life. Our boy reminded the man that he has already joined the Royalist faction. Raoul told him that he cannot really say that he joined the faction when it has not been that long. He revealed to our boy that they can provide some fine lands in the south and give some to his father too. He said that Count Perdium must have been through a lot of troubles to protect the kingdom from the barbarians. He told our boy that the Count can't fight forever. He said that it might be time for him to retire. Ghislain already knew that Raoul would try to convince him like this. Even though our boy already joined hands with the faction that opposes the ducal house, the Viscount is still trying to win him over. He spoke as if joining their side would somehow solve all of Ghislain's problems. He tried to sweet-talk and coax our boy to make him one of their own. Ghislain was certain that the man has used this same tactics on many people. He knew that this tactic was nothing more than a scheme to keep an uncontrollable variable within his grasp. He told the Viscount that the North is actually a better place than he thinks. Raoul told him that he doesn't have to decide right now. He said that he is planning on staying in the capital for a while. He asked our boy to take his time to think. Ghislain told the Viscount that he has a counteroffer for him. Raoul did not expect to hear this. Our boy asked the man to join their side. Raoul glared at Ghislain when he heard this. In the next scene, we see a carriage leaving the Marquis's mansion. Raoul and his knight were inside the carriage. The knight asked him about how he feels about Ghislain now that he has seen him. The Viscount said that our boy has strange eyes. He said that he wants to gouge them out. The The knights revealed to him that Ghislain tried to kill him. Raoul was surprised to hear this. The knight told him that he could feel our boy's killing intent. He said that Ghislain was gauging his skills during the entire conversation. Our boy was wondering about how fast he could kill the Viscount after getting past the knight. He and the man locked eyes. They fought with their minds. In his mind, Ghislain swung his sword at the Viscount in an instant, but his attack was blocked by the knight. The knight pushed Raoul away and blocked our boy's attack. Although his first attempt was stopped, Ghislain didn't give up. He tried again, but his attacks were blocked by the man. Our boy and the man glared at each other. Our boy increased his speed and swung his blade at the man. The knight easily blocked his attack. He pushed Ghislain's sword back. Our boy gathered his strength and pushed his sword away. He and the knight quickly swung their blades at each other. Their fight came to a standstill. Ghislain realized that he couldn't get his way. He glared at the man. He grit his teeth and gave the Viscount the offer to join them. Raoul smiled and told him that he now understands why the Marquis likes him. He stood up and told Ghislain that he enjoyed talking to him. He told him that he will see him again in the future. Our boy said that he is also looking forward to it. After Ghislain said this, the knight glared at him with his green eyes. Our boy looked him in his eyes and told him that he looks forward to seeing him. He referred to the man as the strongest swordsman of the kingdom. His name is Cain Balzac. The swordsman revealed to Raoul that our boy knew him. Upon hearing this, Raoul realized that Ghislain's performance in the north is not a rumor. He said that this doesn't change his plan to take over the north. He said that his plan is only delayed. He told Cain that there are still many methods to use. He said that he will warn Count Desmond about our boy. He planned to tell the Count to consider Ghislain as a knight captain of a territory when facing him. Cain told him that he is wrong. Raoul did not expect to hear this. The swordsman had already seen Ghislain's skills, so he knew that our boy was not some knight captain. He asked Raoul to tell the Count to consider Ghislain as the strongest sword in the north. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Ghislain's mansion. We see the soldiers packing up the things in the mansion. Caer and Claude were in charge of supervising. Caer ordered the men to take every last penny. He warned them not to leave a single coin behind. Gillian controlled the soldiers outside. He told them the places where they were to keep each items. While the soldiers were busy packing up, we see Rosalind looking shocked when Ghislain informed her that he is returning home. The girl asked him if he is serious. Ghislain told her that he has a lot to do. He told her that he will leave the Deneb in the capital to her. He asked her to send the 300,000 gold to him. Immediately he said this. He noticed that she wasn't pleased. Rosalind asked him if he doesn't have anything else to talk about other than money. Ghislain didn't know what to say. He reminded her that she is his sponsor. Rosalind told him that he is cold. She let out a sigh and explained to him that she needs to know more about him as his sponsor so that she can understand him better. She said that she would like to know things like the kind of goal he has for him to devote his life solely to work. Ghislain told the girl that it is nothing much. He said that he simply wants to live his life well without starving to death. Rosalind said that this is not true. She told him that he would have accepted Viscount Joseph's offer and joined the Delphine faction if this was his goal. Ghislain revealed to her that he has set a certain goal for himself as Perdium's successor and the Lord of Fenris. He told Rosalind that he needs her help in order to achieve this goal, but he cannot allow her to share his burden. Rosalind did not like what she was hearing. She asked Ghislain to tell her why he won't share his burden with her. She said that a burden is naturally supposed to be shared. Ghislain pushed her fan out of her hand and grabbed it. He gently raised her hand and kissed it. Rosalind was shocked to see this. She began to blush. Ghislain told her that he cannot share his burden with her because he wants her to be happy. After saying this, he turned around and walked forward. Rosalind watched him as he walked away. She seemed blown away by our boy's smooth nature. As he walked away, Ghislain thought about how the banquet ended with a positive mood. By rejecting Raoul's offer, Ghislain was able to save the Marquis' image. All the support materials that would have gone to the Brivant territory are now headed towards Fenris and Perdium. Under the Branford name, Ghislain can now enjoy many benefits like tax exemptions and preferential treatments. Our boy was able to secure 50,000 residents from the capital who will relocate to his territory. The dwarven slaves who are precious laborers have been sent to Fenris. With this improvement, no one will be able to look at Fenris as a small and impoverished domain any longer. However, the fact that the nobles from the ducal faction came to see Ghislain in person means that they are plotting something else already. Our boy knew that this people will strike him down if he hesitates for a moment. He promised to kill Duke Delphine and erase every trace of him in the world. In the next scene, we are taken to a better-looking Fenris. We see some people handcuffed with chains. These people are dwarven slaves. The dwarves were being escorted by some soldiers. A bald dwarf called out to a dwarf with full beards. This dwarf's name is Galveric. The the bald dwarf informed Galveric that the lord of the territory has arrived. When Galveric raised his head up, he saw Ghislain and his cool-looking horse marching into the town. The people of Fenris came outside to cheer for our boy and his soldiers. Belinda was surprised to see that everyone came out to greet them. Kair and the soldiers seemed to like the standing ovation. The dwarves noticed that the citizens were excited. One of them said that he has never seen a territory like this. He revealed to his comrades that he heard that their new lord will build them a home and will never starve them. Galveric was annoyed to hear this. He asked his comrades if they haven't learned their lesson. He said that a noble is a noble. He turned to Ghislain and said that nobles are pieces of trash who only think about themselves. He said that their new lord is no different. The others became worried when they heard this. The bald dwarf asked him if he really wants to continue with his plan. Galveric told him that they will proceed as planned. While on his horse, Ghislain turned to the side to see the dwarven slaves. He saw Galveric. Belinda moved close to him and tapped him on his shoulder. She asked him to wave to his citizens. Ghislain raised his hand and waved to them. Claude was quite happy to return to Fenris. He believed that he can relax now that they have made a lot of money. Ghislain called out to him and asked him to organize the materials that he told Lowell to research on and bring them to his office. Claude was annoyed to hear this. He told our boy that they just got back. He begged him to give him some time to catch his breath. Ghislain said that there is no time for a slave to rest. He asked him to consider the time he spent in the capital as his vacation. He ordered him to call for a meeting immediately. In the next scene, we see everyone gathered in Ghislain's office. Our boy called out to Lowell and asked him if he had any trouble with Homern. The man said that he didn't. Ghislain asked him to tell Homern that he will visit him soon. He asked the man to report what happened in his absence. Lowell took out a report and revealed to him that the administration of the territory has been carried out exactly how he instructed before he left for the capital. Ghislain asked Alfoy about the construction work on the major facilities. While scratching his nose, Alfoy revealed to Ghislain that the mages finished the roads and the waterway maintenance while he and Vanessa were not around. Vanessa used her staff to hit him on his head and asked him to try to be more polite. Lowell said that Alfoy is correct. He told his lord that they will soon finish building the workshops and the grain storage. He said that it will be completed quickly once they put the dwarven slaves to work. He said that their crop yield is so abundant that they may no longer need to purchase grains from merchant guilds. Belinda curiously asked him about how great their crop yield was. Claude told her that it rivals the Rayfold's yield in sheer volume. He said that it has the highest per unit area of production in the kingdom. Wendy couldn't believe that this was coming from the man who once said that it is impossible to farm there. Belinda was quite happy to hear this. She said that her young master will soon become a great lord. She said that his chances have improved now that he has the backing of the royalist faction. Gillian told his master that his goal of truly reviving his land is slowly becoming reality. Ghislain believed that the territory has only taken a proper form. He said that this is not enough. He turned to Claude and ordered him to keep buying food until he says that it is enough. He said that they need to expand their residential area, so they need to secure land in advance. Claude was surprised to hear this. Ghislain announced that they will now be preparing for a war. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Claude asked him about what he means. He asked his lord to tell him who will dare to attack him now that he has joined the royalist faction. Ghislain said that it could be Desmond or Rayfold. He asked Claude to read the report in Lowell's hands. The man was shocked to see what was written on it. He read that there was a large-scale conscription and training in the Desmond territory. They were also recruiting free knights. Claude saw records of massive purchases of weapons and iron ore. Ghislain revealed to the administrator that this is the data he asked Lowell to collect on Count Desmond's movements before leaving for the capital. He said that the critical part is that Count Desmond has been buying up large quantities of high-quality iron ore from the Cabaldi territory. Gillian said that the most important resources in war are food, manpower, and weapons. Iron ore is an essential resource used in forging and maintaining weapons. However, the amount the Count is purchasing is far too much for a peaceful era. Kair smiled and said that a war might really break out. Alfoy was sad to hear this. He couldn't believe that he had to take part in another war again. Claude told his lord that they will be in trouble if Count Desmond gets more iron ore. He said that Count Cabaldi won't sell the iron ore to them even if it is necessary for the overall advancement of the territory. Ghislain said that they need to consider Count Cabaldi as a part of the Delphine faction. He said that their enemy can already be ready to attack while they're trying to get their iron ore. He asked the group if they now understand how uncomfortable the situation is. The room became silent. Ghislain told them that he is going to share his plan with them. Everyone quickly turned their eyes to him. He announced that they will be attacking the Cabaldi County first. Everyone was shocked to hear this. In the next scene, we are taken to the Cabaldi County. We are shown the Cabaldi Castle. Inside the castle, we see a man eat a berry and spit out a seed on the table. Count Desmond was sitting across this man. The man with the unique chin is Count Cabaldi. The Count asked Desmond to tell him what he means by strongest sword in the north. Count Desmond revealed to him that he received a report about the Fenris territory from the Duke. He said that the Duke asked them to consider Ghislain as the strongest sword in the north when facing him. He told Count Cabaldi that our boy is an unpredictable individual. He advised him to make preparations for war. Count Cabaldi asked Harold about why he is telling him this. He told Count Desmond that he will be the one to go out to fight. Harold told him that it was an order from the Duke. Count Cabaldi began to laugh like a crazy person. He asked Harold if he lost all his senses after losing to Ghislain. He asked him if anyone would dare wage war on his territory. His territory possesses a double wall that is built sturdier than an ordinary fortress. There is also a moat surrounding the castle. The siege weapons in the castle were forged with the North's finest smithing techniques. Count Cabaldi asked Count Desmond if he is really telling him to make preparations after seeing this citadel that has been handed down for generations. He told him that his castle has never been breached. With a confident smile on his face, he said that it has never happened in history. He advised Harold to worry about himself first. He reminded him that he recently lost his secret weapon. Count Desmond was annoyed to hear this. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Fenris. We see Kair, Gillian, and Belinda bow their heads as our boy walked past them in his armor. Ghislain stepped on the stage and looked down to see his soldiers standing in front of him. He could see the determination in their eyes. He liked their expressions. He told the men that trusting and following someone isn't easy, but they trusted and followed him this far. Ghislain took out his sword and slammed the blade on the ground. He announced to the men that he will turn all 200 of them into knights. He said that this is the founding of the Fenris Knight Order. The men raised their hands and began to cheer when they heard this. Claude and Wendy watched them cheer from their tent. The administrator was also wearing an armor. He said that the situation is driving him crazy. He told the woman that it doesn't make sense no matter how many times he thinks about it. He said that he is not sure if it is possible. He asked Wendy if she also shares the same views as him. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to when Ghislain announced that they will attack the Cabaldi County first. Claude stood up and asked his lord about how he reached this conclusion so quickly. Ghislain explained to him that Count Desmond and Count Cabaldi are pretending to be neutral even though they support the ducal house. In other words, they are chess pieces that can move freely in place of the ducal house. Our boy told the group that Count Cabaldi is also their enemy. He said that they will get the Count's iron, or if they win the war, they will also slow down their enemy's growth and accelerate their own. This move made sense to everyone. Claude asked his lord about what they are going to do. Gillian told his lord that the armaments of Cabaldi's soldiers are among the finest in the north. Kair said that their overall military power is lacking in quantity and quality. Ghislain revealed to them that he is going to turn all 200 mercenaries into knights who can wield mana. Kair and Gillian were surprised to hear this. According to Ghislain, a well-trained knight has the power of 100 ordinary soldiers. If they are able to form an order of 200 knights, they will gain an equivalent strength of 20,000 soldiers. With a worried look on her face, Belinda asked her master about how he is going to do it. She reminded him that it takes years to master mana properly. Ghislain asked Vanessa to bring something. The girl and other mages brought in some barrels containing a large amount of scrolls. Alfoy said that these are mana compression sigils. Claude asked his lord if he used the runestone to create these things. Our boy took out one of the scrolls and said that the mercenaries will be able to master mana with it. He said that it might stray a little from the normal method. He told his subordinates that he modified the Perdium family's mana cultivation technique to make it easier to learn. He said that it should take the soldiers a month to master it. Belinda became nervous when she heard that our boy modified the family's mana cultivation technique without permission. She asked him if the lord won't be mad about it. Ghislain told her that it is better that his father gets angry than they lose their soldiers. Gillian told him that they won't be able to bring down the Cabaldi castle by simply training their soldiers. He revealed to him that he has been to the castle during his mercenary days. He said that the castle has a sturdy double wall with a deep moat surrounding it and flawlessly arranged defensive weapons. With so many elements favoring the castle's defense, people say that it has never once fallen throughout the lineage of the family. Gillian told his master that their mercenary tactics won't work if the Count resolves to hold a defensive siege. Claude suggested that they give up on the castle and focus on blocking Count Desmond. He said that they can get iron ore from other regions, even though it might be difficult. Ghislain asked him if he wants to bet to see if they will lose or win. Claude was annoyed to hear this. He asked our boy to stop betting on his territory's fate. Ghislain smiled and asked him not to worry about it. He told his administrator that he always has a plan. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a training hall. We see Ghislain standing in front of his soldiers. The soldiers wondered if they don't need to know how to use mana to become knights. They knew that it would take a few years to learn mana. Gordon raised his hand and asked Ghislain about how they are going to use mana. Ghislain told the soldiers that it would normally take several years to learn how to use mana. He told them that he will make sure that they all learn it within a month. Gordon and the other soldiers were surprised to hear this. Ghislain smiled and said that he will explain to them in a way that they can really understand. A while later, we see Ghislain pushing his mana into Gordon. There were several exhausted soldiers laying on the ground. They were breathing heavily. Gordon grit his teeth to endure the pain of our boy's mana. Ghislain asked him to bear with it. He told him that he is compressing several years into a single month. The burden for this is naturally enormous. He told Gordon that he will temporarily feel mana through the compression sigil. He asked him to gather the mana particles in the air and take them beneath his lower abdomen to form a mana core. He advised Gordon to imagine winding up a skein of thread. While following his orders, Gordon dragged the mana beneath his lower abdomen. He screamed out in pain. A while later, we see Ghislain step out of the training hall. He saw Belinda and Lowell waiting outside for him. Belinda told him that he did well. Ghislain thanked her and asked her if she can take the soldiers back to their lodgings. He told her that she will need to keep an eye on them for a while. While breathing heavily, he called out to Lowell and informed him that they will be crafting the armor that their order will be using. He asked him about how their dwarven slaves are doing. Lowell informed his master that the elves haven't arrived yet, but the dwarves are already waiting in the territory's lodgings. Ghislain turned to the sky when he heard this. He said that the moon won't be rising tonight. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a forest outside the town. We see someone push his hand out from the ground. The person created a huge hole and came out of the ground. The person turned out to be Galveric. His comrades were behind him. Galveric asked his comrades to come out after looking around. One of the dwarves asked Galveric if he is certain that they will be free once they escape this kingdom. Galveric revealed to him that people said that there is a secret autonomous district in another kingdom where slaves of different races live together. He asked his friends to leave with him. He said that the border is right in front of them. The moment he said this, Galveric noticed that his friends were hesitant. They seemed to be shaking. Galveric was annoyed to see them hesitating. He asked them if they have some lingering attachments to the slave life. He asked them to go back and spend their whole lives crafting toys for nobles if they're scared. The bald dwarf said that this is not it. He pointed at something and asked Galveric to turn around. When the man turned around, he saw Ghislain behind him. Our boy told the dwarves that there is no point in running away. The dwarves were shocked to hear this. They believed that Ghislain knew about their escape plan. Galveric couldn't believe that he already caught up to them. The moment he thought of this, he noticed something. He didn't see anyone behind Ghislain. He asked him if he came alone. Our boy told him that he did. The dwarves quickly came together and had a little meeting. They turned to Ghislain and glared at him. Galveric told him that they will be free if he is gone. Ghislain smiled and asked them to do their best. A while later, we see Galveric struggling to get up after taking a beating from Ghislain. His friends couldn't even move. Ghislain moved close to him and told him that dwarves are quite sturdy. Galveric raised his head up when he heard this. Ghislain explained to him that the slave traders are going to search for him once he runs away. He asked the man if he would like to just work for him. Galveric asked our boy not to make him laugh. He said that he would rather die chasing freedom than getting stuck there and making boring toys for him. He told Ghislain that he is gravely mistaken if he thinks that they are going to work without resisting. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. He liked the dwarf's resilience. He believed that his behavior was normal since he is someone who will later be called the legendary blacksmith in the future. Galveric pushed himself up and took a stance. Ghislain asked the man to give him 10 years. He promised to build an autonomous district for dwarves in his territory and free them from slavery if they cooperate with him earnestly. The dwarves were shocked to hear this. They all got up. Galveric asked him to stop lying. He told Ghislain that the kingdom legally defines them as slaves. He told him that it will be meaningless for a rural lord like him to give them freedom. Ghislain told the man that laws can be fixed when needed. The bald dwarf informed Galveric that Ghislain is backed by the royalist faction. He said that it might really be possible for him. Galveric clenched his fist out of anger. He knew that he couldn't win this fight. Ghislain told him that he is not interested in some luxurious craftsmanship. He told him that he wants to make something more fun than this. Galveric was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy about what he means. Ghislain raised his head and looked at the sky. He said that he wants to fly in the sky. A month later, we are taken to the Cabaldi castle. We see the Count reading a letter from Ghislain. Our boy wrote that he is disrupting the fairness of the entire northern iron market with his iron dealings, which are biased toward a certain house. He told the Count that he will regret it if he doesn't open the market to Fenris and its neighboring territories. The Count asked his subordinates to tell him what he is holding. One of them told him that it is a letter from Baron Fenris. Another official called Ghislain a rude, insolent brat. He said that our boy must be out of his mind. Count Cabaldi smiled and said that this method only works when used by those in power. He said that Fenris must be doing bad for them to send such a terrible letter. One of his officials informed him that Fenris has recently been buying up food in large quantities from other territories, and they are even paying extra money to get it. A man next to the official said that the territory must be experiencing food shortage after taking an immigrant sent by the royalist faction. Another vassal said that he cannot understand why Fenris keeps choosing to do things that bring them losses. He said that harvest season will soon come and prices will drop. The noble next to him asked him not to bother trying to understand the actions of the territory. He said that it is typical for a youngster to act reckless without thinking. Count Cabaldi used a candle light to burn the letter. He told his subordinates that it is natural for Ghislain to run into trouble because he is trying to bulk up a territory that was just on the brink of ruin some time ago. With a smile on his face, the Count said that he is sad that he won't be able to see Ghislain's downfall. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Marquis Branford's mansion. We see the Marquis step into his office. Before he could take off his jacket, the Marquis saw something on his table. He saw a letter on his table. He noticed that his window was open. The Marquis did not expect this. He picked up the letter and opened it. He saw that it was from Ghislain. Our boy advised the Marquis to tell the royalist nobles to stockpile 10 years' worth of food in advance. He revealed to him that a great famine will soon come to the kingdom. This famine is severe enough to shake the entire kingdom. Marquis Branford did not know how to react to this information. The next day, we see Rosalind step into her father's office. The girl told him that she heard that he wasn't in bed last night. Marquis Branford didn't say anything to his daughter. He turned to her and asked her to tell the vassals and royalist nobles that he is calling for a meeting right now. After sending the letter to the Marquis, an unprecedented famine spread across the entire kingdom. Under an extremely arid climate, the rivers laid bare, crops withered and died, starvation victims appeared one after another, and mass chaos erupted in the struggle for food. It was a natural disaster that went down in history. In this chaotic time, Ghislain decided that it was time for him to make his move. In the Desmond and Rayfold territories, their vassals informed them about how food prices are skyrocketing. They were complaining about how an abnormal weather strikes without warning. The vassals found out about how the royalist nobles already stored food in advance. Amelia and Count Desmond found out that the Fenris territory has successfully harvested its food. The scene shifts, and we see Count Cabaldi slam his hand on his table. He asked his vassals about the food that Count Desmond is supposed to send. He said that Count Desmond should have taken over Fenris in advance and secured their food and land. One of the vassals said that Count Desmond asked them to wait a little longer. He said that the Count has also missed the right timing due to the weather. Count Cabaldi called Desmond a fool. He asked his subordinates about when Harold is going to send the food. One of them said that he knows a way which they can secure food quickly. He suggested that they follow Ghislain's wish and give him iron in exchange for food. Another vassal asked him to stop spouting nonsense. He said that Ghislain belongs to the royalist faction. He told him that the ducal house won't appreciate it when they find out. A man in blue clothes said that the food can arrive at any time. He reminded his comrade that the ducal house and Count Desmond already promised them. He suggested that they wait for them. The man who made the suggestion told the other vassals that there is a limit to the amount of food they can requisition from the citizens. He said that they can barely suppress public unrest by using the army. He told the others that he is not certain if they can hold out until support arrives. The man turned to his lord and told him that it will be bad for them if the military grain runs out and the soldiers begin to starve. He said that the iron fortress, which has never been breached before, will be destroyed by an internal uprising. Count Cabaldi was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that his vassals wanted him to crawl to Ghislain. He grit his teeth and put himself together. With a nervous look on his face, he ordered his subordinates to give Fenris iron in exchange for food. The vassals who were against the idea called out to their lord. Count Cabaldi clenched his fist and said that Ghislain will die by the hands of the ducal house. He said that the result won't change even if he gives them some iron. While smiling like a lunatic, the Count said that the ducal house or Count Desmond can come to his fortress if they have a problem with him. He told his vassals that no one can take over his fortress. He turned to a guard and asked him to send a messenger to Fenris before everyone starves to death. The guard told him that there is no need for this. He revealed to the Count that Baron Fenris is already at their gate with his army. Count Cabaldi was shocked to hear this. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The scene shifts, and we are taken outside the castle. We see Ghislain and his knights marching towards the gate. The knights were all wearing the same armors. Gordon said that the armor is just too small for him. Torrin asked him to shut up. He told him that they used twice as many blood python scales for him. Gordon tapped his breastplate. He told the man that he now has mana flowing through him. He said that no one can scratch his perfect muscles now. The moment he said this, someone hit him in his chest. The man felt some pain in his chest. The person who hit him was Ghislain. Our boy said that the dwarves make really sturdy armors. He moved forward with his badass horse and ordered his soldiers to march forward.
Under Ghislain's command, the Fenris Order of Knights marched toward Cavalli Castle. From atop the ancient fortress's thick stone walls, Count Cavalli and his vassals beheld a terrifying sight. The Fenris troops stretched endlessly across the fields like a dark tide. The steel of their armor glimmered faintly beneath the bleak sunlight, and their banners fluttered in grim silence. Cavalli's vassals panicked, their faces pale with fear. One of them stammered that Fenris's army had surrounded the entire castle. The moat that had once been their strongest line of defense had long dried up under the relentless drought, leaving them utterly exposed. The men exchanged anxious glances, whispering among themselves as dread took hold. They wondered aloud what kind of force this was. Such an army was far beyond what a single barony could possibly muster. Some speculated that the royalists might have secretly provided him with troops. Trying to maintain the dignity of his rank, Count Cavalli told his men not to panic. With a forced, trembling smile, he tried to sound confident as he asked what those troops could possibly do before the might of his castle. His voice wavered slightly as he claimed that if they deployed their powerful weapons, the Fenris army would never even reach the castle's shadow. His words offered fleeting reassurance, though doubt still clouded his vassal's eyes. From a distance, Ghislain raised his voice and called out to Count Cavalli, asking if he had read the letter that had been sent to him. Already seething at the audacity of seeing an army at his gates, Cavalli shouted back in fury, demanding to know what this outrage meant and how Baron Fenris dared to march upon his castle without warning. His voice echoed across the walls, thick with disbelief and rage. Yet Ghislain remained calm, his demeanor cold and steady as steel. In a measured tone, he stated that he had already made his intentions clear. He reminded them that he had warned the Count of the regret that would follow if the market remained closed. Though his words were not shouted, they carried such weight that silence fell over the scene for a brief moment. Hearing Ghislain's declaration, Count Cavalli's vassals could no longer restrain their fury. Their fists clenched as they shouted down from the battlements, demanding to know whether Ghislain truly believed that stringing together bold words could justify a cause for war. Their anger flared, for such audacity was a grave insult to noble dignity and could not be tolerated. Count Cavalli himself, his pride burning hotter than reason, declared that if Ghislain wished for war, then he should prepare a proper justification and issue a formal declaration. He added that he would not associate with anyone who disrespected noble etiquette in such a disgraceful manner. Though his voice remained stern, it trembled faintly, betraying both the sting of insult and the weight of the situation. But Ghislain's gaze only grew sharper, and his tone colder than ever. He said that if the Count desired a declaration of war, he would receive one here and now. Calling out to Gillian, he ordered him to bring a bow and an arrow. Without hesitation, Gillian obeyed, presenting the weapon with solemn reverence. Ghislain took it, and as he set the arrow upon the string, a deep silence fell over the field. The air thickened with tension. Even the birds seemed to have fled the sky. Count Cavalli, seeing Ghislain ready his bow, felt his heart pound violently. Fear seized him, and he immediately ordered his knights to raise their shields and form a wall before him. The clatter of armor rang out as they obeyed. Gillian, however, quietly cautioned Ghislain that the walls were high and the distance far, but Ghislain showed no sign of hesitation. His horse, as if sharing its master's will, lowered itself slightly to give him a better angle for the shot. The moment felt almost sacred, as though fate itself anointed him. With a single decisive motion, Ghislain released the arrow. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow cut through the air, slicing the silence apart. It first struck the shield of a knight standing before the Count, piercing through and driving into the man's head, felling him instantly. Yet the arrow did not stop. It grazed past the Count's ear, leaving behind a shallow cut that began to bleed. Count Cavalli stumbled back in shock, his eyes wide with horror as he realized how narrowly death had missed him. Ghislain lowered his bow, his voice resounding like thunder as he declared that this was his declaration of war. The scene then shifted to the capital, Cardinia. Within the grand halls, the royalist faction convened an urgent meeting. News of the conflict spread swiftly, and the chamber erupted into heated debate. Someone exclaimed that Baron Fenris had begun a war. Count Alsbury, his brow furrowed with concern, remarked that thanks to Ghislain's earlier counsel, they had survived the famine by storing grain. But to start a war now, in such a time of hardship, was an act of reckless folly. Marquis Burford, sharp and probing, demanded to know the pretext for such a war. Rosalind, calm yet grave, explained that Count Cavalli had refused to open the iron market to Fenaris and the neighboring territories. The refusal revealed that Cavalli had been trading almost monopolistically with Desmond's lands, a scheme that threatened the fragile balance among the nobles. Count Alsbury remarked that one could always find or manufacture a pretext for action if necessary, yet admitted that such a move felt dangerously reckless. The army commander then interjected in a firm tone, asserting that this revelation left no room for doubt. Ghislain had to be expelled from the faction before matters escalated beyond control. His vassals nodded in agreement, voicing their full support with unwavering conviction. One of them added that all efforts ought to be devoted to recovering from the drought rather than fueling a war that would only deplete their already weakened resources. But the High Judge, leaning back with a casual air, questioned whether the army commander had simply disliked that young man from the very beginning. The remark struck sharply, leaving the commander momentarily flustered as he struggled to respond without betraying his true feelings. Sensing the growing tension, Rosalind intervened swiftly, urging everyone to calm themselves. She reminded them that the incident had already occurred and that their task now was to find a solution to break the current deadlock. Endless arguments, she said, would only waste precious time. The army commander retorted that he was calm, exceedingly calm, and insisted that the war was nothing but bait set for the Duke's house to exploit. At that very moment, the chamber doors opened and Count Faude of the Duke's house entered. His confident steps and commanding presence immediately drew every gaze. He declared in a sharp tone that he agreed with the commander's assessment. The room fell into stunned silence. The nobles were taken aback by Count Faude's sudden appearance. Marquis Burford, clearly displeased, narrowed his eyes and demanded to know what Faude was doing there. In response, Count Faude stated that Baron Fenaris had attacked Count Cavalli, who was a neutral noble, and that such an act, committed while the realm was still suffering from natural disaster, could hardly be considered the collective will of the royalist faction. His words hung heavy in the air. Marcus Burford fixed him with a cold, calculating stare, weighing his motives carefully. The High Judge, observing the exchange, mused inwardly that the Duke's intelligence network truly was formidable. Count Alsbury thought to himself that the Duke's house had shown its hand boldly from the very start. A sign, perhaps, that they were confident in their position. Rosalind reflected silently that this incident could drive all the neutral nobles to turn against the royalists. Such a shift, she realized, would grant the Duke's house an ideal opportunity to assert dominance. It was no exaggeration to say that her father's next words might decide the faction's fate. If Baron Ghislain were to be defeated, the royalists would lose their influence in the north. Yet even if they chose to withdraw, the outcome would still be the same. Their weakness would be exposed. However, if Baron Fenaris managed to claim Cavalli's largest northern iron mine, the royalists could obtain a reward great enough to justify the risk. At last, Marquis Burford spoke in a composed tone, declaring that the justification for war was sound. Count Faude, momentarily taken aback, demanded to know what exactly the Marquis meant by that. Burford replied that this was merely a personal conflict between Baron Fenaris and Count Cavalli. It did not represent the royalists' will, and thus the Duke's house had no grounds to intervene. Hearing this, Count Faude grew visibly unsettled. He argued that there was a proper time and place for war, and that to stand idly by now would be equivalent to abandoning their duty as royalist nobles to uphold the kingdom's order. Though his voice remained sharp, it carried an unmistakable note of desperation. Marquis Branford sighed with clear disdain, remarking that he could not comprehend why the Duke's house was so overly sensitive about the issue, as though the county were nothing more than their puppet. Meanwhile, on the battlefield at Count Cavalli's castle, the air was heavy with the stench of blood and fear. The Count screamed in agony, clutching his wounded ear as blood stained his hand. Ghislain, recalling Gillian's earlier warning about the height of the walls, acknowledged his subordinate's foresight and praised him briefly for his excellent judgment. Nearby, Caire smirked and muttered under his breath that the Count would never wear earrings again. The Knights of Cavalli descended into chaos. Some shouted for help to stop the bleeding, while others rushed to shield their lord. Confusion rippled through the battlements, yet despite the searing pain, Count Cavalli regained his composure. Grinding his teeth, he roared in fury, commanding all troops to take their positions and prepare to make the enemy taste their blood. He proclaimed that the majesty of Cavalli Castle, unbroken through all of history, would not fall on that day. His words reignited the troops' morale, and they hurried to their stations. The ballistae were drawn and loaded, their ropes straining under tension as the sound of preparation filled the air. Watching from Ghislain's side, Gillian reported that the enemy forces were preparing to attack. Ghislain nodded calmly, noting that they were masters of defense, and it was only natural for their reaction to be swift. His tone carried no trace of concern or fear, only a composed certainty born of control and confidence. Soon after, the soldiers of Cavalli announced that the ballistae were ready. Count Cavalli, his voice unbroken despite the pain, gave the order to fire. A storm of arrows and bolts was unleashed, darkening the sky as thousands of projectiles descended upon the Fenris troops like an iron tempest. The spectacle was one of terror and destruction, a rain of death meant to obliterate all in its path. Yet Ghislain and his knights did not falter. They stood unmoving, as though the deadly barrage were nothing more than a gentle summer rain. At the final moment, Ghislain gave a command for his troops to raise their shields. In perfect harmony, steel rose in unison. Ghislain himself lifted his sword and effortlessly deflected an arrow mid-flight. Gillian mirrored his precision, and Kair parried with equal grace. Their movements displayed an unshakable discipline and mastery. When the storm of arrows finally ceased and the dust settled, not a single knight of Fenris had fallen. Their formation remained unbroken, untouched amidst the wreckage, while shattered arrow shafts littered the ground around them. From atop his walls, Count Cavalli watched in disbelief, his rage and shock consuming him. His confidence, once towering, now trembled at its foundation. Ghislain sheathed his sword slowly, every motion deliberate. Raising his voice, he asked whether this feeble assault was truly all the Count had to offer, his words cutting deeper than any blade. Then, in a tone of cold authority, he ordered his troops to withdraw to their main position and prepare for the next phase of the operation. While the group was relaxing, Claude laughed, remarking that his lord had chosen the perfect moment to engage in battle. He then turned to Wendy, asking if she agreed, and commented that the cavalry territory probably hadn't stockpiled food the way they had. According to him, if they simply waited, victory was all but certain. Alfoy, looking discouraged, wondered aloud why Ghislain had even brought the mages along. Claude brushed off the question, saying it didn't matter. Since the mages had already exhausted their energy constructing the garrison, they could rest for now. He leaned back against a supply crate, stretched his arms, and sighed contentedly, saying it felt good to finally relax and do nothing for a change. Turning to Alfoy, he suggested they play a game together. Trying to shake off his gloomy mood, Alfoy showed some interest and asked what the wager would be. Before Claude could answer, the tent flap was suddenly thrown open and Ghislain entered, his expression dark and commanding as he ordered Claude to step outside. Both Claude and Alfoy froze in surprise. Claude blinked in confusion, asking why Ghislain was already back, but Ghislain ignored him and strode past, instructing Alfoy sharply to gather all the mages at once. His tone left no room for refusal. Ghislain then declared that from that moment onward, they would begin digging tunnels toward the cavalry castle. The announcement left Alfoy wide-eyed in shock. Claude frowned, clearly puzzled, pointing out that they could win simply by maintaining their current position and questioning whether such effort was truly necessary. But Ghislain replied with unwavering determination that they couldn't afford to just wait. If they wished to end things before the Duke's house could send reinforcements to Cavalli, they had to take action immediately. Soon after, Ghislain reached the forward camp outside Cavalli territory. His eyes were cold and resolute as he looked toward the distant fortress walls, quietly stating that the war would end sooner than Cavalli could imagine. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, Count Cavalli grimaced as he tended to his wound. He cursed Ghislain as an insolent brat for daring to run off after having pierced the ears of his noble self. His vassals stood around him, their faces tight with anger and frustration. One of the men remarked that, faced with Ghislain's overwhelming firepower, they would have been helpless regardless of their efforts. He reasoned that the enemy must have switched to a delaying tactic, aware that the cavalry territory lacked sufficient food supplies. Count Cavalli clenched his teeth in anger and demanded of one of his vassals whether he was suggesting that Ghislain intended to wait until they surrendered. Yet, he reminded them that the Duke's house stood behind the Cavalli domain. With a dark laugh, the Count declared that the Duke's house would never abandon the largest northern iron mine under his control. He was certain that reinforcements would arrive. All they needed to do was hold out until then. At that moment, a soldier burst into the room, saluted sharply, and reported that it appeared Ghislain's forces were digging beneath them. The Count stiffened in disbelief. Seizing a telescope, he peered through it, his jaw tightening as he saw the Fenris troops working openly in the field. He was incredulous at their audacity. One of his vassals commented that since the Fenris army couldn't take the castle head-on, they must be attempting an underground assault. Another vassal quickly added that, given the structure of their castle's foundation, the only place the enemy could possibly emerge would be near the south gate. Count Cavalli's eyes gleamed as a plan swiftly formed in his mind. He commanded his knight, Jah, to station troops at the south gate and ordered that the moment the enemy surfaced, his men were to strike all at once. Once confusion spread among the attackers, they would open the gates and send out the cavalry to annihilate the Fenris troops completely. John then asked what they should do about the walls, to which the Count scoffed, questioning what the enemy could possibly achieve without siege engines. He remarked that since they were mostly infantry and cavalry, a minimal garrison would be sufficient to defend the fortifications. Count Cavalli laughed again, his voice echoing coldly through the chamber. Though taken by surprise, he believed he would ultimately be the one to prevail. As night slowly descended, outside, the dwarves toiled tirelessly, sweat glistening on their foreheads despite the chill in the air. One of them muttered that their lord had ordered them to haul the strange contraption all the way there. Another complained that without fire, it was difficult to see what lay ahead. A dwarf called out to Galbraith, asking whether they had constructed the device exactly as their lord had requested, but wondered aloud if it was even ready for real use. Galbraith, brimming with confidence, grinned and asserted that there was no way anything he built would fail. He recalled how, when Ghislain had declared his desire to fly in the sky, every dwarf had been intrigued. Galbraith had asked him if he had somehow discovered the legendary hot aircraft blueprint, the lost technology of the ancient empire. Ghislain had only laughed and asked what that was, telling them that they would soon understand once they saw his creation. He then produced a large piece of cloth and held it over a fire. As smoke filled the fabric, it began to lift gradually. The dwarves' eyes widened in disbelief. Galbraith frowned, staring intently and demanding to know what exactly he was supposed to be looking at. Ghislain told him to focus on the cloth itself, on how it swelled and lifted. The heated air, he explained, rose and filled the inside of the cloth sack. Though hot air escaped through a small opening, the fabric remained inflated. Galbraith, transfixed, murmured that if it were mere wind, the cloth would have fluttered sideways. Instead, it rose upward, and that, he realized, was something entirely different. Ghislain let out a faint, amused laugh when he heard Galbraith's sudden realization. Then he knelt and drew the shape of an air balloon on the ground, suggesting that if they made an airbag much larger than this, it could. Before he could even finish, Galbraith had already snatched the stick from his hand. Excitement blazed in Galbraith's eyes as he began sketching rapidly, explaining that if a basket were attached beneath the bag, people could ride inside it and float using hot air. He then bombarded Ghislain with a series of questions, demanding to know why this phenomenon occurred, and why hot air rose in the first place. Ghislain scratched his head, clearly embarrassed, and admitted that he didn't actually know. He had discovered it by accident while lighting a fire to dry laundry. Galbraith stared at him in disbelief and asked how he could witness something so trivial and immediately come up with such an idea. Then, with a grin, he told Ghislain to follow him. When Ghislain blinked in confusion and asked where they were going, Galbraith replied excitedly that they were heading to his workshop. He wanted to build the thing right away and test it. Later that night, in the present time, the dwarves were stealthily transporting the massive air balloon to its designated site under the cover of darkness. The moonlight shimmered faintly across the fabric, giving it an eerie glow. Gazing at the balloon, Ghislain murmured that it was perfect. Galbraith, wiping soot from his hands, smirked and remarked that this was nothing but child's play for dwarves. Belinda approached, carrying Ghislain's helmet, and informed him that both the mages and knights were ready. Ghislain nodded approvingly and told her to go and make her own preparations as well. Nearby, Alfoy cursed under his breath, complaining that if things were going to end up like this, then there had been no point in digging all those tunnels in the first place. One of the knights beside him frowned and warned him to mind his manners, but Ghislain ignored the comment entirely. He walked among his assembled knights, his armor gleaming faintly in the moonlight, and spoke in a steady, commanding tone. He told them that from this point on, they would descend directly into the middle of the enemy camp. Following their training, they were to infiltrate the walls, seize control of the interior, and then open the outer gate to let the Gilean cavalry in. That was the core of the operation. He looked around at his men and reminded them that the cavalry army was the best armed force in the north. Even though the enemies had begun to learn mana, they would not be easy to face. Moreover, he warned that the foes they would encounter in the future would be far stronger than Cavalli's men. If they could not handle a battle of this level, they would have no future. Seeing hesitation in some of their faces, Ghislain raised his voice and reminded them of their past victories, how they had broken through the beastwood that no one had ever conquered, and how they had turned a hopeless war into triumph. His tone grew stronger as he asked them if their preparations had been lacking. The soldiers shouted back in unison that they had not. He then asked if they were afraid, and once again they roared back that they were not afraid. A proud smile formed beneath Ghislain's helmet as he told them that they had grown faster than anyone could have imagined. Then, as the massive balloons began to glow softly from the fires lit beneath them, Ghislain raised his sword high and gave the order to fly. Meanwhile, at the cavalry's castle, one of the soldiers standing guard on the wall peered through a telescope and commented that the enemy had spent the entire day digging and now seemed to be doing nothing. Another soldier yawned, saying that they were probably sleeping. 2 more soldiers arrived to relieve them for the shift change and asked if everything was fine. The man with the telescope sighed, saying he wasn't even sure how many days had passed and wondered aloud whether the Fenris army even planned to attack at all. The other two soldiers stretched and began to leave, relieved that it was finally time to rest. But suddenly, one of them noticed something strange in the sky. Seeing several round shapes approaching, he asked his comrade what they were. The other soldier squinted at the sight, wondering if it might be a monster. Before they could react, Ghislain leapt down from above and, in a single motion, cut one of them in half. He then swiftly killed the second soldier as well. One after another, the Fenris forces descended from the air balloons. Ghislain took command at the front line once more, shouting to his troops to kill every last enemy they encountered. Several knights were seen walking toward Count Cavalli's chamber that night. Among them was Lisi, the commander of the Cavalli Knights Order. The guards stationed outside the Count's bedroom were taken aback to see the knight commander arriving so late. When Lisi inquired about the Count's condition, one of the guards hastily informed him that the Lord was still asleep. Without hesitation, Lisi entered the Count's room. The sudden intrusion startled Count Cavalli awake. Seeing Lisi, he demanded to know what was happening. Addressing him formally as Lord, Lisi reported that an emergency had arisen. The enemy had breached the castle walls. Upon hearing this, Count Cavalli's expression turned pale. In disbelief, he repeated the words, struggling to accept that the fortress had been infiltrated. Outside, air balloons continued to descend one after another, delivering waves of Fenris troops into the castle grounds. Ghislain and his comrades began slaughtering the defenders stationed along the walls. Filled with bloodlust, Kay shouted to his men to advance and tear off the last remnant of pride from the rump-faced lord. The deafening sounds of battle, clashing steel, dying screams, and panicked cries soon echoed through the corridors and reached the Count's chamber. Terror washed over Count Cavalli's face as he demanded to know how the Fenris soldiers had managed to get over the walls and whether the tunnels had been compromised. Lisi replied that, according to reports from the soldiers, the attackers had ridden some kind of unidentified flying spheres through the sky. The Count gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he was hearing. Lisi, grim and resolute, stated that the means of their entry no longer mattered. Their momentum was overwhelming, and they were rapidly seizing control of the castle. Urgently, he urged his lord to move at once. Lisi then outlined his plan. He would head straight for the underground passage near the outer wall to hold the gate. If they succeeded, they could summon the main force stationed at the south gate and trap the invading troops from both sides. For a brief moment, Count Cavalli stood frozen as the weight of the situation sank in. His hands trembled, and his voice quivered as he lamented that even though they had set traps to counter the Fenris tunnels, he had still fallen for their decoy. Dread settled on his face as he muttered to himself about the fortress, the stronghold that had never once fallen, and whether the proud Cavalli line would end with him. Lisi grasped the Count's shoulders, shaking him back to his senses. He implored his lord to escape through the secret passage with his retainers and seek reinforcements, promising to stay behind and defend the castle. He added that if the situation failed to improve, the Count must bring that man to their aid. Outside, the chaos among the cavalry soldiers had reached its peak. Shouts of confusion erupted as they wondered how the Fenris troops had managed to infiltrate the castle. Ghislain continued cutting them down effortlessly, his sword cleaving through their ranks as though they were made of paper. One soldier charged at him, only to be sliced cleanly in half before he could even cry out. Witnessing such carnage, the others froze in terror. A desperate voice among them urged the troops to pull themselves together and fire their crossbows, reminding them that the enemy was few in number. But before they could act, another soldier screamed for them to look up. A moment later, one of the air balloons came crashing down directly onto the cavalry ranks, erupting in a violent explosion that sent dirt, debris, and bodies flying through the air. Apparently, Gordon and Alfoy had been aboard that balloon. As the smoke thickened around them, Alfoy, coughing harshly, shouted angrily at Gordon that he was a stupid muscle pig, and that he had already told him not to ride along because his weight was too much. Gordon, still trying to catch his breath, only glared at him in silence. As they both struggled to stand, a group of cavalry soldiers suddenly charged toward them. Before their blades could reach the two men, Ghislain appeared out of nowhere and swiftly eliminated the attackers. He immediately asked whether the two were hurt. Keir, watching, smirked and remarked mockingly that even as a knight, Gordon still acted the same as always. Gordon, however, remained silent, his face grim. Suddenly, Ghislain and Belinda caught sight of movement in the distance. Beyond the wall, the cavalry soldiers had already seized control of the gate. CA, seeing this, was taken aback, realizing that the enemy had already assumed a defensive formation. Ghislain calmly noted that their reaction was faster than expected, and reasoned that there must be someone sharp among their ranks directing them. He warned that the enemy forces they had scattered with the tunnel operation would soon regroup and that they needed to move quickly. Turning to his knights, Ghislain asked if everyone was ready. All of them responded in unison that they were. Without hesitation, Ghislain issued his orders. He instructed Keir to stop the soldiers on the walls and destroy all siege engines, while Belinda was tasked with finding Count Cavalli. Ghislain himself would clear a path toward the gate. In a firm and serious tone, he asked again if they were ready. The knights raised their swords high, and a powerful aura enveloped them as they shouted that they were prepared. A faint smile crossed Ghislain's lips as he placed his helmet on. Then, in a commanding voice, he gave the order for the Fenris Order of Knights to begin their action. A tense stillness settled across the battlefield as both sides prepared for the inevitable clash. Moments later, one of the cavalry soldiers rushed to the knight commander, reporting an alarm that the Fenris troops were advancing. Lisi immediately realized that their true objective had always been the gate. He ordered his men to ready their spears. As the Fenris knights charged forward, Lisi commanded his troops to hold their ground until reinforcements from the south gate arrived. The battle erupted with an earth-shaking roar. Ghislain and his knights unleashed a brutal assault, slaughtering the cavalry forces in a one-sided massacre. The knight commander watched in disbelief as his troops were torn apart without mercy. His eyes focused particularly on Ghislain, whose every swing of the sword cleaved through men as though they were paper. Panic spread among the soldiers as they realized there was no way to stop the attackers, whose weapons were all infused with mana. Lisi was stunned to see that every intruder was a knight, something he considered impossible. No matter how skilled they were, he thought, they should not have been able to break through a heavy infantry line so quickly. Resolving himself, he declared that the man leading the charge had to be stopped at all costs. Another soldier soon reported that the momentum of the Fenris Knights was overwhelming and that the forces at the outer wall could no longer hold. At this rate, the gate itself would collapse. Gritting his teeth, Lisi ordered the destruction of all mechanisms that opened and closed the gate, saying he would buy them some time. But before long, Ghislain charged straight toward him. Their blades collided with a deafening clang. Lisi barely managed to block the attack but was immediately forced backward by the sheer power behind Ghislain's strike. Their swords clashed again and again, sending sparks flying through the air. Lisi's arms began to tremble as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. He was taken aback, his breath catching as he faced Ghislain's cold, fearless gaze. Each swing from Ghislain's blade forced him back step by step until Leslie found himself nearly breathless. Still, he refused to falter. Gathering his remaining strength, he raised his sword high and declared that he was Leslie, commander of the Cavalli Knight Order, and that his opponent would not pass beyond that point. Meanwhile, in the depths of the castle, the scene shifted to the dungeon. The air there was damp and heavy, filled with the faint clinking of iron chains. Count Cavalli arrived, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. Inside one of the cells sat a man bound by numerous chains. His expression was vacant until the sound of approaching steps made him lift his head. Cavalli stopped in front of the cell and called out the man's name, Lucas. Slowly, Lucas raised his head, his sharp eyes glinting faintly in the dim torchlight. The Count spoke hurriedly, his voice trembling slightly as he urged Lucas to delay the enemy. For a moment, Lucas merely stared at him in silence, his eyes cold but tinged with dark amusement. Then, very slowly, a faint smile curved his lips. Tugging at the heavy collar around his neck, he suggested in a low, deliberate voice that the Count might loosen it for him. Cavalli hesitated. The chains rattled as Lucas's aura began to rise, a dark, oppressive energy that filled the cell with a suffocating presence. Elsewhere, Kay commanded his men to advance, ordering them to leave nothing behind, neither weapons nor people. His blade tore through the battlefield without mercy, armor splintering and shields shattering under the sheer force of his strikes. At the same time, Belinda charged toward the castle, her eyes burning with fierce determination and urgency as she sought Count Cavalli. At the castle gates, Ghislain's path was blocked by the commander of the cavalry knights. The man introduced himself as Leslie, commander of the Cavalli Order, his armor gleaming beneath the fading light, his bearing calm and authoritative. He told Ghislain that he would not be allowed to pass. Without hesitation, Ghislain surged forward, his sword cutting a determined arc through the air. Leslie met the attack head-on, parrying with precision and countering with powerful controlled strikes. Ghislain blocked each blow effortlessly, his movements fluid and sharp, like water flowing around stone. On their third exchange, Ghislain brought his sword down with tremendous force, and Leslie barely managed to block it, his shield splintering under the impact. Steel clashed again and again as the two men fought relentlessly, neither yielding an inch. Each exchange grew faster and more brutal than the last. Leslie fought as though his life depended on it, determined to stop Ghislain at any cost, while Ghislain struck with the intent of breaking through the line to clear a path for his troops. As the battle dragged on, Leslie found it harder and harder to deflect Ghislain's strikes. At one point, Ghislain's sword nearly grazed his head, and though Leslie narrowly avoided it, his helmet was struck and fell to the ground with a metallic crash. Seizing the opening, Ghislain swung again, landing a crushing blow against Leslie's side. Leslie raised his shield just in time, but the impact sent him stumbling backward, pain twisting his face. Seeing their commander forced back, one of the knights shouted in alarm, panic flickering in his eyes. Another rebuked him sharply, telling him that if he had time to panic, he should focus on the enemies before him instead. Leslie panted heavily, his arms trembling under the strain. He thought to himself that the last strike had been immense, nearly overwhelming his strength. But a faint sense of relief stirred within him, knowing that the blow had not been enough to break through completely. Ghislain understood that if they delayed any longer, they would soon be surrounded by the cavalry's main forces. Leslie, aware of this as well, decided that instead of blocking Ghislain's strikes head-on, he should deflect them at an angle to maintain distance, exploit the gaps between attacks, and seize control of the momentum. He knew that even a moment of impatience could lead to a reckless strike, and when that happened, it might very well mark Ghislain's downfall. Without warning, Ghislain charged toward Leslie and taunted him, questioning whether that was all he could do. Leslie barely managed to block the blow with his shield before Ghislain struck him in the face with an elbow. Gritting his teeth, Leslie tried to retaliate, but Ghislain leapt into the air, slashing his hand before landing gracefully and remarking that it wasn't bad. Before Leslie could process what had just happened, Ghislain attacked again, this time cutting through his abdomen. As the pain overwhelmed him, Leslie recalled Count Desmond's words, how they had been told to assume this man was capable of facing even the North's greatest swordsman, Ghislain Fenris. Collapsing to the ground, Leslie lay incapacitated. The cavalry soldiers, seeing their commander fall so easily, halted their fighting in shock. None of them could believe their leader had been defeated so swiftly. Ghislain's knights, however, laughed at the sight of the fallen gatekeeper, praising their captain as they expected. In a serious tone, Ghislain ordered his troops to maintain their momentum. His soldiers commanded the cavalry guarding the gate to open it. Leslie, addressing him as Baron Ghislain Fenris, told him that things would not unfold the way he expected. One of the soldiers then reported to Ghislain that the gate would not open. The mechanisms had been destroyed, making it impossible to breach. Ghislain smirked slightly, acknowledging that Leslie had used his head this time. Leslie, pointing toward the distant horizon, indicated the approaching cavalry main force. He warned that no matter how strong Ghislain was, once surrounded by sheer numbers, he would have no chance. If they managed to hold the gate, the cavalry would claim victory. Ghislain looked out and saw the cavalry force approaching from afar, their armor gleaming under the sunlight, their horses snorting, and their hooves pounding the ground like thunder. One of his knights, addressing him as commander, asked what they should do now. Another confidently remarked that since they were knights, they should let the enemy come, declaring that if the cavalry dared approach, they would crush them. Surveying his exhausted soldiers, Ghislain realized that they had used up all their mana. Everyone was drained. In their current state, they could not possibly withstand the next assault. Moving toward the gate, he placed his hand upon its cold metal surface and glanced at his sword, contemplating for a moment that perhaps he could still use it. He then ordered all his soldiers to fall back and give him space. As he stood alone before the gate, Ghislain reflected that in this era, the title of Swordmaster was more a name of honor than a defined rank, since there was no universal standard for that level of mastery. A knight's worth was measured by the recognition of his blade. Raising his sword, he began channeling an immense surge of mana. To step into the realm of a true swordmaster, one had to gather mana that sought to scatter and compress it to its utmost limit. A blinding radiance enveloped Ghislain's sword as magical energy crackled and shimmered through the air. The sight was both awe-inspiring and magnificent. The knights could not even look directly at the weapon because of its brilliance. Witnessing this display, Leslie remembered an ancient legend passed down from the Old Empire, a tale that said the defining mark of a true swordmaster was the manifestation of the aura blade. With a single motion, Ghislain struck the gate using his aura blade, fully stepping into the realm of swordmaster. At that moment, the cavalry force reached the southern gates. One of the riders shouted that they would make Ghislain pay for daring to invade the cavalry castle. Ghislain did not reply. He simply sighed, maintaining his calm composure. As the cavalry knights advanced, Ghislain suddenly arrived with his soldiers. Ghislain's horse stood beside him as fierce as ever, its nostrils flaring, eyes sharp and ready for battle. Ghislain asked Ghislain why he had brought the horse, to which Ghislain replied that it had followed them on its own. Meanwhile, the cavalry soldiers noticed that the gate had been split clean in two. In confusion, they asked their commander, John, what they should do. John quickly ordered them to retreat to the inner keep. Mounting his horse, Ghislain raised his sword high and commanded his troops to charge forward, leaving not a single enemy alive. The scene then shifted to the dungeon, where Belinda lay on the ground, her chest heaving and her breathing ragged. Despite her exhaustion, her eyes burned with unyielding determination as she glared up at Lucas, who stood looming over her. Lucas demanded to know what her connection was to the Shadow Knights. A cold wind swept through the dungeon, carrying faint echoes of the distant battle. Belinda clenched her fists silently, vowing to herself that neither defeat nor darkness would ever break her resolve.